Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, The End of World Government 4. Dave smirked at the veiled threat. Then show me what you've got. Suddenly, Im pressed a hidden button on his throne. The sky darkened unnaturally, and a strange hum filled the air. The battlefield fell silent as all eyes turned upward. From the heavens, a massive, UFO-like object began to descend, its presence casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. Dave looked up, unfazed, a small smile playing on his lips. So, this is your trump card. For the first time, Im's confident demeanor wavered. You don't understand, do you? You may think yourself untouchable, but even the mightiest fall when faced with true power. Dave's grin widened. The celestial dragons think themselves gods, yet they rely on machines like this. Pathetic. The UFO-like structure, gleaming with unknown technology, began to charge with energy. Im raised a hand, as if commanding the weapon to fire. But Dave didn't flinch. Go ahead, he said, his voice calm but filled with menace. Let's see if your machine can do what you cannot. As you wish, Im replied, tilting her head slightly. From the UFO-like machine, a thick pillar of energy began to charge, crackling ominously before being unleashed in a devastating beam. The attack wasn't aimed solely at Dave, it targeted both him and Im, engulfing the battlefield in its radiant, destructive glow. Dave's eyes narrowed as he assessed the attack. Is this your plan? He said, his voice laced with disdain. In an instant, he began to transform, his body taking on the ominous and commanding form of his devil trigger. From the energy readings radiating from the attack, he could tell that it wasn't something he could easily parry unless he activated his full Sin Devil form. The ground trembled as Dave's transformation released an oppressive aura, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Soldiers and pirates alike, whether Neo-Marines or Whitebeard pirates, turned their heads toward him, feeling the sheer force of his presence. The beam descended with incredible speed, cutting through the air like divine wrath. It's God's judgment, a Cypherpole Zero agent cried out, their voice trembling with both awe and fear. A roar erupted from the battlefield as the Neo-Marines and Whitebeard pirates tensed, their morale shaken at the sight of such overwhelming power. Even Tony Stark, standing among the Neo-Marines, muttered, that thing's output is off the charts. How the hell they build it? Despite the chaos, Dave stood firm, his glowing red eyes locked onto the incoming beam. His Sin Devil form fully awakened, and his voice echoed like thunder. If this is your judgment, then let me show you why gods should fear mortals. With a single leap, Dave propelled himself upward, directly into the path of the energy beam. The clash of forces lit up the battlefield, the dark sky now illuminated by a blinding light. He drew the devil sword Dante, the blade shimmering with an eerie crimson glow. In the middle of the blade, a pulsating core of chaotic energy radiated menace. Holding it aloft, Dave faced the incoming beam head-on, the air around him crackling with tension. Devil Buster, he roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. From the blade erupted a thick, blinding red beam of energy. The crimson blast surged forth, colliding mid-air with the bluish-white beam from the machine. The clash was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves rippling outward and shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The sky lit up in a spectacular display of power, red and white energy spiraling around each other as they vied for dominance. The force of the collision was overwhelming, creating a massive explosion of light and sound. Soldiers on both sides shielded their eyes, some falling to their knees from the sheer pressure. The battlefield was bathed in alternating hues of crimson and pale blue, the air thick with the hum of clashing energy. Tony Stark's jaw dropped as his sensors went haywire. This isn't just an attack. It's like two nukes has collided with each other, he muttered, scrambling to recalibrate his tech to stabilize the environment. Enel grinned from the sidelines, his arms crossed. That's our captain, he said, electricity crackling around him as if in response to the overwhelming display of power. Can he really withstand that? One of the Neo-Marines murmured, eyes wide in disbelief. As the beams clashed, Dave pushed harder, his devil sword Dante glowing brighter, the core pulsing like a heart. He smirked, his voice cutting through the cacophony. Is this all you've got? He taunted, pouring even more of his immense energy into his attack. The crimson beam flared, beginning to push the bluish-white energy back toward the machine. Im, watching from a distance, narrowed her eyes. Her lips curved into a small, almost imperceptible smirk as she whispered to herself, interesting. Im's gaze remained cold and calculating as she pressed another button on the throne's control panel. The bluish energy surged, doubling in intensity. The machine's beam now crackled with ferocity, the sheer force causing the ground beneath it to quake and split. Dave felt the increased power in the attack immediately. The force bore down on him like a tidal wave, pushing his Devil Buster beam back slightly. His expression remained calm, though his grip on the devil sword Dante tightened. Is that all you've got, Im? Dave muttered, his voice dripping with challenge. He planted his feet firmly, the ground cracking beneath him as he drew on more of his immense strength. His aura flared, a whirlwind of crimson energy swirled around him, dark and imposing. The devil sword pulsed, responding to its master's will as Dave channeled even greater power into his attack. Let's see how far this machine of yours can go. Dave growled, pouring everything into his devil buster beam. The red energy surged forward once more, meeting the enhanced bluish-white beam head-on. The collision was even more catastrophic, creating a massive shockwave that rippled across the battlefield. Soldiers from both sides were thrown off their feet, struggling to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Tony Stark's armor beeped incessantly with warnings of energy spikes. Chapter 102, The End of World Government v. Meanwhile, Im's smirk widened ever so slightly. You think you can outmatch me, mortal? Let's see how far you're willing to go, she murmured, pressing yet another button. The machine unleashed an even stronger surge of energy, the bluish beam swelling to monstrous proportions. It roared as it barreled toward Dave, threatening to swallow his crimson beam entirely. But Dave refused to yield. If you think this is enough to stop me. He snarled, his aura growing darker and fiercer. Flames of black and red energy erupted around him, intertwining with his devil sword. Then you don't know who you're dealing with. With a deafening roar, Dave unleashed the full force of his Sin Devil form. The ground beneath him shattered entirely, and the red beam intensified, growing larger and more destructive. The two beams clashed again, now creating a vortex of spiraling energy that stretched high into the heavens. The vortex collapsed with an earth-shaking implosion, its energy dispersing into the atmosphere like a storm of crimson and blue. The resulting shockwave sent debris and dust cascading into the sky, scattering remnants of the machine that had ascended high above the clouds. A piercing red beam streaked upward, tearing through the machinery's core with precision, leaving it as nothing more than a smoldering husk plummeting to the ground. Im rose from the rubble with an eerie calmness, brushing off the falling debris as though it were mere dust. She fixed her gaze on Dave, whose crimson aura burned like an inferno, his form still emanating the overwhelming power of his Sin Devil form. Dave stood unflinching, gesturing with his sword in hand. Come then, he said, his voice carrying both challenge and anticipation. Im's lips curled into a sinister smile. Shadows coiled around her like living entities, condensing into a thick, impenetrable darkness. So, you've figured it out, she said, her voice laced with malice. The dark devil fruit. My power is limitless within the void of darkness itself. The black void enveloped her entirely as her form transformed. When she emerged, her body radiated an abyssal aura, her once cold gaze now replaced with predatory intent. Large, obsidian wings unfurled from her back, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield, and her hands transformed into razor-sharp claws, dripping with liquid darkness. Dave observed her transformation, his expression unchanging. A smirk played on his lips. So, this is your ace, he mused. You wield the dark devil fruit. Interesting. Im hovered above the ground, her wings flapping silently as she pointed a clawed finger at Dave. Do you know what they call me in hushed whispers, she asked, her voice dripping with venom. Dave tilted his head slightly, his grin widening. Enlighten me, he replied, his crimson aura flaring. They call me the Queen of Shadows, Im declared. Darkness surged around her, forming a black halo above her head as she prepared her attack. And do you know what they call me? Dave countered, his voice sharp and clear, echoing across the battlefield. His wings spread wide, crackling with crimson and black lightning. The Demon Slayer. With those words, Im lunged at him, a blur of darkness and fury. Her claws glistened with the dark essence, slicing through the air as she aimed for his heart. Dave met her head-on, his devil sword Dante glowing fiercely as he parried her strike with ease. The clash sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Im's claws scraped against the blade, sparks flying as their powers collided. She spun midair, summoning tendrils of darkness that lashed toward Dave like whips. Dave leaped back, slashing through the tendrils with precision. Is that all you've got? He taunted, his voice filled with both amusement and challenge. Im snarled, her eyes glowing with an unholy light. She raised her hand, summoning an enormous scythe made entirely of concentrated dark energy. With a swing, she sent a wave of destruction hurtling toward Dave. But Dave didn't flinch. Raising his sword high, he channeled his power into a devastating counterattack. Let's see if the Queen of Shadows can withstand this. With a single swing, he unleashed a torrent of red energy, colliding with the wave of darkness. The battlefield erupted in chaos as the two forces clashed, creating a spectacle of light and shadow that could be seen for miles. The battlefield turned into a maelstrom of power. Darkness and crimson energy collided repeatedly, creating shockwaves that rippled across the shattered landscape. Each strike of Dave's devil sword Dante met Im's scythe of shadows with a thunderous boom, shaking the earth and sky alike. Im, wielding her scythe like an extension of her body, moved with inhuman speed. She danced through the chaos, her strikes precise and relentless, forcing Dave to stay on the defensive. Her dark tendrils reached out like serpents, aiming to ensnare him, but his sword cut through them as if they were nothing more than shadows. "You aren't the first one who thought of defeating me, Demon Slayer." Im hissed, her voice reverberating unnaturally as though amplified by the void itself. "I've ruled this world for centuries. You're nothing but a passing storm." Dave smirked, sidestepping another scythe slash. His wings flared, propelling him upward in an explosion of speed. "A storm," he echoed mockingly, his voice carrying across the battlefield. "You've miscalculated. I'm the reckoning this world has been waiting for." Hovering above, he raised Dante high, its red core glowing brighter, pulsating like a heartbeat. The blade seemed to drink in the energy around it, growing more unstable and fierce with every second. Im didn't hesitate. She extended her hands, summoning a sphere of pure darkness that began to condense and grow in size. The air around her warped, as though reality itself bent under the weight of her power. "Let's see if your arrogance can survive this," she sneered, launching the sphere toward him. "Let's find out," Dave responded calmly. With a swing of his sword, he unleashed his counter, a massive, spiraling beam of crimson energy. The two attacks collided midair, creating a blinding explosion of light and shadow. The blast engulfed the battlefield, forcing even the most hardened warriors on both sides to shield their eyes. The ground quaked, splitting open as the clash of energies created fissures that stretched far and wide. Chapter 103, Killing Him. The blast engulfed the battlefield, forcing even the most hardened warriors on both sides to shield their eyes. The ground quaked, splitting open as the clash of energies created fissures that stretched far and wide. As the dust settled, both combatants stood amidst the destruction, unscathed but breathing heavily. Im's expression darkened further. "You forced me to go all out," she admitted, her voice tinged with both anger and admiration. She raised her arms, and the very shadows around her began to merge with her form, creating an avatar of darkness, a colossal figure with glowing crimson eyes and wings that blocked out the sun. Dave's smirk didn't waver. His own aura surged, and his Sin Devil form evolved further. His wings expanded, his horns grew sharper, and his eyes glowed with a fiery intensity. The energy radiating from him was enough to make even seasoned warriors tremble. "And you can't even force me to use my full powers," he said as he gazed at her. Even now he is using nothing more than 20% of his full power, as for entering his Sin Devil form it was just to use his demonic energy more easily. The two titans clashed once more, their powers shaking the heavens and earth. Every strike sent shockwaves that carved deep scars into the land. This wasn't just a battle, it was a war between gods, a fight that would decide the fate of the world itself. Far below, the Neo-Marines, Whitebeard pirates, and remnants of the world government forces could only watch in awe and terror. This wasn't a fight they could interfere with, it was beyond anything they'd ever imagined. "Whoever wins," murmured Akiji, his breath visible in the cold air, "there won't be anyone like them ever in this world." Tony Stark, standing beside him, adjusted his tech glasses, his expression grim. "That's the point," he muttered. Dave's power is really great, so is the one he is facing. The clash between Dave and him escalated to apocalyptic levels. Each swing of their weapons tore apart the sky, sending shockwaves rippling through the entire battlefield. The towering figure of Im's dark avatar loomed over everything, its massive wings spreading shadows that blanketed the ground below. Dave, in his fully evolved Sin Devil form, radiated a fiery crimson aura that burned through the encroaching darkness. His wings flapped once, and the force alone sent debris and shattered rocks flying outward. His devil sword Dante pulsated with chaotic energy, a beacon of defiance against Im's overwhelming presence. "You've ruled for centuries, hidden in the shadows," Dave growled, his voice resonating with unshakable determination. "But no more. Today, the chains you've placed on this world will be broken." Im's lips curled into a sinister smile. "And what will replace them? Chaos. Destruction. You're nothing but a pretender, a child playing with powers he can barely control." Im launched her next attack, her avatar's massive scythe slashing downward with the force of a meteor. Dave braced himself, gripping Dante tightly as he raised it to intercept the strike. The collision of their weapons created an explosion of light and darkness that swallowed everything around them. From the swirling chaos emerged Dave, unyielding. With a single, defiant roar, he channeled all his power into a devastating counterattack. His sword glowed brighter than ever, its energy tearing through Im's scythe and shattering her dark avatar into countless fragments. Im was thrown backward, crashing into the ruins of Mariejois. For the first time, she looked vulnerable. Dave descended slowly, his wings folding behind him as he approached her. "You're finished," he said coldly, pointing his blade at her. Im struggled to her feet, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. "You think you've won," she rasped, her voice still laced with venom. "This world, it doesn't deserve freedom. It needs order, and only I can provide it." Dave shook his head, his expression unreadable. "Order? You mean oppression? You've twisted this world to suit your own desires, using fear to keep everyone in line. That ends now." Im's eyes burned with hatred as she gathered the last of her power. "If I go down, I'll take you with me," she screamed, unleashing a final, desperate attack. A torrent of dark energy erupted from her, aimed directly at Dave. But Dave didn't flinch. Raising his sword, he unleashed a slash so powerful it cleaved through the darkness, cutting Im's attack in half and striking her directly. Im let out a final, piercing scream as her body disintegrated into nothingness. The skies cleared, and the oppressive darkness that had loomed over the battlefield began to dissipate. Silence fell across Mariejois. Dave stood amidst the ruins, his form returning to normal as the glow of his sin devil form faded. He glanced at the remnants of Im's throne and the shattered structures around him, then turned to face the stunned onlookers. "The war is over," he declared, his voice echoing with finality. "The celestial dragons, the world government, they're finished." Cheers erupted from the Neo-Marines and Whitebeard pirates. The remnants of the world government forces either fled or surrendered, their spirits broken. Tony Stark, Akiji, and Zephyr approached Dave. "Impressive," Tony said, giving a thumbs up. "But now comes the hard part, building something better." "That's what the Neo-Marines are for," Dave shrugged, to which Tony nodded. "So, are we returning?" Tony asked. "Yep. We've done what we could here," Dave replied as Tony nodded again. "I'll miss this place," Tony said, smiling faintly. Dave chuckled. "Then we can spend some leisure time here for a few months before returning," he suggested. "Great. I do need a break," Tony said, walking away with a lighter mood. Zephyr approached Dave next. "I'm glad you're with us," he said sincerely, looking at Dave. Dave chuckled softly. "I'm not really with you. I was just a passerby who wanted to help this world," he said, shrugging. Zephyr nodded in understanding. "Thank you." Akiji, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment. "Thank you," he said simply before leaving with Zephyr. Dave stretched and glanced around. "I should relax too," he thought. The Neo-Marines were busy taking the remnants of the world government forces into custody, while the 5 elders lay lifeless, casualties of the fierce battle. Chapter 104, Returning to Marvel. Dave didn't take part in rebuilding the New World Order. Instead, he quietly returned to Amazon Lily, where he spent his time with his girlfriends and also his new girlfriend, Boa Hancock, the Empress of the Kuja and the ever-devoted ruler of Snake Island. While there, Dave discovered a way to cure Boa Hancock's lovesickness, though she still ended up loving him deeply. Realizing her unwavering devotion, Dave decided to use some of his template points to bring her with him to his own world, the Marvel Universe. Over the next year, Dave spent his days enjoying life with Hancock and others, taking a break from battles and world-shaping events. During that year, significant changes unfolded in the One Piece world. With the world government restructured, the system of celestial dragons ruling as heavenly gods was abolished. In its place was a fairer taxation system that allowed countries to pay manageable taxes without facing bankruptcy. A new profession also emerged, adventurers. Inspired by the Hunter program from the Hunter x Hunter world, Dave introduced the idea of an adventurer system. This new system required licensing, offering individuals the chance to explore the seas as sanctioned adventurers rather than pirates. This change brought structure and opportunity, making the seas safer and more dynamic. Thanks to Dave's influence, the world transformed into a place where freedom and fairness coexisted, while he enjoyed in the embrace of his girlfriends. As the system in the One Piece world ran smoothly, Dave and Boa Hancock prepared to return to the Marvel Universe. Hancock bid farewell to her people, entrusting the Kuja tribe to the newly appointed Empress, whom Dave had personally trained and empowered to a level rivaling the 4 emperors. With her newfound strength, the new Empress was more than capable of protecting her people against any threat. Aboard their ship, the group sat in a round formation, ready to discuss their departure. Dave glanced at everyone. Tony, Pepper, and Rhodes sat together. His girlfriends, Emma, Diana, Trish, and Hancock, were seated across from them. "You guys ready to head back?" Dave asked. They nodded in unison. "Think it over. If there's anything left undone here, speak now because we're not returning anytime soon," he said firmly. "We've done all we could here," Pepper said with a smile, and the others nodded in agreement. "All right, then," Dave said, standing. Over time, Dave had reached 100% synchronization with his Whitebeard template. This granted him not only Whitebeard's peak strength but also a profound understanding of the Tremor fruit. What was once thought of as simply a quake fruit turned out to be a molecular manipulation fruit. Whitebeard had unknowingly used its powers by instinctively vibrating molecular frequencies, creating devastating quakes. While powerful, this approach had limitations. It was highly destructive and even caused self-inflicted damage due to the lack of precise control. Dave, however, mastered the fruit at a deeper level, controlling matter at a molecular scale. He discovered he could manipulate molecular frequencies with surgical precision, amplifying or dampening vibrations to either create devastating shockwaves or restore stability. This mastery allowed him to use the fruit's abilities creatively and with minimal collateral damage. Whitebeard only scratched the surface of this fruit's potential, Dave thought to himself. But now, it's another tool in my arsenal. With everyone ready, Dave closed his eyes and mentally connected to his system. Say, the system he had personally named, responded with a nod of acknowledgement. In an instant, a brilliant light engulfed the entire group, and they vanished from the ship without a trace. Moments after their departure, an illusionary figure appeared on the now empty ship. The figure had a faint, ethereal glow and seemed to watch over the vessel with a calm, almost solemn expression. As if understanding its purpose had been fulfilled, the ship began to move on its own, gliding through the waters with an eerie grace. It sailed toward a massive whirlpool that seemed to beckon it home. Without resistance, the ship allowed itself to be pulled into the whirlpool. As it descended, it disassembled plank by plank, mast by mast, and was consumed by the depths. The sea seemed to accept it as a mother welcoming her child, letting the ship return to eternal rest within her embrace. The ship, which had carried Dave and his companions on their journey, now found peace, becoming one with the ocean it had traversed for so long. Not knowing that there was another silent partner who had been sailing alongside them, Dave and his group returned to the Marvel world. As they arrived in New York City, the night skyline stretched out before them, its vibrant lights reflecting off the towering skyscrapers. Standing by the window of their high-rise, Boa Hancock gazed at the sight in awe. "What is this?" she murmured, her voice tinged with wonder. Dave chuckled softly, stepping closer to her and wrapping an arm around her waist. He leaned in slightly, his voice warm and welcoming. "Welcome to Marvel," he said with a smile. Hancock nodded, her eyes still fixed on the mesmerizing view. The others began to gather around Dave as Diana stretched and sighed. "It's good to be back," she said with relief. Pepper, standing beside Tony, nodded in agreement. "Though now we're back to work," she added with a small chuckle. "I suppose we can think of this world-traveling adventure as a new kind of vacation, one that's truly out of this world." Tony smirked and clapped Dave on the shoulder. "Next time you get any of this devil contract magic stuff, call me first," he said. Then, with a mock salute, he scooped Pepper and Princess Carrie and then wearing his turbo suit he flew off to his home. Rhodes stepped forward, handing Dave a pair of glowing gauntlets. "Your gauntlets," he said, passing the Ifrit gauntlets back to their owner. Dave took them, nodding in appreciation. Rhodes grinned. "Don't mention it. You're not the only one with some new tricks now." He tapped his chest proudly. Dave raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh. Yep. I got myself a mythical Zoan devil fruit while we were in that world," Rhodes said, his voice brimming with excitement. "They call it the Black Divine Tortoise Fruit. Lets me transform into a giant tortoise with control over water and decay powers. Pretty powerful, huh?" "It's great actually," he said as Rhodes nodded and began to leave too. Chapter 105, Return to Marvel. Soon, Rhodes also left, leaving Dave alone with his girlfriends. As he glanced at the four women, he chuckled to himself. "It's like I'm collecting Pokemon," he thought, amused. His chuckle didn't go unnoticed. Diana narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "He's definitely thinking something perverted," she remarked, and the others nodded in agreement, except for Hancock. "I will aid him in any of his perverted fantasies," Hancock declared confidently, causing Trish, Emma, and Diana to facepalm in unison. Dave shook his head, amused. "Why don't you ladies take Hancock with you and help her get accustomed to this place?" Diana's eyes lit up. "Girls' night, huh?" "Let's do it," she said, pumping her fist enthusiastically. The others nodded in agreement, though Emma had to step in and grab Hancock, who had been attempting to sneak back toward Dave. "Come on, Boa," Emma said with a smirk. "You'll have plenty of time with him later." With that, the group of women left, leaving Dave to his thoughts. As the door clicked shut, he chuckled softly. "There's something else," he muttered to himself. Then, tilting his head slightly, he added, "Aren't they?" A ripple in the air caught his attention, as though the very fabric of space was distorting. From the shimmering disturbance, a figure emerged, stepping through as if walking from a mirror. "You were able to sense me?" the Ancient One asked, lowering her hood to reveal her calm, wise expression. "It wasn't easy," Dave admitted, gesturing toward a nearby chair. "So, to what do I owe the honor of a visit from the Sorcerer Supreme?" The Ancient One regarded him with curiosity. You know about me," she mused before taking the seat. "Not much," Dave replied with a shrug. "I just guessed, considering the powerful presence you radiate." She smiled faintly. "I sensed a demonic energy earlier, strong but fleeting. It's as though it no longer exists." "That's why I came," she explained, her sharp gaze locking onto him. "Demonic energy?" Dave echoed, frowning slightly. He hadn't considered demons as a common occurrence in the Marvel Universe, save for entities like Dormammu. "There are demons here too." The Ancient One nodded. "There is a demon realm, and naturally, demons exist within it. Some are weaker, mere pests, but others are demon lords with vast power and influence. They rarely interfere directly with this realm, but... Dave nodded, processing her words. I see. Maybe I should visit that realm someday, he mused, though inwardly he knew his knowledge about Marvel's mystical side was limited. I did use demonic power, briefly, Dave admitted. But I have another ability that allows me to suppress it. He said while inwardly adding, I can control which powers I manifest, like the Dante or Whitebeard templates, or even combine them. The Ancient One studied him for a moment before standing. I can see that. I've been observing you for some time, and while you are not a threat, you must exercise caution. Excessive use of demonic power can draw the attention of demon lords. They might attempt to connect with your powers to invade this realm. Dave nodded solemnly. I'll do my best to minimize its use. Satisfied, the Ancient One handed him a piece of parchment. Here is the address to Camartage. Should you wish to expand your understanding of mystic knowledge, you're welcome to visit. With that, she created a glowing portal and stepped through, disappearing from sight. Dave stared at the space where she had vanished, his mind swirling with thoughts. I really need to learn how to do that, he muttered, examining the parchment she left behind. I guess my next destination is Camartage, he said to himself. Feeling the weight of the day, he walked to his bed, flopped onto it, and soon drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, Dave woke up to the sight of his 4 girlfriends peacefully sleeping beside him. Careful not to disturb them, he slipped out of bed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. As he gazed into the mirror, a thought crossed his mind. Should I take them with me, he murmured to himself, shaking his head after a moment of consideration. Unlike the One Piece world, time wouldn't stop here. Except for Trish and Boa Hancock, the others had responsibilities in this world, including himself. Though Diana and Emma could probably handle my work without me, he mused with a small smirk. Still, he decided it would be best to take only Boa Hancock. It would give her a chance to acclimate to this world's customs and allow the others to continue managing their respective duties. All right, that's settled, he muttered, finishing his morning routine. When he stepped out of the bathroom, his thoughts were interrupted by 4 pairs of predatory eyes fixed on him. Before he could say a word, the women pounced, pinning him down. You slept through the night, so we didn't get to have any fun, they teased. Dave chuckled nervously, giving each of them a quick kiss and promising to make it up to them that night. His charm managed to placate them, for now. After another quick cleanup, Dave got dressed, as did his girlfriends. They gathered in the living room, ready to see him off. You're only taking Boa with you? Diana asked, pouting playfully. Dave smirked and gave her a light chop on the head. Ow. That hurt. Diana whined, rubbing her head while glaring at him. If you come with me, who will take care of the company? Dave asked, his tone teasing but firm. Diana puffed her cheeks in protest but had no response. Internally, her mind was already racing. I need to find a secretary to handle things so I can go with him next time. Emma patted Diana's shoulder with a knowing look. Don't worry. You'll get your turn, she said with a chuckle. Trish leaned back on the couch, smirking. Have fun babysitting Hancock, Dave. She's going to be wide-eyed at everything. Boa Hancock, standing proudly beside Dave, shot a glare at Trish. I do not need babysitting. Dave sighed and shook his head with a smile. All right, everyone, I'll be back soon. Try not to burn the place down while I'm gone. With that, he and Hancock left the apartment, ready to head toward Camartage. Chapter 106, Camartage. As Dave and Boa Hancock exited the apartment, the crisp morning air greeted them. Hancock, dressed elegantly but still maintaining a regal aura, glanced around curiously. Her eyes were drawn to the towering skyscrapers and the bustling streets below. Dave called the car as he waited with Boa. Her high height caused many to turn their heads around, not to mention the charm of her devil fruit still working here, causing Dave to envelop her in his aura to diminish her charm lest someone irked her and she turn him into a stone statue. Though he too have to say, she looks absolutely stunning in modern Western clothes she is wearing. Boa Hancock, despite her regal presence and the commanding aura she carried from her time as Empress, managed to make even the simplest garments look extraordinary. Dressed in a pristine white 3-piece suit, she exuded elegance and sophistication unlike anything the streets of New York had likely seen before. The suit fit her perfectly, tailored to accentuate her statuesque figure. The blazer was sleek and fitted, with sharp lapels and a single button at the waist, highlighting her hourglass shape. Underneath, a crisp white dress shirt with a subtle shimmer added a touch of softness to the ensemble, the top button left undone, giving her an air of effortless charm. Her vest was snug and neatly buttoned, its design subtly emphasizing her poised and composed demeanor. The trousers were tailored and tapered, elongating her already long legs, the fabric flowing smoothly with each graceful step. She completed the look with white heels that added a hint of height, their minimalist design letting the suit take center stage. Her signature long, raven black hair cascaded down her back, contrasting starkly with the immaculate white of her outfit, while her striking violet eyes gleamed with curiosity and determination. The faintest hint of a confident smirk played on her lips, as if daring anyone to challenge her presence in this strange new world. Even calmly standing, Boa Hancock seemed like a vision from a different realm entirely, radiating power, beauty, and an undeniable allure that made her unforgettable. "This world, it's unlike anything I've ever seen," she murmured, her awe evident. Dave chuckled and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "You'll get used to it. Just remember, here, people aren't bowing down to Empress Boa Hancock. They're just living their lives." Hancock gave him a small pout but nodded. "I'll adjust," she said, though her confidence in herself as a former empress radiated through her voice. As they walked toward their vehicle, Tony's voice suddenly came through a small earpiece Dave wore. "Morning, world traveler. Where are you headed today?" Tony's playful tone was unmistakable. "Camartage," Dave replied as he opened the car door for Hancock. She stepped in gracefully, her posture straight and regal, as if she were still being carried on a palanquin. "Camartage. What's this place?" Tony asked. Dave rolled his eyes. "More like what are you doing in my car, he asked back as Tony replied. "I was upgrading your cars at your order. Remember you wanted turbo tech in them too," he replied helplessly as Dave nodded. "Anyway, this car is ready to roll, and it can fly too," he said as Dave nodded. "Noted," Dave said, ending the call with a smirk. Hancock tilted her head, watching him curiously. "Who were you speaking to?" "Tony Stark." "The tech guy," Dave explained. "Technology." Hancock said the word slowly, as if tasting it. "This world truly is strange. Here people rely on machines rather than themselves." Dave smiled and started the car. "You'll get the hang of it." The journey to the airport, where his private jet stood, was relatively quiet. Hancock spent most of the ride staring out the window, her expression shifting between awe and contemplation. Dave occasionally glanced her way, amused by her reactions. Soon, they reached the airport, where the pilot was already ready with the private jet, just waiting for them to board. As they boarded, Boa Hancock was once again impressed. "You guys really have all kinds of transportation," she said, to which Dave nodded. Then, suddenly, he pulled her by the waist and kissed her lips, leaving Hancock stunned. Breaking the kiss a moment later, he looked at her flushed face and whispered in her ear like a devil, "We've got plenty of time." "Why don't I make it up to you right now?" he said, causing Boa Hancock's body to shiver as she nodded meekly. Dave smiled as he kissed her again, causing the air hostess to close the door. "I want to be there too," the hostess said as she saw Dave's weapon. "Yeah, me too," another one nodded, but they just calmly sat down. Dave gently cupped Boa Hancock's face, his fingers tracing her jawline as he leaned in for another kiss, this one softer and slower. Hancock's breath hitched as their lips met again, the kiss deepening as the tension between them built. Her hands hesitated at first, but then, with a quiet sigh, she placed them around his neck, pulling him closer, matching his intensity. The jet's hum seemed distant as the world around them faded, leaving only the two of them. Dave pulled back slightly, his forehead resting against hers as he spoke in a low, teasing tone, "You're not escaping that easily, are you?" Hancock's heart raced as she met his gaze, her voice barely a whisper, "I wouldn't dream of it." With a smile, Dave leaned in once more, this time capturing her lips in a more passionate kiss, his hands roaming gently over her back, feeling the warmth of her body. Boa Hancock responded eagerly, her lips parting as she gave herself over to the moment, their kisses growing more intense. For a while, there was only the sound of their breathing, and sounds of passion echoing in the room, causing the air hostesses to blush heavily as they sat outside the room. Chapter 107, Camartage 2. Finally, they arrived at the unassuming gateway to Camartage. Dave stepped out first and extended a hand to Hancock. She hesitated for a moment, looking at the seemingly ordinary entrance before taking his hand. "This is it?" she asked skeptically. Dave smirked. "Don't judge a book by its cover." As they entered, a hooded figure stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome to Camartage," the figure said, bowing slightly. Dave returned the gesture. "I'm here to learn. The Ancient One invited me." The figure nodded and gestured for them to follow. Hancock stayed close to Dave, her posture tense as she walked. It's all his fault, she thought as her lower region ached with every step. As they walked through the halls, the ambient energy of the place became palpable. Hancock paused, looking around as if she could sense the power radiating from the walls. "This place, it's alive," she whispered. "Not alive, but full of magic, making it seem like it," a familiar voice corrected. Dave and Hancock turned to see the Ancient One herself standing at the end of the corridor, her face adorned with a smile as she looked at them. "Welcome back, Dave. And I see you've brought a guest," she said, her gaze settling on Hancock. "She's here to learn too," Dave explained, stepping forward. "I'm here to learn too, like you offered." The Ancient One smiled faintly. "Very well. Let us begin." The knowledge at Camartage is for everyone, but some knowledge is too profound for you to understand until you're ready, she said as she passed them 2 rings. These are called slings, she continued. Some spells are so powerful that they need a medium to be used. This sling will allow you to cast highly used spells like the Eldritch Gate and give you access to the mirror dimension, she explained as Dave nodded, while Hancock inspected the ring. Now, that is your first test, she said, leading them further. You just need to visualize the place you want to be, and while wearing the ring, make a circular motion with your hands. The ring will automatically channel the magic, and you both need to focus on the magic meditation as the spell works, she explained. Begin, she said, as Dave looked ahead, lifting his hand. He closed his eyes and began to move his hand. In just one go, he created a gate back to his room. That was easy, Dave said, smiling. Your talent in magical arts is really great, the Ancient One said, directing her gaze to Hancock. I can sense that the destination you're imagining is too vast. You won't be able to conjure the gate like this, the Ancient One said as Dave looked at her, his mind racing. It seems she's trying to make a portal to the One Piece world, he thought. Boa Hancock nodded as she took a deep breath and moved her hands. This time, there was a spark before it vanished. That was good for a first try, the Ancient One said, encouraging her to continue. Master Wong, she called. Wong appeared, and Dave looked at him. It was the same heavy-set man as in the movie. Take him to the library and teach him, the Ancient One instructed, and Wong nodded. Your talent is great, it doesn't need supervision. You can learn on your own, she said to Dave, then continued, but she will need supervision, pointing at Boa Hancock. Dave nodded again. Please take care of her, he said, as he handed over his trust. I will, she replied. Hello, he greeted Wong, who nodded back and said, looks like you're under me from now on. Dave smiled. Seems like it, he said as Wong laughed. It's good, as long as you're not under that guy, Wong said, nodding towards another teacher who was disciplining his students rather harshly. His methods are too extreme, he added. Dave nodded in agreement, as the spar looked more like an one-sided beating. Soon, they arrived at the library, just as described in the movie, a massive space filled with rows of shelves and countless books. At the back, there was another shelf with books chained to it. Seeing Dave eyeing the chained books, Wong spoke. Only those who are truly ready can see these books, as they contain knowledge so powerful that it can corrupt an untrained mind, he said. Dave nodded, understanding the weight of the warning. I saw you creating the Eldritch Gate easily. Why not try another spell? Wong asked, handing him a book. Dave took it and opened it to reveal a spell titled Sword of Vishanti. Ah. This seems powerful, Dave remarked. Wong nodded. It is powerful, but less complex than the Eldritch Gate. Dave studied the spell carefully. After a moment, he closed the book, chanted the incantation, and focused on the sword. To his surprise, a sword materialized in his hand. Unlike the glowing, ethereal quality of the Eldritch Gate, this sword had a reddish-black aura that pulsed ominously. It's similar in shape, but much more destructive, Wong noted as he observed the sword. Dave nodded thoughtfully, wondering if his demonic energy had somehow fused with the spell's power, adding an unpredictable element to its strength. I am pretty sure Ancient One told you this, but you are damn talented, where were you up until now? Wong asked seeing the sword as Dave just smiled. He waved the sword as I compared it with his devil sword Dante. It seems more powerful than it, he thought as he saw the sword slicing through the air easily, though his eyes also saw it slicing through the magic present in air, something devil sword Dante can't do. It's like it has anti-magic property, he mumbled as he was reminded of his third template. It arrived the moment he reached 100% in Whitebeard template after slaughtering celestial dragons. It wasn't template he never thought he would get, and it's from the overgeared world, but the mission is not for this world but in another world, and the another world is Supreme Magus. Chapter 108, Third Template. Congratulations on reaching 100% of Whitebeard template. Next template is available now. Randomly drawing a template. Congratulations host on obtaining the Mumud template, Overgird world. Mumud. As a disciple of the legendary great magician Braham, Mumud excelled as a genius. But genius was short-lived. His heart had been weak since he was born and he had to die before he turned 30. He didn't reveal his illness to anyone and devoted himself to researching and creating a magic system that anyone could easily use. It was his achievement as a magician. This allowed Mumud to feel satisfied with his life. It might be a short life, but he was happy and felt fulfilled at contributing to the development of the world. He could humbly accept death. But it was only for a moment. His achievement was taken away by his master Braham, causing him great shock. Mumud burned with anger and vowed to get revenge on Braham. He would create a new magic formula that transcended Braham, leading him to Siren to obtain a powerful orb. However, he didn't carry out his revenge. His life was too short. He would rather spend it on happiness instead of revenge. He fell in love with a water-clan woman he met in Siren and happily closed his eyes. Though he happily closed his eyes, his regret remained. His infinite potential as an mage was not fully used by him, even his own achievement was stolen. Quest: have Mumud talent and then become famous in Supreme Magus World. Mumud template will now be fixed on 5% until host goes to Supreme Magus World. Effect: infinite mage potential. After arriving in Supreme Magus World, host will be rewarded with another S-rank gacha as a reward from reaching 100% in Whitebeard Temple in just few days after unlocking it. This was where his powerful magic talent came from, but Dave was not heading to the Magus World just yet. Having just returned from the One Piece world, he planned to go there after the New York War. Thor would arrive in just a few months, and his arrival would drive Fury insane, pushing him to activate the alien tech project to harness energy from the Tesseract and create weapons to deal with alien threats. However, during the process, a portal would open, causing Loki to arrive on Earth. This time, he came as Thanos' lackey, aiming to open a portal to bring Thanos to Earth. Fortunately, the Avengers were there to close the portal in time. Anyway, let's just study here for the time being, Dave thought, as he continued to study the spells at Camartage. He devoted his time to learning, until one day he suddenly sensed the collapse of a dimension at a particular location. Putting the book down, he mumbled, "It seems he is here." He stood up, leaving the library. After stretching, he created a portal back home. Arriving back, he changed his clothes, and as he was finishing, Diana entered. "You're back," she said. "Yeah, but I'm returning," he added. Diana raised an eyebrow. "Where?" "Have you heard about Thor?" he asked. Diana nodded. "Yes, the god of thunder, Thor, right," she replied, and Dave nodded in return. "Yes, I'm going to meet him," he said. Diana looked at him with interest. "I'm coming." "What's about the company?" he asked. Diana smirked. I have my own secretary now, she will take care of it in my absence," she said, pumping her chest with pride. Dave chuckled at her antics. She nodded in satisfaction. "Okay then, let's go," he said. Diana stepped up to him, holding out her sling ring. "Let me make it." "Where?" she asked. After Dave learned how to make the portal, they arrived at the location to study magic. Diana and the others began their lessons, with Emma showing the highest potential in this aspect, possibly due to her White Phoenix powers. Though Emma wasn't better than Dave in this field, she was the most powerful master among them, perhaps even among others, second only to the Ancient One. She's still learning, and maybe one day she might even surpass the Ancient One, Dave thought, remembering the words of the Ancient One herself. "We're going to New Mexico," Dave said. Diana nodded. "Is it about the Excalibur hammer there?" she asked, pointing ahead. "Excalibur hammer?" Dave asked, confused. Diana replied, "It's all over the internet," and showed him several videos of people attempting to lift a hammer, but none were successful. That's Mjolnir," Dave said, nodding. Diana's eyes widened. "No wonder. Thor's hammer. Why were they unable to lift it?" she asked. "Anyway, let's create a portal," Dave said, shaking his head. Diana nodded, focusing on creating the portal. She extended her hand, and soon, with a small spark, a fully formed portal was created. As the portal shimmered in front of them, Diana glanced at Dave. "Ready?" she asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Dave nodded confidently, stepping toward the portal. "Let's see what all the fuss is about," Dave said with a smile, as they both stepped through. On the other side, they arrived in a vast, open desert landscape. The wind was gentle, and the sky above was clear, but there was a palpable sense of energy in the air. In the distance, a group of people had gathered near a large crater. At the center of it, there was a hammer, and a man was attempting to lift it but was unsuccessful. "Let's go and try too," Diana said, her eyes gleaming with interest. Dave shook his head. "We're late." He pointed at the row of black cars that were arriving, and stood aside, allowing the vehicles to pass by. But one car stopped right in front of him. "Mr. Garcia," Phil Coulson said as he stepped out of the car. Dave nodded back. "How are you?" Phil asked. "I'm fine. How about you?" Dave replied, giving a casual shrug. "On the way to work," Phil said with a wry smile. "Why are you here?" he asked, eyeing Dave curiously. "You know why I'm here," Dave said, his tone amused. Phil nodded. "For the Excalibur hammer, I guess." Dave nodded in return, his gaze still fixed on the hammer in the distance. "Exactly." Chapter 109, Meeting Thor. Phil looked at Dave's face as he pointed at the hammer. "Something tells me you know exactly what it is," he said. Dave nodded. "Yeah, I know. The question is, why is he here?" Phil raised his eyebrows in confusion, while Fury's voice came through his communicator. "Ask him who he is." "Who is he you're referring to?" Phil asked. Dave glanced at him and smirked. Tell Fury it's Thor, the god of thunder from myth. Only, he's not just a myth, he exists. With that, Dave flew toward the hammer, Diana following closely behind. Did he just say God? Phil asked aloud, looking around. God of thunder, sir, an agent confirmed. Phil nodded, still processing the information. Let's go, he said as he got back into his car. Unlike Dave, who could fly, and Diana, who vanished and reappeared some distance ahead, shave, a skill reminiscent of Navy Six styles, from One Piece, Phil had no choice but to follow in his car. Soon, they reached the crater. Dave stood near the hammer, staring at it. There is no one here as other agents while Phil was talking with him, evacuated this place. He resisted the urge to grab the hammer and try to lift it, knowing he wouldn't be able to. After all, he didn't possess the selfless desire to sacrifice himself for others. The only things he cared about were himself and his people. But, he thought, glancing at Diana. He wondered if the brainless devotion she had to him might somehow make her worthy enough to lift it. But then again, her devotion was more about killing others for his sake, so no, she wouldn't qualify either. His attention shifted to the hammer itself, focusing on the runes carved into it. The language of Asgardian magic, he mused as he began memorizing them. While he couldn't understand Asgardian magic yet, at least he could copy the symbols for later study. As Dave observed the intricate runes on Mjolnir, he felt a faint hum of energy emanating from it. The hammer was not just a weapon but also a symbol of power and worthiness, bound by Odin's magic. Diana stood beside him, her curiosity piqued. Are you going to try lifting it? Diana asked playfully, tilting her head. Dave smirked. No point. It's not about strength, it's about worthiness. And I know I don't meet the criteria. Diana nodded, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. Can I try? It might be fun. Dave raised an eyebrow. Go ahead, knock yourself out, he replied, stepping aside. Diana approached the hammer, her fingers brushing against its cold surface. She wrapped her hands around the handle and pulled with all her might. The hammer didn't budge. She pouted slightly, stepping back and shaking her hands dramatically. Not even a millimeter, she exclaimed. Yeah, figured as much, Dave said with a chuckle. He turned his attention back to Phil, who had finally caught up with them. Phil stood with a mix of awe and skepticism as he looked at the hammer. So, this Thor you mentioned. Are we expecting him to show up anytime soon? Dave nodded. He'll be here soon. The hammer's presence has already called to him. It's just a matter of time. As Phil relayed this information to Fury over the communicator, a sudden change in the atmosphere made everyone pause. The air grew heavy, and the wind picked up, carrying a faint sound like distant thunder. Dave smirked. Speak of the devil. But soon, the thunder subsided. Dave glanced around, his expression thoughtful. Thor might just be cursing Odin right now, he mused. What was that? Phil asked, looking at the machines that showed a sudden spike in energy readings before they flatlined. Thor was trying to summon his hammer, but for some reason, he failed, Dave replied while inwardly adding, of course, he failed. He's no longer worthy of it, at least not until he understands why he was banished in the first place. He failed. Phil repeated, furrowing his brows. So, does that mean he'll come here in person? Dave nodded. Yes, he'll come in person now, he said, his gaze still on the Asgardian runes. Phil looked intrigued. Do you know what he looks like? Dave shrugged. Tall guy with long blonde hair, like the myths. Trust me, his way of walking and talking will give him away. Just wait, some madman will surely show up trying to grab this hammer. Phil smirked and then asked, can you stay around and help us out? Dave nodded casually. I'll be here. I want to study this thing anyway. Great. We'll make accommodations. We'll set up your station, Phil said, walking away to organize things. After Phil left, Diana stepped closer, her gaze curious. Are those magic runes? She asked. Dave nodded. Yes, Asgardian magic. They're not Earth-based. Diana tilted her head thoughtfully. Do they match anything in the Camartage archives? Of course not, Dave replied with a chuckle. They're not from Earth, after all. Diana studied the hammer and runes for a few moments but eventually grew bored and wandered off, leaving Dave alone to focus. She went to explore the area, and a little while later, Phil approached her. What was that earlier? Phil asked, his expression curious. What was what? Diana replied, leaning back casually. You vanished from one spot and appeared in another, he said. Oh, that's called shave, Diana explained. It's a movement technique. By tapping the ground repeatedly with one foot, you create an air pressure burst. Using it, you can propel yourself forward at high speed. Phil's brows lifted in fascination. Can you demonstrate it in slow motion? Diana nodded and took her stance. She began tapping the ground repeatedly, generating the movement slowly so Phil could observe. Phil nodded appreciatively. Now show me the real thing, he said, pulling out his phone. Diana smirked, got into position, and executed the shave technique at full speed. Phil recorded her movements, marveling at the results. His phone's advanced recording feature captured even the smallest details, and he played back the footage with interest. Impressive, he muttered, watching the replay. Diana glanced at the screen and gave him a satisfied grin. Told you it's cool. Chapter 110, Meeting Thor 2. As Diana demonstrated the shave technique in real time, she moved with blinding speed, vanishing from one spot and reappearing several meters away in an instant. Phil's phone struggled to keep up, capturing only faint blurs of her movements. Phil whistled low. Impressive. So, it's really not magi or superpower, just a refined physical technique. Diana nodded, brushing her hair back. Exactly. It's all about control, precision, and timing. With enough practice, even someone without special powers could potentially learn it. Phil glanced at his phone again, playing back the video. This could give a significant edge in combat. I bet Fury will want a detailed report on this. Diana shrugged nonchalantly, watching as Phil muttered to himself about tech and training. She then excused herself to explore the area more, leaving Phil to his musings. Meanwhile, Dave remained by Mjolnir, studying the Asgardian runes etched onto its surface. He took out a small notebook and began sketching them meticulously. This language, it's similar to Old Norse but infused with energy patterns that seem to resonate with the hammer's enchantment, he thought, running his fingers just above the carvings without touching the hammer itself. He knew Odin's enchantment was still active, and he had no intention of triggering it unnecessarily. As he worked, Diana returned, holding a bottle of water. She handed it to him. You've been at this for hours. Don't forget to hydrate. Dave smirked, taking the bottle. Thanks. Did you find anything interesting? Not really, just a lot of agents looking busy and talking into earpieces. Oh, and Phil's still fascinated by my shave technique, she said, laughing softly. That guy's a walking curiosity. Dave chuckled. He's thorough, I'll give him that. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the crater. The crowd around Mjolnir had thinned, leaving only a few agents, Dave and Diana. Soon, the atmosphere shifted again, as the moon graced the scene with its gentle light. Diana glanced at Dave. It's already night. Let's rest, she said. Dave looked around, then nodded. Fine, he said, closing the magic research diary. They followed Phil back to the tent. Once inside, Dave laid on the bed, flipping through the notes he'd copied into his diary. You've gotten addicted to it, Diana said suddenly, leaning against the tent frame. Dave glanced at her. Have I? He asked. Diana nodded. You told me your power source grants you multiple powers and that each one activates at a different time. But now, I can see it more clearly. Every time a new power awakens, there's a noticeable shift in your personality. Like? Dave asked, raising a brow. Like the first time, Diana began, sitting on a nearby chair. You were unrestrained, doing whatever you wanted without a care. The second time, you became more mature, helping others and acting like some kind of protector. And now, you're behaving like a scholar or a scientist, obsessed with solving mysteries. Dave let her words sink in. System, is that true? He asked internally. The system responded promptly. It's normal. You're gaining their life's worth of memories, their passions, and their obsessions. While the system filters out most irrelevant traits, those obsessions and memories are the core of what makes a template. By inheriting their memories, you inevitably inherit fragments of their personalities as well. I see, Dave thought, nodding to himself. He closed the diary and turned to Diana. I'm sorry if I seem different. Would you like to go out for some Mexican food? He asked, a soft smile breaking his otherwise serious expression. Diana beamed. Of course, she said, her enthusiasm lighting up the tent. I'm going to get ready, in full Mexican style. With that, she rushed off to the washroom, leaving Dave chuckling as he reclined on the bed. Soon, Diana was ready, and they borrowed a shield car to leave the site. To Dave's surprise, the driver was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow herself. I didn't know I'd be getting a beautiful driver too, Dave said with a teasing smile. Natasha glanced back at him with a smirk. This beautiful flower has thorns, you know. Oh, I'd love to try them, then, Dave quipped back, earning a sharp jab to his arm from Diana. You already have 4 girlfriends, isn't that enough? Diana asked, crossing her arms as she gave him a pointed look. Dave shrugged nonchalantly. 4. I guess that leaves room for one more, he said with a cheeky grin. Natasha raised an eyebrow, catching the playful mood. So, I still have a chance then, she asked, her tone equally teasing. Diana glared at Natasha, her eyes narrowing in warning. Don't even think about it. Relax, Diana, Natasha said, chuckling. I was just joking. Besides, I'm not sure I'm into guys who come with so much baggage. Who are you calling a baggage? Diana said with anger as she shrugged. I am not the one who is yelling, she said as Diana also attacked her if not for Dave stopping her. Okay, I know teasing her is fun but don't do much, he said as Natasha shrugged. By the way, it seems you've learned to control them much better, Dave remarked, pointing at her bracelets. They were Agni and Rudra, the two devil-arm gauntlets he had given to S.H.I.E.L.D. When they were with him, their constant bickering had annoyed him so much that he stored them in his inventory most of the time, rarely using them. Eventually, he handed them over to S.H.I.E.L.D., partly to let them deal with the headache. But now, it seemed Natasha had made peace with the chatty artifacts. It was difficult at first, Natasha admitted, glancing at the bracelets. But now. She trailed off as her suit shimmered, transforming into a sleek, ancient armor-like design that resembled a king's battle attire. The bracelets shifted as well, morphing into twin swords that hovered beside her, ready for action. You can even change their forms, Dave said, impressed. Natasha shrugged modestly. I did a lot of research, and thanks to them, I've significantly improved my combat capabilities. I'm now the top agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. after Fury. Dave nodded in acknowledgement. Looks like they found the right wielder after all. Natasha smirked, her confidence clear. Of course they did. And if you're thinking about taking them back, you'll have to fight me for them. Dave laughed. No, they're all yours. They'd probably start arguing again the moment I touched them. Chapter 111, Meeting Thor 3. Dave laughed. No, they're all yours. They'd probably start arguing again the moment I touched them. Natasha chuckled softly, the swords at her side shifting back into bracelets. Smart choice. They seem to like me better anyway. Diana, who had been watching quietly, rolled her eyes. Can we go now, or do you two want to keep flirting over cursed artifacts? Dave raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, let's go. Mexican food waits for no one. Soon, they reached a local restaurant where they indulged in a feast, enjoying the lively atmosphere and the authentic Mexican cuisine. Dave, as always, took his time savoring the food while Diana teased him about his growing obsession with magic. Back at the newly erected S.H.I.E.L.D. facility near Mjolnir, the situation was far from peaceful. Sir, you need to see this, an agent said urgently, showing Phil a live feed. On the screen, a man fitting the description of Thor entered the facility. With ease, he overpowered several agents, forcing his way toward the crater where Mjolnir lay. Phil observed intently, his expression thoughtful. Long hair, brute strength, matches the Dave description, he mused, watching the man fight his way through. I have him in my sights. Should I take the shot? Hawkeye's voice crackled through the comms, his bow at the ready as he tracked Thor's movements. No, wait, Phil replied, holding up a hand. Let's see if he really is who he claims to be. The cameras showed Thor reaching Mjolnir, his face lighting up with hope. With a confident smile, he grabbed the hammer. Yet, as he tried to lift it, his grin faltered. Mjolnir remained firmly on the ground, unmoving despite his best efforts. Why? Thor whispered, disbelief and anguish etched on his face. Falling to his knees, he gazed up at the sky, shouting in desperation. Why? Phil shook his head at the sight. Surround him, he ordered calmly. The agents moved swiftly, encircling Thor. He put up some resistance, but his despair seemed to sap his strength. Soon, they cuffed him with restraints and led him toward the facility's holding cells. Phil sighed, rubbing his temples. Contact Fury. Looks like we've found the man who claims to be a god, but for now, he's just another prisoner. Also contact Agent Widow and call her back, he said as the agents nodded, and then they both contacted Fury and Black Widow. Back at the local restaurant, Dave was halfway through his 10th taco when Black Widow suddenly stood up, her expression alert. She placed her phone down on the table. He's here, she said simply. You mean Thor? Diana asked, her voice laced with curiosity. Dave, noticing the sauce on Diana's mouth, handed her a napkin with a small chuckle. Clean up, clumsy, he teased, earning a pout from Diana. Black Widow couldn't help but smirk at the interaction, reminded again of Diana's endearing clumsiness. Let's go, Dave said, finishing the last bite of his taco as he tossed some bills onto the table to cover the meal. He stood and motioned for them to follow. Come on. Black Widow called, already heading to the car. But Dave, with his usual flair, raised a hand. I've had enough exercise for one day, he muttered. With a round wave of his hands, a glowing portal appeared, shimmering like liquid light. What? Black Widow started, staring at the portal in astonishment. Dave stepped through first, casually walking onto the other side as if it were an ordinary door. He turned and gave them an amused look, his demeanor calm and composed. Diana gestured to Black Widow. "Go ahead, it's safe," she reassured her. After a moment of hesitation, Black Widow nodded, impressed but unwilling to show it. She drove her car straight through the portal, emerging unscathed on the other side. The shield facility loomed before them as the portal shimmered out of existence. Dave dusted his hands and smirked. "Convenience is king," he said, leading the way inside while Diana and Black Widow exchanged a glance, one amused and the other slightly incredulous. "You're fast. Were you already on the way?" Phil asked, surprised, as Dave arrived alongside Diana and Black Widow. "No, I have better transport now," Dave replied casually. Phil raised an eyebrow, wondering what that might mean. He decided to ask Black Widow about it later. For now, he motioned for them to follow. "Come with me. We've got him imprisoned," he said, turning toward the holding area. They reached the makeshift cell where Thor was being held. The God of Thunder sat quietly on the bench, lost in thought, his shoulders hunched under the weight of his failure. Dave leaned casually against the wall, studying him. "Is he the real Thor?" Phil asked, his tone uncertain. Dave nodded. "Yep, that's him." "But he couldn't lift Mjolnir," Phil pointed out, pulling out a tablet and showing a video of Thor's futile attempt to pick up the hammer. "That's probably why he's on Earth," Dave said thoughtfully. "He's been banished by his father, stripped of his powers." Phil frowned, looking at Dave skeptically. "You say that like it's a fact." Dave shrugged. "I can sense it. There's no magic coursing through him right now. He's just a mortal man, lost and powerless." Phil turned his gaze back to Thor, studying him in silence. "I'm going to talk with him," Dave said, as Phil nodded and entered the password to unlock the door. The heavy door slid open, and Dave walked in, taking a seat across from Thor. "Can you tell me why you're on Earth, or, as you'd call it, Midgard?" Dave asked, leaning back in his chair. Thor raised his head, his eyes narrowing. "You know who I am?" he asked cautiously. "Yes," Dave replied. "Thor, the God of Thunder." Thor sighed deeply, his shoulders slumping. "I am no god," he said bitterly. "I even caused the death of my father." Dave studied him closely, his expression calm. "It seems Loki is already here," he thought before speaking. "Did you see it yourself?" Dave asked. Thor shook his head. "No. My brother told me," he admitted. Dave chuckled softly, leaning forward. "How amusing. Your father has died, but no one has called for you to see him one last time before the burial, or whatever traditions you have for honoring the dead," Dave said, his tone pointed. Thor's eyes snapped to him. "What are you implying?" he demanded. Chapter 112, Meeting Thor 4. Dave smirked. "Simple. Your brother is lying. He's ensured you stay here, drowning in despair and guilt, while he consolidates power in Asgard. The mighty Thor, reduced to wallowing because of a trickster's words." Thor frowned deeply, anger flickering across his face. "Loki is my brother and the Prince of Asgard. He wouldn't lie about something like this," he growled. Dave crossed his arms. "And yet, Loki is also the god of mischief. Lying and scheming, it's his very nature," Dave said, standing up. "I was hoping to give you a push in the right direction, but in your current state, it's like fighting against a child." Thor bristled at the remark, standing up abruptly. "You dare insult me," he growled, throwing a punch at Dave in frustration. Dave didn't flinch as the punch landed squarely on his face, doing absolutely nothing. "As I said," Dave replied with a smirk, "a child's punch." Without much effort, Dave raised his palm, countering Thor's next move. The god went flying across the room, crashing into the wall with a loud thud. Thor groaned, stunned by the sheer force. Dave turned to leave. "Find your strength, Thor. You'll need it," he said coolly as he walked out of the room, leaving the God of Thunder to stew in his thoughts. "That was your goal? Fighting him?" Phil asked, as he followed Dave out. Dave nodded without hesitation. "Why else would I be here?" he replied, his voice calm, though there was an edge to it. Phil shook his head in disbelief. "You're something else, your father, James. Always trying to make more and more money, while you remain a battle maniac," he said, watching as Dave walked off with Diana. "What is this new transport he was talking about?" Phil muttered to himself. "It's like a portal, reddish-orange in color. He creates it with just a wave of his hands," Black Widow explained as she caught up with Phil, showing him the dashcam footage from the car. Phil studied the footage thoughtfully. He's becoming more and more powerful," he remarked. "Yes," Black Widow replied, "I can literally feel the power radiating off him. It's like being in the presence of a superpowered being." She sighed. "With Agni and Rudra's help, I'm becoming more than just human." I've gained many powers, but Dave, he doesn't even mention it. To him, it's all just normal. She paused, her expression turning serious. I'm now half demon, thanks to Agni and Rudra. They've been guiding me. Phil looked at her, processing her words. You're not the same person anymore, are you? He asked softly. No, she said, a subtle grimness to her voice. But neither is Dave. Then it's best we find a countermeasure against him, Fury's voice echoed through the comms, cutting through the tense silence. Black Widow shook her head, clearly frustrated. Is there even a countermeasure against a being that can destroy Earth with a single stomp? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Fury fell silent for a moment. Then have him as an ally. That's the only path we have, he said, his tone begrudging but resigned. Black Widow and Phil both nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in his words. I don't think he'll ever fight against us. He's usually neutral, most of the time, Phil added, his voice thoughtful. Fury's voice crackled back through the comms, I do need certainty, not just a possibility. He ended the call abruptly. Back in his office, Phil stared at an old-looking communicator, deep in thought. I really hope this doesn't escalate to where I have to call you in, he muttered, referring to the super-powerful woman he knew. Dave, on the other hand, returned to his bedroom, where he exercised with Diana. After a long workout, she fell asleep, and he smiled as he cleaned up. Maybe I'm obsessed with it, but it's fun, he muttered to himself, diving into another magical theory he'd been exploring. The next morning, Diana woke up, rubbing her eyes and stretching. She noticed Dave was already working on something, scribbling notes. I let him finish, she thought to herself, watching him. She sat up, the blankets falling from her body as she stretched, then blushed when she saw him looking at her. You were working, she asked, her voice still soft with sleep. Dave, noticing her discomfort, leaned in and whispered into her ear, but I wanted breakfast first. He then gently pushed her back onto the bed. MHM. Diana responded softly as the moment deepened, their time together lasting a while. After some hours, Dave stood up, giving her one last kiss. Thanks for the fun, he said, his tone affectionate. Diana's face flushed as she stood up, her hair messy. You're really something else, she muttered, heading to the bathroom to wash up. Dave, on the other hand, smiled as he went after Diana. They spent a few hours together in the bath, relaxing and enjoying the moment. By the time they came out, it was already afternoon. Once they were dressed and ready, they found out that Thor had been released. A man named Dr. Selvig had bailed him out. Why did you release him? Dave asked, addressing Phil, who seemed irritated. We wanted to see if there are more Asgardians besides him. We had our men monitor him, Phil explained. Dave nodded thoughtfully. Where did he go? He asked. Phil quickly contacted Black Widow, who was already on her way to the Thor location. She offered to take Dave and Diana with her to track Thor down. Dave agreed, ready to go with her. Soon, Black Widow returned and picked up Dave and Diana. They drove towards the town where they were staying. Why are you after him? Right now, his weak self surely won't attract you, Black Widow asked, glancing at Dave, who was looking out the window. He replied, well, soon enough, he'll regain his strength, and I'm waiting for that moment. Black Widow nodded thoughtfully. By the way, Fury was asking if you can teach us those Navy 6 styles Diana was talking about, she said. Dave looked at her and nodded. Sure, but it requires high physical strength. Otherwise anyone who tries it can injure themselves, he warned. Black Widow nodded, clearly understanding the risk involved. Chapter 113, Thor. Dave and Black Widow, after tracking Thor and Dr. Selvig, arrived at a bar where they saw an amusing scene. Another. Dr. Selvig shouted, raising his drink. Another. Thor echoed, slamming his mug down on the table. Both burst into laughter as they got increasingly drunk. He's a god, right? Black Widow asked, watching Thor and Selvig with mild disbelief. Dave shrugged, downing his own beer. Ancient humans would call you a god if you showed them a flashlight. Natasha, the god of light, he said with a smirk. Black Widow chuckled, understanding his point. So, what are they really? She asked, sipping her beer. Think of them as another race of humans, but this one was born in a magical environment and learned to use it. Each member of their race has their own unique magical power. In Thor's case, it's lightning or thunder, Dave explained. Black Widow nodded thoughtfully, processing his explanation. So, everyone there has some powers? Black Widow asked. Dave shrugged. Don't know for sure, but they're still many times more powerful than Earthlings, he said as she nodded thoughtfully. What about you? She asked, looking at him curiously. I mean, compared to them, where do you stand? Dave thought for a moment. Maybe one touch from me is enough to destroy their whole world easily, he said casually. Black Widow nodded, hiding her disbelief. Although she knew he was strong, this level of confidence still caught her off guard. "You sound more like a god to me now," she said. "Gods are nothing but people with a high level of power," Dave replied as he stood up. "Let's go." "These two drunkards are leaving," he said, gesturing to Thor and Selvig. He also picked up the drunk Diana, who was barely conscious. "She's supposed to be my secretary, but I'm acting like her servant now," Dave said with a helpless chuckle as Diana burped on his shoulder. "She's totally wasted," Black Widow commented as Dave carefully put Diana in the car, draping his coat over her as a blanket. "Do you have a spare?" Black Widow asked, noticing his coat was now being used. "Even if I stand in front of the sun, I wouldn't feel a thing." "It was just for fashion, don't mind me," Dave replied with a smirk. Black Widow nodded, amused by his nonchalant demeanor. As they got into the car, the ride back was quiet, save for the occasional snore from Diana. Black Widow kept glancing at Dave, who leaned back in his seat, seemingly lost in thought, while they followed after Thor's car. "If you don't mind me asking, where did you get all these powers? Was it Trish who gave you your powers?" Black Widow asked as Dave looked at her. "These powers, huh?" Dave muttered. "Well, my demonic powers do come from Trish," he admitted, nodding, as Black Widow studied him closely. "She must be quite a high-level demon," Natasha said thoughtfully. "I mean, the two demons you introduced me to gave me enough power to destroy a city in one slash, but you could destroy a whole world. I can't even imagine how powerful Trish is if she's like that, and yet, she just fawns over you." She sighed, shaking her head. Dave chuckled lightly. "Well, I do have a certain charm, you know." Black Widow rolled her eyes. "Don't think that charm works on me." "To me, you're still a kid," she quipped. Dave smirked, leaning slightly toward her. "That's a pity. Personally, I think fine women age like wine, and you look like a premium vintage to me." Natasha suddenly felt her heart skip a beat, but she masked her reaction. "No wonder you have 4 women as your girlfriends," she said with a scoff. "With a tongue like yours, you could probably make any woman willingly fall for you." Dave's expression shifted to one of mischief as he placed his hand on her wrist and gently pulled her closer. "Well, would you?" he asked softly, his gaze locking onto hers. For a moment, Natasha found herself lost in his piercing eyes. Her breath caught as he leaned in and suddenly kissed her. She froze, stunned by his boldness, but a part of her instinctively kissed him back before pulling away in shock. "What are you doing?" she demanded, her face flushed. Dave leaned back, his grin unabated. "You were looking into my eyes like you wanted to kiss me." "So, I simply obliged," he said nonchalantly. Black Widow quickly exited the car, her face still red. "I need some time alone," she muttered, walking away briskly. Dave watched her go, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Well, sooner or later, I'll make you mine," he murmured under his breath. Leaning back in his seat, he propped his leg up on the dashboard and closed his eyes, a picture of casual confidence. Natasha, walking some distance away, gazed into the starry sky, her mind drifting back to her past. The memories of her graduation from the Red Room played vividly in her mind, filling her with a mix of pain and regret. That hospital ward, it was the place where she had been turned into what she was today. "Even if I love you, I can't be your woman," she murmured softly, clenching her fists. "I'm nothing but a monster who can't even become a mother," she added through gritted teeth, tears silently slipping down her cheeks. But Natasha quickly wiped them away and took a deep breath, forcing her emotions under control. She couldn't let herself be consumed by these thoughts now. "I can't be with you, or anyone," she whispered before turning and walking back to the car. As she approached, Dave noticed her return and quipped, "Did you go to pee?" Black Widow's face instantly turned red with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Shut up," she snapped, her inner turmoil got lost in an instant as she heard his nonsense. Chapter 114, Thor 2. The night passed swiftly, and the next morning came with a sense of urgency. "They're in this town now," Black Widow mumbled as she glanced at her phone. Dave nodded, casually sipping his coffee. The two were seated in a small, quaint restaurant, enjoying breakfast while keeping a watchful eye on Thor and his group, who were seated a short distance away. "Ring." "Yes." Black Widow answered her phone, her tone sharp and professional. After a brief conversation, she ended the call and turned to Dave. "There's been another disturbance, same energy signature as before, like the one observed before the hammer incident." Dave set his mug down and nodded thoughtfully. "That confirms it, there are more visitors from Asgard," he said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he pieced the puzzle together. "It's likely Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, Dave continued inwardly, and if they're here, it means the destroyer isn't far behind." Black Widow raised an eyebrow. "More from Asgard?" "They may be Thor friends or they can also be enemies. Have your shield evacuate this town," Dave explained, turning his attention back to his breakfast. While Natasha got stunned as she relayed the information back to Phil, who nodded as he told her reinforcements are coming. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Diana woke up groggily, rubbing her temples as last night's events replayed in her head. Ugh, damn it, she muttered, her cheeks turning crimson. She had drunk far too much and ended up completely wasted, and worse, she had embarrassed herself in front of Agent Natasha Romanoff. I was supposed to be the one fighting alongside Dave, not getting wasted like a fool, she groaned, her voice muffled as she buried her face in her hands. Looking around the room, she spotted a bucket nearby, evidence of her drunken state the night before. Her face burned with embarrassment. Why am I like this, she whispered to herself, gripping the bucket. She peeked out the window cautiously, not daring to step out yet, especially with Dave and Natasha likely discussing serious matters. I'll just wait until they're busy before I go out, Diana decided, sitting back down and silently vowing to redeem herself. They matched the description, Natasha suddenly said, her sharp gaze fixed out the window. She had spotted 4 individuals dressed in clothing reminiscent of knights-like clothing, walking calmly through the deserted streets. It had been an hour since Dave informed her about the imminent conflict. The town had been evacuated, leaving only Thor, Dr. Selvig, Jane, and another figure who had been with them, Darcy Lewis. The rest of the area was now swarming with agents, prepared for whatever was coming. Even Hawkeye had been stationed nearby, perched on a high vantage point with his bow ready. That's them, Natasha confirmed, her voice steady but tense. She could feel the weight of the situation building as the Asgardian visitors moved closer to Thor's location. Dave leaned back in his chair, seemingly unfazed. Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, he said calmly, finishing the last sip of his coffee. Looks like the reunion is about to happen. Should we intercept? Natasha asked, her hand instinctively brushing the firearm holstered at her side. Dave shook his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. No need. Let them reach Thor. Things are about to get interesting, he said, standing up and stretching as if preparing for a casual stroll. Natasha studied him for a moment, trying to gauge his intentions. You really enjoy watching chaos unfold, don't you, she said dryly. Dave chuckled. Not chaos, opportunities, he corrected. Then he glanced at her. Stay sharp, widow. The real show hasn't even started yet. As Natasha turned back to the window, she noticed the 4 visitors moving towards Thor location. Be ready, we don't know if they are friends or enemies, she said as every agent was ready for the conflict. Sif and the Warriors 3 continued their approach, standing just outside the large glass doors. The weight of the moment was palpable as they prepared to confront Thor. Knock, knock. Hey Thor, we're here. Volstag's excited voice rang out. Thor slowly turned at the sound, his eyes lighting up as he saw his old friends standing there. Ah, my friends, he said with a wide grin, recognizing them instantly. He stepped forward to meet them, examining each of them one by one. Dr. Selvig, who had been sipping his mug, froze when he saw the 4 figures at the door. A sense of realization crossed his face, and he put his mug down. So, this is the reality. Thor's form is not from myth, but they're real. And they're here, he mumbled under his breath. Jane looked at them, her eyes wide in disbelief. Are they really, from Asgard, she asked, unsure whether she was seeing things correctly. Darcy Lewis also wondered if she is dreaming or not, for her Thor was nothing but a drug addict who is now in his delusions, yet people from Asgard are relay here. They're my friends, Thor answered, giving her a reassuring smile. Sif and the Warriors 3, he said, introducing his Asgardian companions to the humans in the room. Sif and the others nodded and greeted Thor's new companions. It's good to meet you, she said, looking at Dr. Selvig, Jane, and Lewis. This is Jane, Thor introduced her, and this is Lewis, he added, pointing to the 2. But why are you guys here? Thor asked as he said, you shouldn't be here, he added. Volstagg gave them all a hearty wave. We've come to bring you back, Thor. Thor's expression grew darker as he heard this. Back, he repeated quietly. After everything that's happened, after I killed my own father. I can't go back. Sif, looking at him with concern, responded, your father lives, Lord Odin lives, Thor. Who told you he is dead? Thor turned away for a moment, his face hardening. Loki, he told me. I believed him, he said, his voice betraying a deep pain. No, Sif said firmly. Loki lies, Thor. He wants nothing but to manipulate you. Your father lives, and you have not killed anyone. Chapter 115, Destroyer. Sif and the Warriors 3 looked at each other, their expression serious. We get you back where you belong, Volstagg said confidently. It's time, Thor. Thor's eyes softened, but he still seemed conflicted. But Loki, he said so many things. I can't just ignore it. I may have not killed him, but he fell into sleep right, he said sighing. Dave, who had been listening from the back of the room, stepped forward, his calm demeanor contrasting with the tension in the air. Loki is a liar, Thor. You should know that better than anyone. His words carry no weight. What are you doing here? Thor asked, narrowing his eyes. You didn't think we'd just let you roam free, did you? Dave replied, his tone calm but assertive. Thor and the others looked at him, a mixture of curiosity and surprise on their faces. Before the conversation could continue, Natasha's voice cut through their exchange. Dave, something else has come up, and this time, it's hostile. She had just received intel moments ago about a large black robot attacking the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent sent to confront it. I guess Loki noticed you all coming here, Dave said, glancing at Sif and the Warriors 3. And now he plans to keep you all stuck here. A big black robot? Sif asked, her expression shifting to concern. That must be the Destroyer, one of Odin's creations. It's an artifact of immense power, capable of laying waste to entire realms. Dave raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. If one robot is enough to destroy realms, then those realms must be overrated, he said dryly. Sif shook her head, clarifying, it's not just any robot. The Destroyer is made of URU metal, a magical alloy that can only be damaged by a combination of powerful magic and immense physical might. If either element falls short, there will be no damage to the metal. Thor added with a hint of regret, I could easily defeat it in my normal state, but now. He sighed deeply before continuing, please, leave all of you. It's coming for me. Sif and the Warriors 3 exchanged glances before Volstagg stepped forward, his voice booming with determination. Don't worry, Thor. We may not be as strong as you, but we are warriors of Asgard. We don't back down from a fight. The others nodded in agreement, their resolve evident. Dave smirked and cracked his knuckles, a white translucent glow beginning to envelop his hands. Let's see if this Destroyer lives up to its reputation. Might be entertaining. Natasha shook her head seeing this. Thor, however, stepped in front of him and said. No, it's coming for me, and I'll confront it, he declared. I don't need your help, he said, his tone firm as he addressed Dave. Dave shrugged, his smirk unwavering. All right, but if things go south, I'm stepping in, he replied casually. Thor gave a brief nod of acknowledgement before turning his focus back to the matter at hand. The group exited the house, their eyes scanning the horizon. A deep, resonant thudding sound echoed closer and closer, each step of the massive figure shaking the ground slightly. Soon, the Destroyer appeared, a towering, menacing figure of black URU metal, moving steadily toward them. Is that the Destroyer? Natasha asked, her voice steady despite the sight. Sif nodded gravely. Yes. Mortals, you should leave now. If you stay, you will surely die, she warned. Natasha didn't even glance at Sif, her gaze locked onto the advancing behemoth. Would you believe me if I said I could turn into a much bigger robot than that? Dave quipped, leaning slightly toward Natasha. Natasha gave a curt nod. Yes, I would, she said without hesitation. Dave blinked, momentarily caught off guard. No fun, he muttered, a faint chuckle escaping as he realized how quickly she'd taken him seriously. Dave smirked slightly, his thoughts drifting as he observed the approaching Destroyer. Having perfected the armor fruit after combining it with other devil fruits in the One Piece world, he now had unparalleled control over its abilities. He could create over 30 variations of his armor effortlessly. Though, he mumbled to himself, I don't think I'll need that to fight this guy. His gaze narrowed as he recalled Sif's words about the Destroyer requiring both immense physical and magical might to be defeated. I wonder how it stacks up against my molecule fruit, he mused, his confidence unwavering as he continued to observe the behemoth. Thor took a deep breath, his expression tense as he addressed the group. We need to evacuate the town. Natasha shook her head, her voice calm yet firm. We already have. You guys can now stop acting and go, she said as the civilians running around in panic stopped and then just nodding at her begin to leave. The streets, once filled with panicked civilians, were now eerily empty except for Thor, his Asgardian allies, Jane, Selvig, Darcy, Dave, and Natasha. We evacuated the moment we sensed these four arriving, Natasha added, motioning to Sif and the Warriors 3. We figured you'd all start fighting sooner or later. From above, Hawkeye descended from his perch, landing gracefully. So, who's this guy now? Thor asked, looking at Dave. Dave shrugged casually. Last night, when you were trying to lift the hammer, you were at his gunpoint, he said, earning a puzzled look from Thor. Before the conversation could continue, Volstagg interrupted with a loud shout. He's here. The massive warrior charged at the Destroyer with his axe raised. However, the towering metal behemoth swatted him away effortlessly, sending him crashing into a pile of rubble. Volstagg. Sif cried out, rushing with the other warriors to pull him free from the debris. Thor stepped forward, his voice heavy with determination. No, you all need to go. This is my fight. He's here for me. Jane looked on in distress, her worry palpable. What is he doing? She asked, her voice trembling. He's powerless now. He can't fight that thing. Selvig placed a hand on her shoulder, his expression just as concerned but more restrained. Thor knows what he's doing, or at least I hope he does, he said, glancing nervously at the massive robot. Chapter 116, Destroyer 2. Sif, on the other hand, shook her head in frustration. Determined, she moved swiftly, scaling a nearby house. As the destroyer focused on Thor, Sif reached the top, and with a leap, she launched herself into the air. Her spear pierced the destroyer's neck, pinning it down. The light emanating from the destroyer flickered, and its movements slowed as it struggled. Thor watched, relieved to see Sif's successful strike, but Sif wasn't finished. She summoned more power, using her strength and magic to twist the spear, causing the light within the destroyer to flicker and wane. Standing on its chest, she readied herself for another strike, but just as she did, the destroyer retaliated. A powerful blast of energy shot from its hand, sending Sif flying backward. Thor rushed toward her, with a worried expression. "Sif, it's enough," he said, his voice hoarse as he knelt beside her. She was coughing, clearly injured, but still alive. "No, I could still fight," Sif muttered, her voice weak as she tried to sit up. Thor shook his head firmly. "No, you did what needed to be done. You're alive and you need to be." He stood and pushed forward, determination in his eyes. The destroyer was preparing to fire another laser blast, but Thor raised his hand, stopping it with sheer willpower. "Enough. This is my fight," he said, his voice loud and commanding. "Let them go," he added, turning back to Sif and the others. "They're innocent. Your fight is with me." Meanwhile, Natasha, standing nearby, spoke up. "That robot is powerful, but I could easily defeat it. I've seen its power." Jane, Darcy, and the others looked at her curiously. "Then why don't you go fight it?" Darcy asked. Natasha shrugged. "Thor forbade us from intervening." "It's his battle," she replied with a smirk, while Dave simply nodded in agreement. Back on Thor's side, he glared at the destroyer. "You won't get anything by killing these innocents," he said, his voice steady but filled with anger. The destroyer paused momentarily, seemingly analyzing the situation. Thor stood tall, his eyes locked on the robot as he took a deep breath. "Please, I beg you, leave them alone." The destroyer helmet closed and turned as if leaving. Thor sighed seeing this, thinking it ended. But suddenly, the destroyer turned and unleashed a massive energy wave, knocking Thor back. He was sent flying through the air, crashing into a nearby building as the shockwave ripped through the area. "No!" Jane screamed as she rushed to Thor, who lay unconscious on the ground. "I'm sorry, I failed," Thor muttered weakly as Jane knelt beside him. "No, you're not lost," Jane said, shaking her head. "Yes, I am, but at least you're safe," he said, his voice trailing off as he closed his eyes. "Thor!" Jane cried, but before she could finish, he fell unconscious. The others stood around, watching in silence, as Loki, from his distant vantage point in Asgard, saw what had happened. He scowled before turning the destroyer back, signaling its retreat. The massive robot began to leave the area, its mission abandoned. As Jane continued to tend to Thor, Sif and the others stood solemnly, their expressions full of concern. Dave, however, remained calm, watching them with a detached curiosity. He wondered why they were so upset over Thor being unconscious. He was alive, after all. He turned to Natasha, who merely shrugged. "Don't ask me," she said, her tone flat as she observed the others. "Hey, what's that?" Darcy suddenly pointed ahead, her voice laced with curiosity. Everyone turned to see something emerging from the shadows through the clearing dust. "I guess he wasn't as close to his deathbed as we thought." Dave muttered, a hint of amusement in his voice as he observed the situation. It was Mjolnir coming here as Thor unconsciously summoned it. His earlier bravado has already earned back his hammer. Now he is once again worthy after trying to against Destroyer with his mortal body. The Mjolnir flying through landed in Thor's hands as the impact pushed Jane back and lighting began to coalesce around him. The ground trembled slightly as a faint energy ripple emanated around Thor. The surrounding energy began to shift, darkening, as cracks of lightning surged through the air. Suddenly, a suit of armor materialized around him, the glowing light of its formation enveloping his body. Slowly, Thor rose to his feet, fully healed, his powerful aura radiating once more. Sif and the others stared in awe as Thor stood tall, now clad in his newly formed armor, a symbol of his resilience and power. Destroyer also turned back as he saw this, and then began to return for another fight. "I'm not done yet," Thor said, his voice deep and commanding, as he stood ready to face whatever threat came next. Thor twirled his hammer and hurled it with immense force, sending it crashing into the destroyer. The impact sent the massive machine flying back, crumbling under the force of Thor's might. "Yes, but you can't do that," Darcy said, looking smugly at Natasha, who simply raised an eyebrow, not saying a word. "Guess you'll have to prove yourself," Dave chimed in, watching the exchange with mild amusement. Natasha, however, remained quiet, her expression unreadable. I am not interested in childish show-off, she said as Dave shrugged, but I am, he said as he stepped forward. Thor stood tall, his grip tightening on Mjolnir. Your time is up, he declared, his voice deep and powerful. Dave smiled slightly. As he reached him, he grabbed his cape as he tossed him back. No, your time is up, he said as his own hands glowing as he focused on his next move. With a small murmur of concentration, he channeled the power of the Whitebeard template. The air around him shifted as he infused his fist with overwhelming energy. Fist of Devastation. Dave shouted, unleashing a powerful punch that sent shockwaves through the air. His fist cracked the atmosphere as it looked like a mirror is cracking. Sif, who was standing by, watched in awe as the sheer magnitude of Dave's power obliterated not just the surrounding area but even the space. She stood her ground, but even she had to brace herself against the force of the blow. Chapter 117, Destroyer 3. Was that? Dr. Selvig asked, his voice trailing off as he observed the chaos. Yeah, he broke the space with his punch just now, Jane said, completing Selvig's sentence. Darcy, meanwhile, was too stunned to say anything. She just stared at Dave, her mouth slightly agape. Damn, and I thought Thor was impressive, she thought, glancing at Thor, who was now looking at Dave with a mix of awe and curiosity, his attention completely captivated by this mysterious ally. No wonder Fury said we can't afford to have him as an enemy, Hawkeye whispered to Black Widow, who nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on Dave with a rare trace of unease. Earlier, as Dave released the attack, it was Black Widow who shielded everyone on his order. They were protected by a shimmering blue and azure energy wall that Black Widow had activated. Now, as the dust settled, they looked at Dave as if they were staring at a monster. Around them, there was nothing but barren land. Even the debris of the town had vanished, seemingly blown away by the sheer force of Dave's punch. Its fate was unknown, as if the wreckage had been erased from existence. What was that? Someone murmured. Their attention was drawn to a sudden cry as they saw Diana approaching. She was still in her night pajamas, her expression a mix of confusion and irritation. I was just sleeping when suddenly the house was blown away, she exclaimed, glaring directly at Dave, fully aware he was the culprit. Dave shrugged in response, completely unapologetic, while Jane and the others looked at Diana in disbelief. How was she even fine after that? Jane asked, her voice tinged with astonishment. As Diana joined the group, she tilted her head, her gaze narrowing slightly as a faint red glow veined through her eyes. What happened here? She demanded, though she already had her suspicions. Seeing another superpower wielder, others understood how she is fine. Are we still on Earth? Darcy muttered, while Dr. Selvig and Jane exchanged uncertain glances, unable to answer. While Dave filled in Diana of what she missed. Damn, if I had known it earlier I would have came out, she mumbled hearing the details. Well, now the problem is solved, Dave said, clapping his hands together nonchalantly as he turned toward Thor. Now that you have your powers back, let's fight, he said, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Thor stood tall, gripping his hammer tightly. Before he could respond, Jane rushed to his side. You shouldn't fight him. Maybe you should. I don't know, go back and confront your brother why he lied to you, she suggested, her concern evident. It wasn't that she wanted him to back down, but she knew if he fought Dave, he would undoubtedly end up beaten to a pulp. Thor, she's right, Sif interjected, stepping forward. Let's return to Asgard before Loki does something else. She said while she inwardly added, you've just regained your confidence, I don't want you losing it again in a fight you can't win. Dave, observing their hesitation, rolled his eyes. He's not that weak, he thought, glancing at Thor. Thor, however, nodded solemnly. They're right, Thor admitted. Although it would be an honor to fight a warrior like you, Asgard needs me. Raising his hammer high, he shouted, Heimdall. But nothing happened. Thor furrowed his brow, yelling again, louder this time. Heimdall. As his voice echoed through the barren landscape without a response, Black Widow turned to Volstagg, her expression skeptical. Was there any other Asgardian here who could help? Volstagg chuckled. No, Heimdall is the one who controls the Bifrost. With it, he can transport us between realms, worlds, if you will. He then paused, his grin fading slightly. But, it seems he's busy and isn't hearing us right now. Thor let out a frustrated sigh, lowering Mjolnir as he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Volstagg glanced at Dave with a mix of admiration and curiosity. I truly wonder how you train every day, he said, marveling at the raw power he had just witnessed. Dave offered a small smile. It takes more than just training, he replied, a glint of amusement in his eyes. After a moment's pause, he added, Can I come with you? Thor turned to him, raising an eyebrow, then broke into a broad smile. Sure. A warrior like you is always welcome in Asgard, he declared enthusiastically before anyone else could object. Sif and the warriors three exchanged worried glances. While they respected Thor's decision, the idea of someone as unpredictable and powerful as Dave visiting Asgard left them uneasy. I hope he won't just attack Asgard like that, they all thought, stealing nervous glances at each other. They looked around the desolate area where the town once stood, a vivid reminder of Dave's strength. Finally, Sif sighed. If Thor has invited him, then so be it, she said under her breath, masking her concern. Thor lifted his hammer again, he said. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. And this time, don't keep us waiting. Fortunately, this time Heimdall opened the Bifrost. The brilliant, multicolored light descended from the sky, enveloping Thor and the others, including Dave. Diana, standing close to Dave, was also caught in its range, along with Black Widow. As the light lifted them, transporting them through realms, Black Widow glanced around cautiously. Though she didn't originally intend to leave Earth, her curiosity about Asgard's rulers and their world made her relax slightly, deciding to take this unexpected opportunity. Diana, on the other hand, was in awe. She felt as though she was entering another world, a truly epic new realm. Despite her excitement, she kept close to Dave, her grip tightening as they traveled through the kaleidoscope of colors and light in the Bifrost. The experience was surreal, almost dreamlike, as the sensation of being flung across space left her momentarily speechless. As the group arrived in Asgard, Dave remained calm, mentally reactivating his Dante and Muhammad templates. He earlier focused solely on the Whitebeard template, hoping to experience a good fight with Thor. But now that he refused, he activated his other templates once again. Chapter 118, Asgard. As they arrived in Asgard, the group saw Heimdall kneeling before them. Thor rushed to him as Heimdall said, "Go, His Majesty is in danger." Thor nodded and turned to look at Dave and the others. "Please feel free to explore while I take care of this," he said before flying toward the Grand Castle. As he did, Volstagg emerged from the Bifrost, the portal vanishing behind him. "This is Asgard," Volstagg said, his voice echoing through the massive, golden kingdom. "It's beautiful," Dave remarked, as Diana added, "It's incredible." Black Widow also looked around in awe while she also secretly recorded all of it, knowing Fury would want this intel. While Thor rushed to the castle, the scene shifted to a more troubling one. There, Thor's mother Frigga was seen defending the sleeping Odin against the frost giants who were brought here by Loki, but Lofri, the king of the frost giants, suddenly smacked her aside. Other frost giants rushed in and holds her down. Lofri, on the other hand, walked up to the sleeping Odin. Looking down at him, he murmured, "The All-Father is all-seeing," as ice daggers began to form in his hands. "I hope it's true," he said, lifting the dagger, pointing it at Odin. "Because I want you to know that you're both going to be killed by me, Lofri, king of the frost giants." But just as he was about to strike, there was a clang. Loki, appearing in the doorway, blasted a powerful laser from his hand that sent Lofri flying. "And you will be killed by me," Loki declared, sending another blast at still disoriented Lofri, killing him on the spot. Then he also killed the two frost giants guard holding his mother too. Frigga, seeing this, stood up as she hugged Loki. "Thankfully you are here," she said as Loki hugged her back. Frigga, in pain, sobbed. "Don't cry, mother," Loki said, his voice softer than before. "I swear, mother, they will pay for this." Suddenly, Thor entered the scene, his eyes blazing with anger. He looked at Loki, and said, "Loki." Seeing him, Frigga rushed at him, hugging him. "Thor, I know you will come back," she said while Thor nodded. "Yes mother, I am back," he said as he turned to Loki. "What did you tell her, Loki? Did you tell mother how you tried to kill me?" Thor shouted, pointing his hammer at his brother. "What?" Frigga asked, as she stepped forward. She looked at Loki with confusion. "Why did you do this?" she asked, her voice trembling. "No, it must be father's last order," Loki said, his tone cold, as Thor scoffed. "You lie so convincingly, brother, like always," Thor shot back, glaring at him. "Good to see you too," Loki smirked. "Now, if I may have permission, I'm going to destroy Jotunheim," Loki said, casually blasting Thor out of the room. He left the chamber too, heading toward the Bifrost. As he was walking toward the portal, he stopped when he saw Dave standing there. "Why are you here?" Loki asked, his eyes narrowing. "Just waiting here until Thor takes care of you, but it seems he failed," Dave said with a shrug, though he seemed unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Knowing the original plot where Thor ends up destroying the Bifrost, he remained here while others left to go to Asgard. He don't want it destroyed or how he will return back to Earth after learning Asgardian magic here. Loki pointed his scepter at him. "Step aside, mortal," he ordered, but Dave crossed his arms and smirked. "Make me," he said, unfazed. Loki sighed, raising his scepter and waving it. A golden blast of magic shot toward Dave. However, Dave effortlessly dodged it, the blast passing harmlessly by him, dissipating into the air. "Is that it?" Dave asked, raising an eyebrow. Loki stared at him in disbelief. "I see you are more than just a mortal," Loki said, his voice dripping with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. His eyes narrowed as he tapped his scepter, causing illusions of himself to appear around Dave. Each illusion mimicked Loki's movements perfectly, encircling Dave in an ethereal swarm. Loki's grin returned as he thought he had the upper hand once more. You save one move, but how will you fare against the countless illusions? Loki taunted, his voice thick with arrogance. His illusions began to converge on Dave, each casting a series of attacks, aiming to overwhelm him with the sheer numbers. It seemed like a well-crafted trap, one Loki was confident would work against any foe. However, Dave remained unfazed, his eyes still filled with a quiet calmness. The moment Loki's illusions closed in, Dave simply lifted his hand, showing it encased in white translucent glow, and snapped his fingers. His seemingly simple action sent a shockwave that disrupted the illusions, sending the real Loki flying back. He coughed up blood as the shockwave rattled his internal organs. What are you? Loki asked, his voice filled with disbelief and pain, as he looked at Dave. I'm a mortal, Dave replied simply, his tone calm. Loki gritted his teeth, feeling mocked, but he pushed himself to his feet, ready to attack him again, when Thor arrived. Leave it, brother, you've lost, Thor said, his voice stern as he looked at Loki. No, Loki growled, shaking his head. I haven't. I will destroy Jotunheim, and show father what I'm capable of. He raised his scepter, his eyes burning with anger. Destruction is the only thing that will make you understand, Thor. You won't be able to stand against me once I unleash it. Thor stood his ground, shaking his head. I know, Loki. You always think destruction is the answer, but it never brings you peace. Loki sneered. You don't understand. You never have. He swung his scepter at Dave, the energy crackling with dangerous magic. Now stand aside. But Dave stood his ground, crossing his arms, an unwavering calm in his eyes. Make me, he said, his voice challenging. Loki, his anger rising, summoned a blast of magic. You think you can stop me, he shouted. As the blast flew toward Dave, he casually raised his hand and blocked it with ease. The blast dissipated against an invisible force that surrounded him, leaving Loki stunned. Chapter 119, Asgard 2. Loki couldn't believe he couldn't land a decisive blow. He continued to fire more and more blasts from his scepter, each attack becoming more desperate, but none found their mark. Dave stood calm, his movements fluid. He used armament hockey, his hands coated in a shimmering black aura, effortlessly deflecting each blast. The powerful magic lasers collided with his hockey and fizzled out harmlessly. Frustrated, Loki charged at him, swinging his scepter with fury. But Dave waved his hand, releasing a powerful shockwave that sent Loki flying backward. Loki crashed into the edge of the bridge, his body slumping near the ends, and he fell from it but saved himself at the last time as he grabbed the edge of it. Loki. Thor rushed to his brother's side, his voice filled with concern. He knelt near Loki, who appeared battered and bruised from the clash. Dave just stood there calmly as he watched Thor check on his brother. Thor looked at Loki, who was clutching the edge of the bridge, barely holding himself together. Loki, give me your hand. Thor pleaded, reaching out. But Loki's gaze darkened. Isn't this what you wanted, Thor? Loki said bitterly, his voice laced with venom. My death. Thor's face contorted with pain at the accusation. No, Loki, he said firmly. I don't want that. I never have. But does it even matter now? I, Prince of Asgard, was even defeated by that mortal so easily. Loki said venomously. No, it doesn't matter, Dave is no mortal, Thor said. Loki stared at him for a moment, as if searching for some hidden deceit. Then, his expression shifted to one of resignation. You've always been the favored one, he whispered. Slowly, he raised one hand as though he might accept Thor's offer. But as Thor leaned in closer, Loki suddenly swung his scepter, aiming for Thor's extended hand. The sharp edge grazed Thor, forcing him to pull back in reflex. Enough of this. Thor shouted, grabbing Loki's wrist to pulling him back. But the moment he did, Loki's scepter slipped from his grip, and ended up falling in the cosmos below him. Thor restrained him, his voice softer now. Stop this madness, brother. Whatever you've done, we can fix it together. Loki hesitated, his breathing ragged, his gaze flickering between Thor and Dave. Rather than living here, I might as well fall into the endless abyss of space, Loki said, raising his hand. Thor leaned in, extending his hand again. Please, Loki, take my hand, Thor pleaded, his voice heavy with emotion. Loki glared at him, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and despair. Let me go, Loki said coldly. Thor shook his head, his grip firm. I forgive you, brother. Please, just stop this madness, Thor said, his voice breaking slightly. As Loki stared at Thor, conflicted, another hand gently rested on his free arm. Son, stop this and return, Odin's voice boomed, steady and commanding, yet laced with a fatherly plea. Loki turned to look at him, his expression a mix of disbelief and pain. Father, Loki whispered, his voice almost trembling. Odin nodded solemnly. Yes, I am your father. Please, now stop this, Odin said, his gaze firm but compassionate. Loki shook his head, tears forming in his eyes. No. I am not your son, he said, his voice rising with bitterness. I am just a cold child you picked from Jotunheim. Odin's faces reflected their sorrow as Loki continued. That's why you've always favored Thor, but not me, Loki said, his voice breaking. I was never enough. A faint, bitter smile crossed Loki's face as he released a burst of magic, forcing Thor and Odin to step back slightly, freeing himself from their grip as he began to fall in the void. Dave watching this didn't do anything. If he wanted he could have easily saved him, but then how Loki will meet Thanos and get the Mind Stone scepter? Loki, no. Thor shouted, reaching out again. But it was too late. Loki let himself fall, plummeting into the endless cosmos below, his figure fading into the void as Thor and Odin could only watch in silence, their hearts heavy with grief. Odin and Thor sat there as Dave just looked at them and didn't say anything. A few days later, as Asgard mourned the death of Loki, a grand feast was held in honor of the late prince. All of Asgard gathered to partake in the event, yet the hall was heavy with sorrow. Frigga sat silently, her face impassive, though her eyes betrayed her pain. Thor, after only a few bites, stood up and quietly left the hall. Frigga watched him go with a somber expression. Where is he going? Sif asked, concerned. He needs some time alone, Frigga replied, her voice soft but resolute. Sif nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Thor walked to the far end of the palace, where Odin stood, gazing out into the endless cosmos. Thor's heart was heavy as he approached, his eyes searching the stars, hoping for a miracle. What are you looking at, father? Thor asked hesitantly, his voice low. Odin exhaled deeply. Nothing, I cannot see anything, he admitted, his voice tinged with sorrow and regret. Thor simply nodded, standing silently beside his father. After a long pause, Odin broke the silence. Forget it, he said firmly, though his tone carried a weight of sadness. It was not your fault. Thor looked at Odin, his eyes filled with guilt. His hatred for you, it was not born in days or months but grew over years, Odin continued. He could not stand to watch you take all the glory while he felt cast aside, insignificant. I thought it was childish jealousy, something he would grow out of, Odin said, his voice faltering. But I failed to see that the same jealousy would one day consume him. Thor shook his head, his guilt evident. It is not your fault, father, Thor said softly. Loki's pain ran too deep. Odin nodded, placing a firm hand on Thor's shoulder. You will be a wise king, Odin said, his voice steady but filled with fatherly pride. I am dying, Thor. Soon, Asgard will need a new king. Thor turned to face Odin, his expression conflicted. Odin looked at him with a calm determination. Always remember, my son, it is not this place that makes Asgard. It is the people who make Asgard. To be their king, you must be a protector of their lives, not just their land. Always keep this in mind, Odin said before walking away. Thor remained standing there, staring out into the stars, contemplating his father's words. After a moment, he spoke softly to himself, his resolve hardening. I promise to protect our people, father, he whispered. As Odin disappeared into the distance, a faint smile formed on his face, knowing Thor would carry the weight of his wisdom into the future. Chapter 120, Asgardian Magic. While everyone was mourning Loki's death, Dave found himself in the Grand Library of Asgard. He had no interest in participating in the mourning, as he knew Loki was still alive. To him, their eagerness to declare Loki dead without proof seemed irrational. But it didn't matter, he had other priorities. Dave was engrossed in studying Asgardian magic. He delved deeply into its nuances, comparing it to Earth's magical systems. He noted a key difference: Earth's magic often relies on drawing power from external cosmic sources or elemental forces, channeling them through rituals, incantations, and tools to create spells. On the other hand, Asgardian magic operates differently. Asgardians generate a unique force from within their own bodies, a direct form of mana that serves as the foundation for their spells. This force, intrinsic to Asgardians, allows them to manifest their imaginations into reality. Their magic isn't confined to rigid formulas but instead shaped by their will and creativity. However, the Asgardian approach to magic had its own limitations. Over the centuries, they refined their abilities to focus primarily on practical, battle-oriented powers. This is why Asgardian magic users often possess specific abilities tied to their roles, such as Heimdall's omniscient sight or the formidable durability of Colossus-like warriors. Moreover, Dave discovered an intriguing aspect of the royal force unique to Asgard's ruling class. This force, passed down from one monarch to the next, amplified the ruler's strength and allowed them to wield magic far beyond that of ordinary Asgardians. It wasn't just power, it was an inheritance that symbolized authority, legacy, and responsibility. Dave realized this royal force wasn't merely symbolic. It was an evolving power that grew stronger with each generation, adapting and enhancing itself through the experiences and wisdom of each ruler. The royal force was the pinnacle of Asgardian magic, and understanding it might unlock untold possibilities. As he continued his studies, Dave felt a growing appreciation for Asgardian magic's depth and versatility. While it had evolved for specific needs, its potential for boundless creativity and strength fascinated him. Now, Thor is not ready to inherit the royal force, Dave mused aloud, flipping through the intricate Asgardian texts. The royal force itself carries wisdom and will only choose a true ruler, something Thor has yet to become. But when he does, Thor will undoubtedly reach the peak of cosmic power, rivaling even celestials, he murmured, his voice trailing off as his thoughts deepened. Can I create my own royal force by transitioning from one template to another? Dave pondered, the idea sparking his curiosity as he turned to his system for answers. Host cannot create a royal force through templates. Templates lack souls, and the royal force is deeply tied to the soul of the reigning king. It absorbs their essence and merges with the next king upon their birth. In essence, it is a legacy of reincarnated power and wisdom passed down through rulers. However, since Host possesses a single, unified soul, he cannot create a traditional royal force for himself. But Host can establish royal forces for his descendants. In fact, Host has the potential to create multiple royal forces, each tailored to the nature of the templates Host wields. Children, huh? Dave muttered, leaning back in thought. That's still far into the future. I've got more immediate priorities for now, he remarked as he closed the ancient tome on royal force magic. He glanced across the library, spotting Frigga entering gracefully. The Queen of Asgard had been instrumental in his understanding of Asgardian magic. Despite her mourning for Loki, she continued to guide Dave, impressed by his intellect and dedication. Are you leaving already? She asked, her voice gentle as she approached him. Dave stood and bowed slightly out of respect. Yes, my queen. Thank you for your invaluable guidance, he replied, his tone sincere. Frigga smiled softly. Your progress has been remarkable, Dave. But remember, true mastery of magic lies not only in knowledge but in understanding its purpose. Magic is as much about wisdom as it is about power. Dave nodded. I'll remember your words, and I'm grateful for your teachings. They've given me much to think about. As Frigga watched him leave, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Despite his mortal origins, Dave had the potential to rival even the greatest mages of Asgard. You are always welcome here, Frigga said with a warm smile as Dave nodded. I will come by whenever I can, Dave replied, his voice calm yet determined. Frigga nodded and watched as he left the room, the door closing softly behind him. Dave had been learning Asgardian magic from her for over 3 months now. His progress was immense, but it was time for him to move forward. He felt ready for his next challenge, and there was one person left to face, Thor. Now, the only thing left is to fight Thor, Dave mused as he reviewed his progress on the status screen. His array of spells had expanded, his understanding of Asgardian magic growing deeper with every lesson. I've got all of them now, he muttered. Should I fight using only magic or Whitebeard's template, he wondered aloud. After a moment of consideration, he shrugged. Nah, fighting Thor with Whitebeard's template is better, he decided with a smirk. With a final glance at the room, he dashed out, heading straight for Thor's location. He soon reached the arena, a place where Thor often spent his time, fighting or drinking at the bar. Natasha, aka Black Widow, and Diana also spent their time there. Natasha had learned from Asgardian warriors during her stay here, and the Asgardians had welcomed her to fight, as they preferred to battle with others to test their strength. She had grown skilled at wielding the demon flame and hell wind, which were difficult techniques to master, especially when it came to controlling them in combat. Diana, on the other hand, was always a challenge to defeat with her unpredictable and powerful strength. Diana also has cursed blood which is even powerful than hell wind and demon's flames, creating a powerful spectacle whenever both these women fought. Chapter 121, Against Thor. Natasha and Diana stood face to face in the Grand Asgardian arena, a crowd of curious warriors encircling them. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the two women prepared for another intense sparring match. Natasha, clad in her sleek black combat suit, ignited the demon flame in her hands. The dark, fiery energy flickered like a living entity, ready to lash out at her opponent. Her movements were precise and fluid, honed through years of training and countless battles. Her eyes gleamed with determination, showing no sign of hesitation. Diana, on the other hand, exuded an aura of raw, untamed power. Her cursed blood technique caused a faint, eerie crimson mist to emanate from her body. Unlike Natasha's focused control, Diana's power seemed almost alive, pulsating with chaotic energy. Her pale features contrasted sharply with the malevolent force surrounding her, making her an intimidating opponent. The match began with a burst of speed. Natasha darted forward, her agility unmatched, as she launched a series of rapid strikes infused with the demon flame. Each punch carried a fiery trail, searing the air as they aimed for Diana. But Diana was ready. Her cursed blood formed a crimson shield around her, deflecting Natasha's attacks with ease. "You're faster than before," Diana remarked with a sly smirk, her voice laced with admiration and challenge. "And you're tougher than ever," Natasha retorted, pivoting gracefully to avoid a counter-strike. Diana retaliated with a sweeping motion, sending tendrils of cursed blood toward Natasha. The tendrils writhed like snakes, their tips sharp and deadly. Natasha leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding them, and countered by launching a wave of hell wind. The invisible force rushed toward Diana, slicing through the arena floor as it traveled. The impact caused a shockwave that sent dust and debris flying. Diana stumbled slightly but steadied herself, her cursed blood absorbing much of the damage. She grinned, her eyes glowing faintly red. "You're going to have to try harder than that," she taunted, her voice dripping with confidence. The two women continued their clash, trading blows and counterattacks with relentless intensity. Natasha's demon flame burned brighter with each strike, while Diana's cursed blood grew more volatile, forming jagged spikes and whips that lashed out unpredictably. At one point, Natasha managed to land a solid kick on Diana, sending her skidding backward. But Diana quickly regained her footing, her laughter echoing through the arena. "Nice hit. Now it's my turn," she exclaimed, unleashing a wave of crimson energy that forced Natasha to retreat. The Asgardian warriors watching from the sidelines were captivated. They had rarely seen such a display of raw skill and power. Natasha's calculated precision was a stark contrast to Diana's unrelenting ferocity, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Despite the intensity of the battle, neither woman fought with the intent to harm. There was an underlying sense of respect and camaraderie between them, evident in their subtle smiles and the occasional exchange of banter. After several minutes of combat, the arena floor bore the marks of their battle, scorch marks from the demon flame, deep grooves from hell wind, and crimson stains from cursed blood. Both women were breathing heavily but showed no signs of surrender. "One more round?" Natasha asked, her lips curling into a smirk as she prepared to reignite the demon flame. "Always," Diana replied, her cursed blood swirling around her like a living storm. The crowd roared in approval, eager to witness the next round of this electrifying duel. Dave, on the other hand, approached Thor, who was standing to the side watching the duel. "I didn't know there were such powerful warriors on Midgard," Thor remarked as he observed Natasha and Diana intently. "They are exceptions everywhere," Dave replied casually. Thor nodded, his interest piqued. "Now that I'm free, would you like to fight?" Thor asked, gripping his hammer tightly as lightning bolts streaked around him. His eyes gleamed with battle-hardened intensity. "Sure," Dave nodded, then added, "but let them finish their fight first." Thor nodded in agreement, and the two stood silently, watching the conclusion of Natasha and Diana's duel. Soon, the match ended with Diana emerging victorious. While Natasha had far more experience, Diana's raw power and diverse techniques, some learned from the One Piece world, proved to be decisive. Diana even possessed mastery over hockey, though she hadn't used it during the match. Her incredibly resilient body and unpredictable fighting style were enough to overwhelm Natasha in the end. Despite her loss, Natasha's performance had been extraordinary, showcasing her strategic brilliance and mastery over the demon flame and hell wind. The Asgardians cheered loudly, impressed by the remarkable display of strength and skill from both combatants. "Now, my friends, it's time for me to battle," Thor announced as he entered the arena, his booming voice echoing across the space. The Asgardians erupted into even louder cheers, their enthusiasm uncontainable. Natasha and Diana also stood at side wondering whom he is going to fight against. "I will fight the mightiest men from Midgard, Dave Garcia," he declared, pointing his hammer toward Dave. Dave casually waved his hand at the crowd in acknowledgement, standing relaxed in his usual attire, a white shirt and black pants. Despite his calm demeanor, his presence radiated strength. He stepped into the arena, his footsteps deliberate. "Ready?" he asked Thor with a confident smirk. Thor nodded firmly. Volstagg, acting as the referee, stepped into the center and raised his hand. The arena fell silent, the tension palpable. Dave, in preparation, deactivated his Dante and Mummud templates, choosing to rely solely on the full power of his Whitebeard template. Instantly, his body surged with the peak strength and aura of Whitebeard from One Piece. Dave glanced at Thor, his expression resolute. "Let me enjoy this battle," he muttered to himself. As Volstagg's hand came down to signal the start, both warriors moved simultaneously. Thor charged forward with his lightning-infused hammer, crackling bolts of electricity illuminating the arena. Dave, in turn, activated his armament hockey, the darkened aura coating his fists as he met Thor's attack head-on, undeterred by the immense power surging toward him. Chapter 122, Against Thor 2. The force of their clash created a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves through the arena as the crowd cheered louder. Thor swung Mjolnir with immense force, his lightning-infused attacks aiming to overwhelm Dave's defenses. However, Dave, fueled by the overwhelming power of the Whitebeard template, effortlessly blocked and parried the blows with his hockey-enforced arms. Dave shifted his stance, his body fluid and focused, moving with the grace of a seasoned warrior. As Thor charged again, Dave quickly closed the distance between them, using the full potential of his speed and strength to land a devastating punch to Thor's midsection. The force of the strike sent Thor stumbling back, but he quickly regained his footing, his eyes flashing with excitement. Ha! Not bad, Midgardian. Thor laughed, his voice booming as he swung Mjolnir down in a massive arc. Lightning surged from the hammer, cracking the air with the fury of a storm. Dave didn't flinch. Instead, he raised his fist and coated it with even more intense hockey, preparing for the impact. As Thor's hammer came crashing down, Dave intercepted it with his own attack, creating a powerful shockwave that shook the entire arena. The impact reverberated, creating a brief lull in the battle as both warriors assessed each other. Thor's expression was one of fierce determination, his eyes locked onto Dave's with respect. Dave, though calm, was also energized by the challenge, eager to see just how far he could push himself against the god of thunder. "You're stronger than I expected," Thor said, a grin spreading across his face. "This will be fun." Dave smirked in response. "I'm just getting started," however he inwardly added, "reduce template power to 50%, he said as his system nodded, he just want to enjoy a hearty battle as his system helped him with this. With a battle cry, Thor summoned a massive storm above them, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the sky. The Asgardian warriors watching were on the edge of their seats, anticipating the next move. Dave, however, wasn't intimidated by the storm. Instead, he gathered his energy, focusing on the power of the Whitebeard template. Thor launched himself into the air, Mjolnir crackling with raw energy, and flew toward Dave, aiming to land a decisive blow. Dave, not one to back down, followed suit, propelling himself with immense speed to meet Thor head-on. As they collided in midair, the force of their clash caused the very air around them to ripple, creating an explosion of sound and light. The arena trembled beneath them, and the spectators could barely contain their awe at the intensity of the fight. Neither warrior showed signs of backing down, both were determined to prove their strength and claim victory in this battle. The battle raged on, with Thor and Dave exchanging blows that could destroy mountains. Thor's Mjolnir crackled with godly lightning, each swing bringing a storm in its wake. Dave, fueled by the Whitebeard template, matched Thor's power with his own amplified strength, using the devastating effects of his hockey to block and counter. As Thor attempted to strike again, swinging Mjolnir down with the force of a thunderstorm, Dave anticipated the attack. He raised both hands, channeling the power of the Whitebeard template into a massive shockwave that collided with the hammer's impact, sending ripples through the air. The arena trembled, dust and debris swirling in the aftermath. The two warriors stood facing each other, panting but not yet slowing down. Thor wiped the sweat from his brow, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Impressive, Midgardian. You've got the heart of a warrior, no doubt." Dave's smirk remained unshaken. "And you've got the power of a god. But you're not the only one who can fight like one." With a battle cry, Dave surged forward, moving faster than Thor could react. He struck with a flurry of hockey-charged punches, each blow a shockwave that sent Thor stumbling back. For a moment, it seemed like Dave was on the verge of victory. But Thor wasn't going to back down so easily. With a roar, Thor spun Mjolnir in a rapid circle, generating a protective whirlwind of lightning and thunder. He then hurled it straight at Dave, aiming for a devastating, point-blank strike. The hammer flew through the air, crackling with raw energy, but Dave, focused and calm, activated the full power of his hockey. He blocked the hammer's path with a single fist, pushing back against the force with a tremendous burst of energy. The lightning surged around him, but Dave held his ground, his body glowing with the energy of the Whitebeard template. "You think you can outlast me?" Dave taunted, his voice strong despite the raw power surrounding them. Thor grinned, his pride swelling. "I never back down from a fight, Dave. With another powerful swing, Thor sent Mjolnir crashing down upon Dave, this time with even more destructive force. The air around them crackled as the battle entered a new phase. But just before the hammer could make contact, Dave disappeared in a flash of movement, using the speed of the Whitebeard template to evade the strike. Dave reappeared behind Thor in the blink of an eye. Without wasting any time, he swung a hockey-enhanced punch that sent Thor flying forward, skidding across the arena floor. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable as they witnessed the intensity of the battle. Thor, though momentarily dazed, quickly got back up, laughing heartily. "Ha! This is what I call a real fight." "Then let's make it even more interesting," Dave said, his eyes glowing with determination. With that, he fully unleashed his hockey, surrounding his body with an overwhelming aura of raw power. Thor, ever the warrior, raised Mjolnir high above his head, summoning the storm once again. Thunder cracked, lightning danced around the arena, and the air grew heavy with the weight of their battle. The two warriors charged at each other, each more determined than the last. The clash that followed shook the very foundations of the arena, a testament to the immense power of the Midgardian and the Asgardian. The fight had become a spectacle unlike anything seen before, and the crowd was captivated, knowing that they were witnessing the true strength of these two powerful figures. Chapter 123, Against Thor 3. As the clash reached its peak, the arena bore the marks of their titanic struggle, craters in the ground, shattered stone pillars, and an atmosphere charged with energy. Dave and Thor stood panting, their bodies battered but their spirits undeterred. Thor glanced at Mjolnir in his hand and noticed a deep crack running across its surface. For the first time in centuries, his legendary weapon, the pride of Asgard, showed signs of wear. His eyes widened momentarily, but then a hearty laugh escaped his lips. "You, Dave Garcia, are no ordinary mortal," Thor said, his voice booming. "To damage Mjolnir, it seems the legends of Midgard have yet to catch up to your might." Dave smirked, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "Guess we're even now. But I'm not done yet." Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, despite its fractured state. Lightning surged around him once more, his determination unwavering. "Neither am I." With that, Thor leaped into the air, bringing Mjolnir down with a ferocious strike. Dave, anticipating the attack, focused his hockey into his fists, his entire body glowing with a fierce aura. As Mjolnir descended, Dave met it with a hockey-infused punch, creating a massive shockwave that shook the entire arena. The crack in Mjolnir widened further, and with a deafening sound, the hammer shattered into pieces, its fragments scattering across the battlefield. Thor was thrown back by the force, landing heavily on the ground, his hand trembling as he stared at the remains of his weapon. The crowd gasped, stunned into silence. Even the Asgardian warriors who had been cheering were struck speechless by the sight of Mjolnir's destruction. Dave stood tall, breathing heavily but still composed. His voice cut through the silence. "It's over, Thor. You fought well, but I have faced better. And even gods can fail, not to mention their weapons." Thor slowly rose to his feet, his hand still holding the broken handle of Mjolnir. Despite his loss, he grinned. "You're right, Dave Garcia. Even gods can fall. And today, you've proven yourself worthy of standing among them." He extended his hand toward Dave, a gesture of respect. Dave hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and shaking it firmly. The crowd erupted into cheers, their awe turning into admiration for both warriors. Frigga, watching from the royal balcony, smiled softly. "The strength of Midgard continues to surprise us," she said to Odin, who nodded solemnly. Thor turned to the scattered pieces of Mjolnir, his expression bittersweet. "It seems I'll need to forge a new weapon," he said, his voice tinged with pride. "But this loss is not one I regret. You've shown me the strength of mortals, Dave. And for that, I am grateful." Dave nodded, his usual calm demeanor returning. "You're strong, Thor. Stronger than most I've met. After you get another weapon, let's have another fight." Thor laughed heartily, clapping Dave on the back. "You've got a deal, Midgardian." As the arena began to clear, the Asgardians chanted Dave's name alongside Thor's, their voices echoing across the realm. It was a battle that would be remembered for ages, a clash of two warriors from different worlds, united by their love for the fight. Back in his room, Thor looked at the shattered remains of Mjolnir and tears welled up in his eyes. "Mjolnir," he whispered, his voice heavy with sorrow. Outside, Natasha and Diana observed the situation. Natasha raised an eyebrow and asked, "He seemed fine outside. Why is he crying now?" Frigga, Thor's mother, gently patted his back and explained, "Outside, he has to maintain his image as a king. But here, he can grieve as a warrior who's lost a part of himself." "It's okay," Frigga said softly to Thor. "Just take it to Nidavellir and have it reforged. It will be good as new." Thor nodded, wiping his tears. "You're right, mother." Standing up, he carefully collected the fragments of Mjolnir. He turned to Dave and said, "Dave, would you like to come with me? Perhaps you'll find a weapon worthy of you as well." Dave considered the offer for a moment and nodded. "I'll come. I've been thinking about getting a weapon forged from you metal. Though I've broken weapons before, I could use something powerful to complement my abilities. A weapon forged in Nidavellir would be ideal. Not to mention," Dave thought as he accessed his system inventory, "I've been holding onto these." Within his inventory, Dave had 6 pieces of Eternium and Vibranium, valuable materials he had acquired through various gacha draws. He had often drawn consumables or common items, but now, with the right opportunity, these rare metals could finally be put to use. Not to mention Vibranium, which can absorb as well as amplify vibrations. The Eternium is from DC World and is like metal, though unlike metal which amplify magic, this metal can store and amplify souls, like how it is used to forge Crown of Sabbac, holding the souls of 5 ancient devils, and whoever wear that crown were granted the power of those 5 devils. "Let's go now then," Thor said as he packed the fragments of Mjolnir. Dave gave a quick nod, ready to depart. "What's Nidavellir?" Natasha asked curiously. "It's a place where all gods have their weapons forged," Dave replied. Frigga elaborated, "Even Odin's spear, Loki's scepter, and Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, were all forged there by the dwarves." Natasha nodded in understanding. "Can I come along?" she asked eagerly. Diana stepped forward as well. "Let me come too," she said firmly. Dave shrugged and looked at Thor, waiting for his decision. Thor smiled and said, "Your friends are welcome to join us." With that, the group prepared for their journey to Nidavellir, the fabled realm of the dwarves, where legendary weapons were born. The group boarded an Asgardian ship, its intricate golden and silver design shimmering under the light of the Bifrost. As they entered the spacious interior, Diana's excitement was palpable. "Whoa! This time we'll be traveling through space," Diana exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she darted around, examining every detail of the ship. Thor chuckled, his deep voice resonating through the room. "She has the heart of both a warrior and a lively child," he remarked, watching her enthusiasm with amusement. Chapter 124, Xandar. Thor chuckled, his deep voice resonating through the room. "She has the heart of both a warrior and a lively child," he remarked, watching her enthusiasm with amusement. A few Asgardian crew members accompanied them, their expressions calm and professional. They were tasked with piloting the ship and ensuring all of the group's basic needs were taken care of during the journey. Dave leaned casually against a wall, observing Diana with a faint smile. "She does have that unique blend of qualities," he said. Natasha, meanwhile, stood to the side, arms crossed as she quietly admired the efficiency of the Asgardians preparing for the voyage. "This ship looks like it can handle anything space throws at it," she commented. Thor nodded proudly. "It's one of our finest. It will take us to Nidavellir swiftly and safely." Soon, the ship's engines roared to life, and the vessel ascended into the skies of Asgard. Diana pressed her face to one of the ship's windows, marveling as they left the atmosphere. The stars stretched endlessly, the ship gliding smoothly through the cosmos. "Space travel isn't something I thought I'd ever experience," Diana said, her voice filled with awe. "It's magical." Dave smirked. "Get used to it. There's plenty more to see out here." Thor laughed heartily. "Indeed. The wonders of the 9 realms, and beyond, await those bold enough to explore them." With that, the group settled in for their journey, excitement and anticipation filling the air as the ship soared toward Nidavellir. "So, we're going straight to Nidavellir?" Natasha asked, settling down in her seat. They had been traveling for about an hour, the Asgardian ship cutting through space with ease. Thor, sitting nearby, took a leisurely sip of his beer and shrugged. "Now, we will stop to refuel halfway through," he said, casually placing his drink down. Natasha raised an eyebrow. "But don't we have enough fuel? We can refuel anywhere, can't we?" Thor looked at her with a hint of amusement. "No, we have enough fuel, but it's always wise to have extra stored. Refueling along the way ensures we can explore without worrying about running out." Natasha considered his words for a moment before nodding. "That makes sense. Better to be prepared." Thor grinned. "Exactly. The journey will take us through some fascinating places. We'll get to explore while we wait." The group relaxed a bit, taking in the quiet space around them. Thor, content with the conversation, took another swig of his beer, and everyone settled in as they continued their journey through the vastness of space toward their destination, Nidavellir. "So, what weapon would you like to have?" Thor asked, looking at Dave with curiosity. Dave leaned back, thinking for a moment. "I prefer any, but I like swords the most," he replied. Thor nodded in understanding. "Then you are in luck. Swords are favored by many gods, and the dwarves here create more and more beautiful types of swords. It's like a competition to them now. But you have money, right?" "If not, I can give you some," Thor added. Dave raised an eyebrow. "I have a lot of money, but I don't think they will like Earth money. But I have some good metals, though. They might take a fancy to them." Thor grinned. "Yes, the dwarves only love 3 things, shiny gold, shiny metals, and bubbly drinks. That's why I'm carrying barrels of Midgardian beer." He pointed to a pile of barrels stacked in the corner of the ship. Unlike an original where Bifrost was broken and Thor wasn't able to go to Midgard without it being repaired once again, this time thanks to him, it was not broken and he can now easily go back and forth to Earth and return to Asgard. He went there many times to meet Jane and even brought her back to Asgard to introduce her to his mother, so him carrying barrels of beer is not that a surprising thing to him. Dave chuckled. "I get it. Metal and beer, works every time." Thor laughed heartily. "Exactly. But you'll find that a good sword crafted by a dwarf is worth its weight in gold." Dave nodded thoughtfully as the ship continued its journey through space. The casual conversation carried on until they finally reached a resting point. "Lord, we have arrived at Xandar," an Asgardian attendant called out, notifying them. The ship began to slow, and the view outside changed to reveal a bustling space station and vibrant cityscape in front of them. "This planet looks busy," Natasha observed, looking out at the scenery. Thor nodded. "Yes, it's a famous place for many travelers to rest during their journeys." Thor, now wearing his black cape, stood up with a grin. "Let's go and see what Xandar has to offer." There's always something interesting to find in a place like this. Dave smiled and stood as well. Agreed. Let's make the most of our stop. He was eager to explore the planet, but there was still the matter of forging his new weapon in Nidavellir, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement for the journey ahead. Xandar is the homeworld of the Xandarians and to many other species as the capital of the Nova Empire with a population of 12 billion. Xandar is located in the Andromeda Galaxy. As they disembarked the ship and stepped out onto Xandar, they were greeted by a variety of people. The streets were lively, filled with Xandarians and visitors alike. The atmosphere was vibrant, with the hum of conversation and distant sounds of music mixing with the busy marketplace. However, what they didn't know was that on Xandar, they had advanced devices that constantly detected threat levels from each visitor. As Thor arrived, he didn't mask his presence, and his power was immediately detected, but he was not on threat level as he was a regular visitor. Meanwhile, Diana and Natasha both disguised themselves, trying to blend in as potential threats. But their readings were still flagged, though not as intensely. The real surprise came when Dave's presence was detected. His power level was off the charts, and the device sent out a red signal, alerting the Nova Corps' Nova Prime of the potential threat. The message was immediately received, and Nova Prime began to prepare for what seemed like an incoming danger. Chapter 125, Xandar 2. The bustling streets of Xandar remained oblivious to the escalating situation within the Nova Corps headquarters. Nova Prime, a composed and strategic leader, reviewed the threat report on her holographic display. The readings were unlike anything she'd seen before, particularly from the individual identified as Dave. His power spiked beyond their typical threat scales, prompting immediate action. "Prepare a containment team," Nova Prime ordered, her voice steady but firm. "I want reconnaissance drones on them immediately. Ensure they are monitored, but do not engage unless necessary. Let's confirm their intentions first." Back on the streets, Dave, Thor, Diana, and Natasha casually explored the marketplace. The lively atmosphere kept them entertained. Diana admired the craftsmanship of alien jewelry, while Natasha scanned the area, her instincts as a spy making her naturally cautious. Thor, meanwhile, was drawn to a stall selling exotic drinks, and he couldn't resist trying a few. "These Xandarian beverages are excellent," Thor declared, downing another cup. "They rival even the finest meads of Asgard." Dave chuckled, letting Thor enjoy his moment. "Just don't forget we have a destination, Thor," he reminded, his gaze sweeping the crowd. While he appeared relaxed, his heightened senses picked up on subtle movements, small drones hovering discreetly around them. "They're watching us," Dave said softly, his voice calm yet serious. "But who are these people?" "I am pretty sure this is my first time in outer space," he then added confused, not knowing he is walking Nuke and Terry Eye's alien Nuke. Natasha looked at him and asked, "Are you sure?" Dave rolled his eyes in response as he said, "Yeah, I am pretty sure." Diana frowned. "Should we leave? I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble here." Dave shook his head. "No need to panic. If they approach, we'll talk. We're not here to start a fight. Besides," he smirked slightly, "they are weak. If they try to act smart, they will just lose their planet." Thor laughed heartily, patting Dave on the shoulder. "That's the spirit. But I doubt they'll challenge us. They know better than to provoke a prince of Asgard." Dave nodded as he walked alongside Thor, while Diana and Natasha followed a short distance behind. "He was joking, right?" Natasha asked, her voice uncertain. Diana hesitated, a vivid memory surfacing in her mind, a scene where Dave had destroyed an entire kingdom after discovering they were selling children as slaves, in One Piece world. "Maybe. Probably," Diana replied, her tone unsure. Natasha gave her a sharp look, then sighed and shook her head. "Great. Just great," she muttered, walking ahead with purposeful strides. Diana watched her go, then followed silently, her thoughts lingering on the unpredictable nature of Dave's actions. As they continued walking, a squad of Nova Corps officers appeared in the distance, their golden armor gleaming under Xandar's sun. They moved with precision, forming a loose perimeter around the group but keeping a respectful distance. One officer, clearly the leader, stepped forward and addressed them. "Greetings, visitors. I am Commander Roman Day of the Nova Corps. May I ask your purpose here on Xandar?" Thor, ever the blunt one, stepped forward with his usual confidence. "We're here to rest and resupply before continuing our journey. No ill intentions, I assure you." Roman nodded but glanced at Dave, his posture slightly tense. "And you, sir? You seem new here, but since you are accompanying Lord Thor, you must be a distinguished guest. Nova Prime has requested a meeting with you to better welcome you here." Dave smiled slightly, his presence calm but imposing. "If Nova Prime wishes to meet, I have no objection. Lead the way." The officers exchanged cautious glances, but Roman gestured for them to follow. "This way, then. Let's not cause any alarm among the citizens." As they were escorted to Nova Corps headquarters, Thor leaned toward Dave and muttered, I once heard rumors that the Xandarians have technology to detect threat levels. Perhaps they've discovered what you are. Dave raised his eyebrows at this and nodded thoughtfully. He kept all his templates active at all times, who knew when someone might launch an ambush. This was Marvel, after all. But now, it seemed his precautions had caused some unnecessary trouble. Dave and the others continued to follow the Nova Corps officers. Before long, they arrived at the headquarters, a magnificent building that blended elegance with a clear display of power and authority. As they entered the headquarters, the grandeur of the interior was even more striking. High ceilings, glowing panels of energy, and intricate designs blended advanced technology with artistic finesse. Uniformed officers moved with purpose, and holographic displays showed real-time activity across Xandar and its surrounding regions. Roman led them to a private meeting room with a large, circular table surrounded by chairs. The walls were adorned with displays of historical records and significant events involving the Nova Corps. "Please, have a seat," Roman said, gesturing toward the table. Thor, Dave, Diana, and Natasha each took a seat while Roman stood at the head of the table. "First, let me clarify," Roman began, his tone professional but wary. "Our scans have detected extraordinary energy levels from all of you, particularly you." He gestured toward Dave. "Xandar welcomes travelers from across the galaxy, but such immense power usually indicates a potential threat. It's our duty to investigate and ensure the safety of our citizens." Thor chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "You're lucky it's him you're dealing with. Most others with this much power wouldn't bother sitting here politely." Dave smirked but remained silent, observing the situation. Diana and Natasha exchanged glances, ready to act if necessary. Roman continued, "We need to understand your intentions here on Xandar. Are you here for trade? Diplomacy? Or something else entirely?" Dave finally spoke, his voice calm but firm. "We're here for a brief stop, nothing more. My intentions aren't hostile. If they were, I wouldn't be sitting here explaining myself." Roman's eyes narrowed slightly as he evaluated Dave's words. "That's reassuring, but we have protocols to follow. You'll need to register your presence and provide information about your activities while on Xandar." Chapter 126, Xandar 3. Roman's eyes narrowed slightly as he evaluated Dave's words. "That's reassuring, but we have protocols to follow. You'll need to register your presence and provide information about your activities while on Xandar." Thor clapped a hand on the table, making the officers flinch. "Enough of this questioning. He's under my watch. You know who I am, and you know I wouldn't bring trouble to your planet unless absolutely necessary." Roman hesitated, visibly conflicted, but eventually nodded. "Very well, but we'll be monitoring your activities while you're here. It's standard procedure for individuals with such power levels." Dave nodded, his expression unreadable. "Fair enough. I understand your concerns." With that, the meeting ended. As they were escorted back out, Natasha whispered to Diana, "Well, that could have gone worse." Diana chuckled softly. "Let's hope they don't interfere too much with us." As they stepped outside, the bustling streets of Xandar greeted them again. Thor turned to Dave, grinning. "Now that the formalities are over, how about we grab some of that famous Xandarian ale? You'll like it." Dave smirked, adjusting his jacket. "Lead the way." The group followed Thor through the lively streets, blending into the crowd while keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Roman walked deeper into the facility, stopping in front of a door and knocking lightly. "Come in," a calm voice called from inside. He entered the room, finding an older woman seated behind a sleek desk. Her monitors displayed live footage of Thor and Dave heading to a local drink shop, their casual demeanor almost masking their immense power. "What do you think?" Nova Prime asked, her sharp eyes lifting from the screens to meet Roman's. "They don't seem dangerous, but we can never be certain," Roman replied thoughtfully. "It would be wiser to maintain vigilance at all times." Nova Prime nodded, her expression composed but serious. "Good. But ensure that we don't provoke them unnecessarily. We don't need to poke the hornet's nest." "Understood," Roman said, bowing slightly before turning and leaving the room. Meanwhile, back at the bustling drink shop, Thor laughed heartily as he slammed his tankard on the table. "This place isn't too bad," he exclaimed, gesturing to the bartender for another round. "Midgardian beer may have its charm, but Xandarian brews have a unique spark." Dave sipped his drink more casually, his eyes scanning the room. "It's peaceful here. Almost makes you forget the chaos out there," he remarked, though his expression remained neutral. He was always on guard, even in moments like this. Natasha leaned against the counter, swirling her drink as she observed the lively crowd. "Feels like the calm before the storm," she muttered to Diana, who nodded in agreement. "Let's hope it stays calm," Diana replied, though the unease in her tone was evident. "But knowing our luck." Suddenly, Dave's hockey pinged faintly in his mind, a warning signal. He subtly glanced toward the entrance, where two Nova Corps officers had entered, clearly scanning the room. They didn't appear hostile, but their presence was enough to confirm that the team was being monitored closely. Thor, oblivious to the tension, raised his tankard. To new adventures, he declared, drawing a cheer from the patrons around him. Dave smirked faintly but didn't raise his glass. Instead, he locked eyes with the Nova officers for a brief moment, silently conveying a message, "I see you." The officer shifted uneasily under his gaze but did nothing. They simply turned and left, likely reporting back to Nova Prime. As the group finished their drinks, Dave stood. "Let's not overstay our welcome," he said, his tone calm but firm. "We've got a journey to continue." Thor chuckled, slapping Dave on the back. "You're always so serious. But fine, let's move on. The forges of Nidavellir await." With that, the group made their way back to the ship, leaving the drink shop behind. Unbeknownst to them, Nova Prime was still monitoring their every move, her concern about the unpredictable nature of these powerful visitors growing with each passing moment. Only when the ship left did she relax as she mumbled, "I hope he never returns." As the ship soared through space, Dave leaned back in his seat, deep in thought. The memory of the Xandar encounter had sparked something in him. "The Power Stone," he murmured to himself, recalling the powerful artifact's presence. He quickly shifted his attention to the Asgardian pilots. "Can you check if planet Morag is on our way?" he asked, his voice calm but intent. "If not, how much of a detour would it be?" The Asgardian pilot quickly accessed the coordinates, tapping the screen. "It's not a big detour, just a few space jumps." Dave nodded. "Then go there first." Thor, sitting across from Dave, looked up from his drink. "Wait, something there?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Dave glanced at him. "I overheard two people talking about a dead body of a celestial located there. I have learned about them in your library, just wanted to see one even if it's a dead one," he said, as his eyes shifted toward the pilots. Thor raised an eyebrow. "A celestial body, huh?" he murmured, clearly intrigued. He stood up and gestured to the pilots. "Let's go then." Dave nodded, agreeing with Thor's eagerness. "I also want to see how they look like," he added. Natasha, who had been silent up until now, turned toward Thor with a raised brow. "What is a celestial exactly?" she asked, curious but unsure. Thor, leaning against the ship's console, looked at her with a smile. "Beings who create planets, stars, and galaxies," he explained. "They are older than time itself, and their power is immense." Natasha's eyes widened as she processed the information. "So we're going to meet real gods?" she asked, her tone laced with awe and excitement. Thor's grin grew wider. "You could say that," he replied. "But don't expect them to be like the Asgardians or even like me. Celestials are on another level entirely." As the ship continued its journey, the crew fell into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The idea of encountering Celestials, beings of unimaginable power, both excited and worried them. They didn't know what they would find on Morag, but one thing was clear, it would be a momentous encounter. Chapter 127, Morag. Morag is an oceanic planet located in the Andromeda Galaxy, orbiting the eclipsing binary star M31VJ00443799 plus 4129236. Its inhabitants include the Orloni and aquatic crocodile-like creatures. "So, this is where the Orloni are captured from?" Dave asked, turning to an Asgardian who nodded in confirmation. "Orloni? You mean those rat-sized, sharp-toothed reptiles we saw on Xandar?" Diana chimed in, recalling the memory. "It's like a cockfight on Earth, except they bet on which Orloni will win. A lot of people gamble on them." "Yes," Thor nodded solemnly. "Maybe that's when they spotted a celestial corpse here but never dared to touch it, fearing they might incur the wrath of the Celestials." Dave nodded thoughtfully as the conversation shifted. "We've reached the planet Morag," an Asgardian announced as the ship came out of the space jump. Dave and the others moved to the observation deck, their eyes drawn to the view. "So, this is Morag," they murmured, staring at the striking black and blue planet below. As the ship descended, the vibrant yet eerie beauty of Morag became more apparent. The planet was mostly covered in vast, dark oceans with scattered landmasses. Ancient ruins emerged from the water like forgotten relics, their surfaces glistening with a faint bioluminescent glow. "We can't find a place to dock the ship," the Asgardian pilot said, steering cautiously. "It's fine. Hover here," Thor instructed, walking to the ship's hatch. He opened it and looked outside. Dave glanced at him briefly before jumping out. His demonic wings unfurled with a sharp snap, carrying him effortlessly through the air before he hovered above the ocean's surface. Now, where could it be? Dave thought, scanning the horizon. Suddenly, his system's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, it will take just 100 template points to acquire the location of the artifact." Dave raised an eyebrow. "You mean I can use template points for information too?" he asked, surprised. "Yes, host. Any information can be accessed using template points." Dave's expression darkened slightly. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Host never asked. Hearing the system's straightforward reply, Dave sighed in exasperation. Just give me the location, he said, shaking his head. Almost immediately, the system marked the precise coordinates in his mind. Let's go and find where this celestial corpse is, Thor said, flying nearby, his cape billowing behind him. Dave nodded. You head in that direction, he said, pointing. I'll cover this side. Good idea. This way, we can find it faster, Thor agreed before flying off toward his designated area. You guys wait here, we will call the moment we find it, Dave said to the ship as they nodded. Dave turned and headed toward the coordinates the system provided, his wings slicing through the air with ease. Below him, the ocean stretched endlessly, but the system's guidance filled him with confidence. Let's see what secrets this place holds, he muttered, a determined glint in his eyes. Dave continued flying until he reached the location the system had pinpointed. Hovering above the spot, he observed the water below. It's submerged, he muttered, before folding his wings and diving into the ocean with precision. The cool water rushed past him as he swam deeper, guided by the system's marker. Soon, a grand underwater temple came into view, its ancient design weathered by time. He approached the sealed entrance, drawing his devil sword Dante. With a powerful swing, the blade cleaved through the massive doors, sending a ripple of energy throughout the temple. Inside, the chamber was illuminated by a soft, otherworldly glow emanating from an orb floating within a laser barrier. Found it, he murmured, his eyes locking onto the artifact. Swimming closer, he wrapped his hand in armament hockey, the shimmering black aura adding strength and protection. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand through the laser screen, ignoring the resistance, and grabbed the orb. As he pulled it free, the barrier collapsed, the orb now firmly in his grasp. Power Stone is mine, he thought with a smirk, carefully placing the orb into his system's storage space. Exiting the temple, he propelled himself to the ocean's surface and took to the skies once more. Dave decided to return to the ship, knowing there was no actual celestial corpse to be found. That story had been a convenient fabrication to justify his excursion. Mission accomplished, he muttered, his wings beating rhythmically as he flew toward the ship, satisfaction evident in his expression. Dave soon returned to the ship, his wings folding as he landed gracefully on the deck. Thor arrived shortly after, his hammer in hand. Did you find the corpse? Thor asked, a trace of curiosity in his voice. Dave shook his head, feigning disappointment. No, it's probably submerged too deep to reach without specialized equipment. Thor shrugged casually. Well, whatever. Let's head to Nidavellir now. We have work to do there. Dave nodded in agreement, boarding the ship alongside Thor. The engines hummed to life, and soon, the vessel was speeding toward its next destination. Natasha sighed, leaning back in her seat. It's a pity. I really wanted to see what a celestial corpse looks like. Diana nodded in agreement, though her expression remained neutral. Thor chuckled, shaking his head. Trust me, it's better not to see a live one if you understand their power. Celestials are nothing like us. To them, everything we value is insignificant, a mere speck of dust in the universe. The others nodded thoughtfully, the weight of Thor's words sinking in. The journey to Nidavellir continued in silence, each member of the group lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, in his private quarters aboard the ship, Dave sat alone, retrieving the orb from his system's storage. The glowing artifact rested in his hand, its surface gleaming with a mesmerizing purple light. Can I touch it? He asked, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Host can. You are powerful enough to hold 3 infinity stones safely. Hearing the system's assurance, Dave nodded and began examining the orb closely. Using his strength and focus, he twisted and maneuvered the orb, solving it like a complex puzzle. As he worked, the orb began to shift and emit a radiant purple glow. Chapter 128, Nidavellir. Hearing the system's assurance, Dave nodded and began examining the orb closely. Using his strength and focus, he twisted and maneuvered the orb, solving it like a complex puzzle. As he worked, the orb began to shift and emit a radiant purple glow. Finally, with a soft click, the orb opened, revealing the power stone within. The gem shimmered like the most exquisite jewel, its brilliance illuminating the room. Infinity Stone of Power, Dave muttered, holding the gem between his fingers. Though calling it infinity is an exaggeration. Even with this, there are beings like celestials and others far beyond its power. He allowed the power stone's energy to course through him for a brief moment. A surge of strength flowed through his body, amplifying his abilities exponentially. It's like I'm 100 times stronger now, he said, smirking as he examined his hand, now brimming with glowing energy. Standing up, Dave summoned his devil sword Dante. The weapon pulsed with a newfound intensity, its blade resonating with the power stone's might. Haha, feels like a good combo, Dave muttered, his smirk widening as he marveled at the raw power he now wielded. Dave brought the power stone near his sword and carefully attached the gemstone to the handle's tip. There was a groove-like space at the end of the hilt, perfectly designed for such a purpose, as it already holds a red gem, but there is still space for another gem. As he placed the Infinity Stone of Power onto it, the gemstone fused seamlessly into the handle. The sword immediately reacted. A sinister red energy flared around it, mixing with a pulsing cosmic purple aura. The weapon seemed to hum with newfound power, vibrating as its strength increased exponentially. "Ha ha ha, now this is power," Dave murmured, a grin spreading across his face as he swung the sword experimentally. He could feel the surge of energy coursing through the blade, far beyond what it was capable of before. His mind wandered as he considered the other Infinity Stones. There's also the Soul Stone at another planet, Mind Stone in Thanos' hands. The Space Stone is with S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Time Stone is in the Ancient One's possession, he thought aloud. Finally, his thoughts landed on the Reality Stone. The most powerful of them all, it's still lost, drifting between realms. Finding it is possible with my abilities, but it's set to arrive on Earth soon enough. I'll just wait for it, he concluded, already planning his next move. With a satisfied sigh, Dave sheathed his sword, now glowing faintly with the Power Stone's energy. He leaned back on his bed, arms crossed behind his head, and allowed himself a moment of rest. The universe was vast, and his quest for the Infinity Stones was far from over, but with the Power Stone in his possession, his journey had just taken a significant leap forward. As the Asgardian ship approached Nidavellir, the vast, dark expanse of space was illuminated by the faint glow of a massive, ring-like structure. The forge itself was suspended within the cosmic void, its immense size dwarfing the ship as they drew closer. The colossal rings slowly rotated around the central core of Nidavellir, radiating with remnants of molten energy from the star at its heart. The entire forge exuded an ancient and powerful aura, a testament to the craftsmanship of the dwarves who resided there. "Magnificent, isn't it?" Thor remarked, his voice filled with awe. "This forge has created some of the most powerful weapons in the universe, Hofund, Mjolnir, Gungnir, and countless others." Natasha and Diana leaned closer to the viewing window, their eyes wide as they took in the sight. "This place, what is it built upon?" Natasha murmured, her gaze lingering on the swirling molten rivers visible through the forge's open design. "It's the heart of a dying star," Thor explained, pride evident in his voice. "Its energy powers the forge. Without it, the dwarves wouldn't be able to create such extraordinary weapons." The ship docked at one of the massive platforms extending from Nidavellir. As they disembarked, the heat from the forge was palpable, even through their Asgardian garments. The ground beneath their feet was made of blackened metal, worn smooth from centuries of use. A booming voice greeted them as they stepped onto the platform. "Thor Odinson. What brings you back to Nidavellir?" They turned to see Eitri, the towering king of the dwarves, striding toward them. Despite his imposing size, his features were weary, his hands scarred from years of forging. Thor grinned broadly. "Eitri. It's good to see you again, old friend. I've brought a companion seeking a weapon of great power." Eitri's eyes shifted to Dave, narrowing slightly as he studied him. "You radiate strength, and something more profound, What is it you seek?" Dave stepped forward, his voice steady and respectful. "A sword, crafted with your unmatched skill. One that can harness the energies of the cosmos." Eitri stroked his beard thoughtfully. "A sword, you say? And you have brought the proper materials, I assume?" Dave nodded, gesturing toward a chest being carried by the Asgardian crew. "Rare metals from the depths of space and treasures from Asgard. I trust they'll suffice." Eitri inspected the chest as it was opened, his expression brightening at the sight of the shimmering materials. "Yes, this will do nicely. But such a weapon will require time and precision. The forge demands respect." "Take all the time you need," Dave replied. "I want it to be perfect." Eitri studied the materials Dave had brought with great care, his large hands moving with surprising delicacy as he inspected the rare metals. One, in particular, caught his attention, a shimmering piece of eternium. "Where did you even find this?" "I have never seen this metal before," he muttered, his tone a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Dave smirked. "Let's just say I've been to places most wouldn't dare venture." Eitri nodded appreciatively, then returned his focus to the task at hand. "You want a sword capable of holding the power of all 6 Infinity Stones?" he asked, his voice low but laced with seriousness. He paused, looking up at Dave with an expression that seemed to pierce straight through him. "A weapon like that isn't just powerful, it's dangerous. Why do you need such a thing?" Chapter 129, Nidavellir 2. Dave met Eitri's gaze without hesitation. "To protect," he said simply, his voice steady and resolute. Eitri studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. "Good enough reason," he said, his tone lighter. "I can forge such a sword, but it will take time, and precision unlike anything I've attempted before." Thor, who had been observing silently, stepped forward and placed a battered relic onto the table. It was none other than the shattered remnants of Mjolnir. "While you're at it, can you fix this?" Thor asked, a faint smile on his lips. Eitri's brow furrowed as he picked up a piece of the once mighty hammer. He turned it over in his hands, the scars of its destruction evident in the jagged edges. I wonder what you've been doing to end up with Mjolnir in this state, he mused aloud. Thor glanced at Dave and grinned sheepishly. Let's just say I met a mighty warrior. Dave shrugged nonchalantly, adding, to be fair, it wasn't entirely his fault. Eitri sighed, shaking his head as he set the fragments down. Well, if it's with me, it's possible to fix it, and perhaps even upgrade it. Thor's eyes lit up at the prospect. Upgrade, you say? I like the sound of that. Eitri picked up the chest of materials Dave had brought, hefting it with ease despite its weight. Don't worry. I'll ensure both projects are completed to the highest standards. But remember, true power lies not in the weapon itself, but in the hands of its wielder. With that, the dwarf turned and walked deeper into the forge, his mind already racing with designs and possibilities for both the sword and the hammer. Dave and Thor exchanged a glance, their anticipation growing as the work began. Let's wait until he's done, Thor said as he took a seat nearby. Aren't you going inside? Natasha asked, curious and tempted to explore the forge, perhaps even to commission a weapon for herself. We can't, Thor replied, relaxing as he leaned back. Those dwarves will kick us out while swinging their hammers. They like to work with utmost focus, and our intrusion might disturb them. A single mistake, and we can forget about commissioning any other weapon here. Natasha nodded, understanding the seriousness. Though, do you want a weapon? Thor asked her. Natasha nodded as she said, I have a friend, I want one for him. We have many in Asgard, Thor replied, then turned to Diana, who was looking around curiously. For you too, the weapons in Asgard are more than enough for warriors like you. As Eitri worked tirelessly in the depths of the forge, Dave turned to Thor, who had now settled in, looking relaxed but clearly eager to see Mjolnir restored. How long do you think it'll take? Dave asked, adjusting his stance as he leaned against a nearby structure. It could take a few hours, maybe longer, depending on the intricacies of the repairs, Thor answered, his eyes fixed on the glowing forge. But I have no doubt Eitri will do his best. Dave glanced around at the barren surroundings. There wasn't much to see, but waiting outside was better than disturbing the dwarves. And what about my sword? He asked. Thor looked at him and shrugged. He'll inform us when it's ready. For now, we wait. Unknowingly, 3 days passed as they waited. Finally, Eitri emerged from the forge, carrying Mjolnir. The hammer looked restored and enhanced, its surface gleamed like new, and runes were now etched into its sides. The repair was finished in half an hour, Eitri explained, setting the hammer down on the table. Upgrading it took time. Thor grabbed Mjolnir with a wide grin. It's great. You're the best, Eitri. Eitri nodded, clearly proud of his work. The hammer was broken due to vibrations. I've made it highly resistant to them now. I also added runes for elemental resistance while I was at it. Thank you, Thor said, spinning the hammer to test its weight and balance. Eitri turned to Dave, holding out a sword. As for you, this is yours for the time being. Dave inspected the weapon. It was magnificent, radiating a powerful energy that resonated with him. It's a beautiful sword. What is it? Dave asked. It's named Graham, also known as the Dragon Slayer sword. It's imbued with dragon-slaying energy, Eitri explained. Dave nodded, appreciating the craftsmanship, but his brow furrowed. But can it hold the power of the Infinity Stones? Eitri paused, considering his words carefully. This sword can temporarily hold the power of 3 Infinity Stones. Any more, and it will break after a few uses. If you wish to wield all 6 stones without the sword breaking, you'll need the sword I plan to forge for you. And how long will it take to forge my Infinity Sword? Dave asked. Eitri stroked his beard thoughtfully. Infinity Sword, a fitting name. It will take a minimum of a year, and if you provide me with even better metals, I can make it even stronger. Dave nodded in understanding. Natasha, however, let out an exasperated sigh. Why does it take so long? Eitri snorted, clearly unimpressed with her impatience. Do you know how long it took to forge Mjolnir? Months. These things take time if you want them done right. Satisfied with Eitri's answers, Dave secured Graham in his inventory. Though it is not immensely powerful, it can perfectly hold the energy of 2 Infinity Stones, Eitri explained as Dave nodded. However, Dave asked, what about the payment for this sword? You've already paid me, Eitri replied with a smirk. Dave tilted his head in confusion, prompting Eitri to chuckle. The materials you provided were more than enough to forge your sword. In exchange for the extra metal, I repaid you with this blade. Dave nodded in understanding. Thank you. For now, we'll be on our way. If I find more rare metals, I'll bring them to you, if not, I'll return a year from now for the Infinity Sword. Very well, Eitri agreed with a slight nod before turning back to his forge, already resuming his work as if their departure was just another passing moment. Chapter 130, Back to Earth. Dave and the others returned to Asgard, having concluded their exploration. "We're back," Thor declared as he turned to Dave with a mischievous grin. "Shall we have another go?" Dave, however, shook his head and said, "We should return to Earth. We've been gone for too long." Thor sighed but nodded. "Okay, but at least stay for a day. You should let Natasha and Diana explore, they still have their weapons to pick after all," he suggested. Dave nodded in agreement, while Natasha and Diana's eyes gleamed with excitement at the mention of Asgardian weapons. They were eager to see what treasures they could find there. "Okay then, you guys go and get it while I play with Thor," Dave said with a grin. "Until then, I'd like to test my new sword." Thor grinned in return. "That's the spirit," he said, leading the way. The two Asgardian pilots then escorted Natasha and Diana to the Asgardian armory, eager to show them the legendary weapons housed within. Meanwhile, Dave and Thor made their way to an open area where they could test out their new weapons. Natasha and Diana followed the guards into the armory, where a gust of wind seemed to close the door behind them. "Lord Odin has given permission for you two to choose any weapon from here," one of the guards said, gesturing to the vast collection of weaponry. "One more thing," the guard added. "You should let the weapons choose you. You don't choose them." Natasha and Diana exchanged confused glances before nodding in understanding. They stepped deeper into the armory, their eyes scanning the array of weapons. "What does he mean by letting the weapons choose us?" Natasha asked, her curiosity piqued. Diana, observing the mystical surroundings, responded, "It's like when the Camartage trained me in the mystical arts. Some weapons, like some magic, choose their wielder." Natasha's eyes brightened as she sensed something calling to her. Diana followed her gaze as Natasha reached for a weapon. She found a stunning sword with a red gem at the hilt and a silver blade. "Mystic Heart Sword," Natasha read aloud as the name appeared in her mind, learning that it was a blade that amplified one's magical abilities. "Well, it works with me," Natasha mused, testing its weight and swinging it lightly. The sword felt perfect in her hands. Meanwhile, Diana wandered, searching for a weapon that resonated with her. She eventually came across a sword unlike any other. It had multiple blades, each interlocking with the other like a fan. "What is this?" she murmured, examining the intricate design. "A Warwind sword," Diana read aloud from a plaque beside it. "A powerful weapon meant to inflict massive destruction on anyone it strikes." As she carefully examined it, she noticed it was not just a weapon of destruction. "It has healing properties as well," Diana said, noting the red glow running along the edges of the blade. "It can heal user wounds while delivering devastating cuts." Natasha smiled as she saw Diana's weapon of choice. "I think we've both found what we need." Diana nodded in agreement, gripping her Warwind sword. "It came to me, so I'm taking it." Both of them stepped away from their chosen weapons, satisfied with their new tools. The guards, noticing their choices, nodded approvingly, and the doors opened for them to leave the armory. "These feel right," Natasha remarked, giving her Mystic Heart sword a testing swing. The blade hummed with latent magical energy, and she could feel its connection to her own inner power. She could tell it would only grow stronger as she wielded it. Diana, gripping her Warwind sword, nodded. "It's almost as if it's become part of me already. I've never felt a weapon like this before." As they walked back toward the main courtyard, they noticed Dave and Thor waiting for them. Thor grinned as he saw their new weapons, and Dave gave them a nod of approval. "Looks like you two found something special," Thor said, stepping forward. "Are you ready to test them out?" "Ready as we'll ever be," Natasha replied with a smirk. Diana simply nodded, her Warwind sword resting at her side, radiating a quiet power. "Let's head to the training grounds," Dave suggested, motioning for everyone to follow. "It's time to see what these new weapons can do." The group made their way through the halls of Asgard, and soon, they arrived at the training grounds. A large, open space filled with obstacles and dummies made of various materials stood before them. The perfect place to test out their skills. Remember, Thor warned, these weapons are more than just tools. They will amplify your abilities. Use them wisely. Diana and Natasha took their positions, both feeling the weight of their new weapons. They each raised their swords, the glow of magic surrounding them. Natasha was the first to strike, her Mystic Heart sword cutting through the air with a precision she had never known before. The sword seemed to hum with power, cutting through a training dummy with ease. The red gem at the hilt glowed brighter as if feeding off her energy. Diana followed, swinging her Warwind sword in a wide arc. The multiple blades of the weapon flashed with power, and a gust of wind followed her strike, tearing through the dummy and leaving behind a trail of destruction. The weapon's ability to destroy and heal was evident as she felt a sense of calm flow through her even as the damage to the target was severe. "Impressive," Dave said, watching with interest. He could see how well the weapon suited both women. "You're both getting stronger." Thor nodded in agreement, looking at the results of the strikes. "You two might have finally found your partners." With a final swing, Diana and Natasha stopped, both weapons glowing with a soft, magical light. They exchanged a glance, both silently agreeing that they had found their place in Asgard and among the new allies they had gained. "All right," Dave said, turning back to Thor. "We've tested the weapons. Now, it's time for us to return to Earth. We've been gone long enough." Chapter 131, Back to Earth 2. The trip to Earth was uneventful, silent and easy. Before long, they returned via the Bifrost, arriving back on Earth in the middle of a desert. All around, there was nothing but sand as far as the eye could see. "How are we supposed to get transportation in the middle of this?" Natasha asked, glancing at Dave as he led the group. Dave smirked confidently. "I have my own magic," he replied. "And if you're forgetting, there's always S.H.I.E.L.D. I bet they'll be here in 10 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a subtle voice echoed in his ear through his enhanced senses. "Correction, 5 minutes," Dave added with a nod, as they waited. "Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely pick up a massive energy signature like this," Natasha noted. Sure enough, before long, a helicopter appeared on the horizon, heading straight for them. Moments later, it landed, and Phil Coulson stepped out to greet them. "So, it was you," he remarked with a smile. "How was your trip to the realm of the gods?" Dave waved a hand dismissively as he casually conjured a portal. "Ask your spies," he said with a shrug, motioning for Diana to follow him. Together, they stepped through the portal, heading to Dave's house. "We'll fight later," Diana said to Natasha as she left, glancing back with a smirk. Natasha nodded as the Asgardian portal closed behind them. Phil turned to her. "How was the trip?" he asked. Natasha shrugged lightly. "Eye-opening," she replied. Phil smiled. "Good. Fury will want to hear the details." With that, he gestured toward the waiting helicarrier. The group boarded the aircraft, and it took off, heading back to their base of operations. As the helicarrier ascended, Natasha gazed out of the window, the vast expanse of the desert shrinking beneath them. Phil sat across from her, flipping through a tablet filled with reports and energy readings. "I assume you brought back more than just stories?" Phil asked, raising an eyebrow. Natasha smirked, crossing her arms. "You could say that. Let's just say Asgard's armory was generous." Phil tilted his head, curious. "New toys?" She nodded, resting her hand on the hilt of the Mystic Heart sword, now strapped securely at her side. "This blade is no ordinary weapon. It's alive in a sense. It chooses its wielder and has a thirst for decisive strikes. I'll let the lab boys drool over it later." Phil smiled knowingly. "Fury will be pleased to hear you've leveled up. What about the others?" "Diana picked something equally unique, but I'll let her tell you about it when she's ready. As for Dave..." Natasha paused, leaning forward. "He's a wild card, Coulson. His power is unlike anything we've encountered. He defeated Thor and from the looks of it he was holding back." Phil sighed, nodding. Fury had the same sentiment. "He's already started drafting protocols, but you know how Dave is, if he doesn't want to cooperate, there's little we can do." Natasha gave a dry laugh. "Exactly. He'll help when it suits his goals, and we just have to hope his interests never goes against ours." Phil leaned back, thoughtful. "And if they..." Natasha's expression hardened. "Then we're in trouble." The helicarrier landed smoothly on the S.H.I.E.L.D. base's main deck. As the team disembarked, they were greeted by Nick Fury himself, his signature long coat billowing in the wind. Romanoff, Fury greeted with a curt nod. His gaze then shifted to the weapon at her side. "I take it the trip was productive." "You could say that," Natasha replied. "I'll debrief you in full, but let's just say Asgard has some fascinating technology." Fury's single eye scanned her intently before landing on Phil. "Get the reports and energy readings analyzed. I want to know everything about what they brought back." "On it," Phil replied, heading off with the tablet. Fury turned back to Natasha. "And Dave?" Natasha hesitated. "He's unpredictable, as always. He and Diana went their own way. But we might want to keep an eye on him, especially with what he's bringing to the table." Fury's face remained stoic, though the weight of the situation was evident. "We're always watching, Romanoff. Now, let's get to work." Soon, they returned to the meeting room, where someone else was already waiting to greet Natasha. "You're awake," she said, eyeing the men seated across from her, reading some files. "Maybe, or it's just a big, bad dream," replied the man as he set the file down and stood up to greet her. It was Steve Rogers, the super soldier. S.H.I.E.L.D. had recovered him from the ice, and now, after decades, he was awake again. "Good, you're here," Fury said, walking into the room alongside Phil. "Natasha has some intel she wants to share." They all sat down as Hawkeye entered too, watching Natasha with interest. "You're back," he said simply. Natasha gave him a small nod, a faint smile crossing her face. Soon, she began her debrief. Let's start with the basics, she said, pulling up holographic files on the table. Loki attempted to use the Bifrost to destroy a world as punishment, she explained, pointing to an image of the Bifrost structure. The Bifrost isn't just a transportation tool, it's also a weapon. It can completely obliterate planets if leveraged properly. Fury frowned as he leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. So, it's more than just a rainbow bridge. It's a weapon of mass destruction. Yes, Natasha confirmed, nodding toward the screen. But Dave stopped him. In the process, things got complicated. Loki ran off, or he might be dead. I'm not sure. Dead? Phil asked, glancing at Natasha with raised eyebrows. She shrugged. He fell into some sort of deep space after the fight. Whether he's alive or not is anyone's guess. Fury sighed heavily, rubbing his temple. Great. Just what we need, an unpredictable god of mischief potentially running loose. Steve, who had been silent up until now, finally spoke. And this? Dave. He's the one who stopped Loki. Natasha nodded. He's powerful, Steve. Probably one of the most dangerous individuals I've ever encountered. If he wanted to, he could destroy Earth with a single punch. You're joking, right? Steve asked, looking at her incredulously. Chapter 132, Captain. Natasha fixed him with a serious stare. I wish this was a joke, but it's a harsh reality, she said firmly. Steve glanced around at the others in the room, their somber expressions confirming her words. He sighed heavily, leaning back in his seat. Just how much has the world changed in a few decades, he muttered to himself, rubbing his temples in disbelief. You have no idea, Natasha replied with a wry smile. Fury tapped his fingers against the table thoughtfully. We need contingencies for him, just in case. As much as I would have agreed to that, Steve began, against a man who can obliterate Earth with a single punch, where exactly are you going to find a contingency? Fury glanced at Natasha. She's one change we've got. She's now powerful in ways we're still trying to understand, and we're working on projecting her powers to others as well, he said. Steve looked at Natasha, surprised. Natasha extended her hand, and a faint orange flame appeared in her palm. You've got powers? Steve asked, wide-eyed. Just a small gift from Dave, Natasha said, nodding. Steve frowned thoughtfully. Well then, it's clear he sees you guys as nothing but ants. Even if he gives you power, it means it wouldn't matter much against him, Steve said, leaning back in his chair. Fury shook his head slightly and turned to Natasha. Continue. Natasha nodded. After that, we spent some time together, while Dave studied their magic. He's still improving? Fury asked. Natasha nodded and continued. Yes. And then he fought Thor with mystical weapons. Mjolnir was destroyed in the battle. Fury's expression hardened as he leaned forward. Dave destroyed Mjolnir? Yes, Natasha confirmed. And I'm pretty sure he was holding back when they fought. Just continue, Fury said, as he leaned back, listening closely. Then we went to another planet, called Nidavellir, Natasha continued. It's a planet inhabited by beings who are called dwarves, though they aren't actually dwarves. They're even bigger than me, she said, pausing. There, Thor went to get his hammer reforged, while Dave ordered a powerful sword called the Infinity Sword, which possesses capability to use the Infinity Stones, she explained. What's the Infinity Stone? Captain America asked, raising an eyebrow. Fury shot him a look and motioned for Natasha to continue. She nodded and went on. The Infinity Stones are powerful objects that, when combined, can give someone enough strength to control an entire universe, she said. And there are 6 of them, she added. Dave is wanting to wielding the power of all of them at once. Then we went to another planet called Xandar, though it was more of an pit stop while on our way to Nidavellir, she continued. Though what's important is that Dave heard rumors about the celestial corpse on another planet, and went to check it out, but it wasn't true, Natasha continued. And celestials are the true gods, capable of manipulating entire universes. They create planets, galaxies, and universes too. I think Dave wants the power to counter them, she added. He do not want to be a powerless person under anyone else, so he must be wanting those stones and the Infinity Sword to match their power. Steve and the others looked at each other, processing the information as Natasha finished her recount. Does he have those Infinity Stones? Fury asked, looking at Natasha. I don't know that, but it seems he doesn't have them, she replied. How do you know that? Captain asked. Natasha answered, he got another weapon called the Dragon Slayer Sword, Graham, for the time being, but he didn't attach any stones to it, just stored the sword. Maybe he wants to fuse the stones on it later, Captain suggested, and Fury nodded in agreement. Maybe, Natasha said. And he did all that under your eyes, and didn't bother to hide it? Captain asked, raising an eyebrow. It seems in his eyes you guys are just ants truly. He could crush you all anytime if he wanted to, Captain said, eyeing them all. Everyone heard him as they just nodded, knowing it's the truth. And now that I've heard all of this, I really wonder how you plan to find contingencies against him, Captain America asked, looking at Fury. Fury stared at him for a moment before responding. I didn't know about the Infinity Stones or where we could get them. Maybe if we find them, we can match his power, Natasha suggested. But we don't have them, nor do we know where we can get them, Captain America replied, shaking his head. But we have something else. Fury motioned to the screen, showing an image of the Tesseract. Yes, the Tesseract, Captain America said, recalling their last encounter with it. Last time, we didn't know what Red Skull had planned to do with it. Fury nodded, his eyes narrowing. We need power to fight against him. If we can harness this, we might have a chance. But are you sure? Captain America asked, his brow furrowed. I pretty much remember Red Skull dying quite easily and horribly when he tried to use it. Fury nodded, a stern expression on his face. We're just waking up to a larger threat. We need to create power from whatever resources we have, he said, a sense of urgency in his tone. We still have Natasha, Hawkeye added, trying to lighten the mood. She's been with him, and even gained superpowers from him. Natasha gave a small smile but nodded. I got some powers from Dave, she said, showing out her bracelets. This was a gift from him. It's more than just a bracelet, she said as those glowed and then turned into two daggers, one red one azure color. They are Agni and Rudra having the power of Hellflame and Hellwind, she said as she also demonstrated her powers. And just now this trip I got this sword, Mystic Heart Sword, it is another magic sword, I got from Asgard, she said showing the sword to them. Chapter 133, Hydra. While Fury and the others were discussing, what they didn't know was that someone was eavesdropping on them. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Alexander Pierce sat in his chair, listening intently to their discussion through a secure channel. After a moment, when the conversation ended, he closed his laptop and turned his attention to a tablet that displayed the file on Dave Garcia. Dave Garcia, huh, he murmured, leaning back in his chair as he studied the profile. I wonder what your secrets are, Pierce mused, his gaze fixed on the screen. The file described Dave Garcia as the son of seemingly ordinary humans, yet his actions hinted at a power capable of shaking the entire Earth, even enough to shake the alien forces. Pierce's expression hardened as he whispered to himself, no one rises this high without leaving something behind. And I will find it. And when I find it, it will be mine, Pierce muttered, his tone cold and calculated as he sifted through the complete files on his tablet. The change occurred around the time he met this girl. Trish, he murmured, pausing on her profile. The one who mysteriously went missing after the Titanic submerged. He narrowed his eyes at her image on the screen. You're the key behind his power, aren't you, he speculated, his mind working quickly to piece together the puzzle. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he discreetly issued an encrypted order to Hydra operatives. Bring her in, alive. She might prove invaluable, Pierce commanded, his voice devoid of empathy. He leaned back, his gaze shifting to the group of files labeled, Winter Soldiers. Time to put you all to some use, he muttered, his mind already envisioning how to exploit both Trish and the soldiers for his grander schemes. Pierce's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk as his mind raced with possibilities. Trish was clearly more than she seemed, and if Dave Garcia's extraordinary abilities were linked to her, she was the ultimate leverage. He couldn't afford to underestimate someone who had the power to stand against gods and destroy entire worlds. The Hydra operatives moved swiftly, their orders clear and precise. Trish's last known locations were being scoured, and Pierce ensured that the operation would leave no trace back to him. Pierce turned his attention back to the file on Dave Garcia. He's a wild card, unpredictable, and dangerous, he muttered. But even the strongest can fall, with the right strategy. He flicked through footage and intelligence reports, pausing on scenes of Dave's battles, his power, his speed, his precision. Each frame was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Suddenly, an aide entered the room, interrupting his thoughts. Sir, we've intercepted chatter about Garcia's recent activities. It seems he's been seen near his home. Should we deploy assets to investigate? Pierce waved his hand dismissively. No, let him think he's safe for now. The moment he realizes we're tracking him, he'll become more elusive. Focus on the girl. She's the key to everything. The aide nodded and left the room. Pierce leaned forward, his steely gaze fixed on the screen. Dave Garcia, he said quietly, as if addressing the men directly. You've made your mark on this world, but you're about to learn that no one, not even you, is untouchable. I will take both that girl and those stones you seek, Pierce mumbled as he wondered just how powerful he would become with all of it. After giving out all the orders, he leaned back on his desk. Now, I just wait, he muttered, convinced Trish was already within his grasp. Little did he know just how wrong he was. Meanwhile, on the other side, Trish was lounging lazily on a sofa. She stood up, stretching as soft rays of sunlight filtered into the room. Her loose blanket slipped off, revealing her in all her natural beauty. She sighed in mild exasperation as she saw Dave approaching. "Are you inviting me to a feast?" Dave teased, his eyes taking in her stunning figure. Trish rolled her eyes playfully and replied with a smirk, "Feast? What do you mean by that?" Without a moment's hesitation, Dave scooped her up into his arms. "I think you know exactly what I mean," he said, his tone teasing but firm as he carried her toward the bedroom. Trish didn't resist. Instead, she welcomed his attention with a warm smile. Diana, who had walked in just moments earlier, saw the scene and shook her head with a small grin. "I'll enjoy later. Right now, I'm too tired," she muttered, retreating to the couch. She curled up with a blanket, closed her eyes, and soon drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The bedroom was soon filled with the sounds of passion. Meanwhile, Hancock, who was in the bathroom, overheard the commotion. Curiosity piqued, she finished her bath, dried herself off, and walked straight to the bedroom, gracefully joining in without hesitation. Back at her office, Emma was working when she suddenly sensed Dave's presence back on his home and realized what was happening. Frustration welled up within her. "That bastard left without informing me, leaving me with all this work. And now he is back, he didn't even bother to call me," she snapped. Waving her hand, she conjured a portal directly to Dave's room, stepping through only to witness the battle scene. Her face flushed slightly, but with a confident smirk, she let her dress slip to the floor and joined the ongoing battle. Her anger now shifted into something else as she joined the fray. Later that night, Diana woke up from her nap on the couch. Noticing the energy emanating from Dave's room, she rubbed her temples, muttering, "They're at it again." She stretched, got up, and walked to the washroom to freshen up. Finally, she made her way to the bedroom and joined the fray, adding her own presence to the mix. What followed was a marathon that lasted until the next afternoon. Dave, with his remarkable stamina and strength, managed to keep up with their relentless advances. After having their fill, the women finally decided to let him rest. Dave, after satisfying them, stopped too. He looked at all of them now sleeping as he snuggled in between and drifted into sleep too. Chapter 134, Loki returns. After returning from Asgard, there were no new developments, and no supervillains appeared to threaten the peace. Dave used this time to learn the secrets of camouflage, as well as to master the spells he had copied from Asgard. As Diana had pointed out, each source of power seemed to subtly influence his personality. Now, he found himself genuinely enjoying the process of learning and mastering magic, all while aiming to develop new spells from his growing arsenal. While Dave immersed himself in his studies, events were unfolding at a hidden shield facility. "Doc, are you ready?" Fury asked, looking at Dr. Selvig, the same scientist who had been at the site when Thor first arrived on Earth with Jane Foster and Darcy. "I am," Selvig replied, standing next to the tesseract encased in the machine. "We can now start harvesting its endless power," he added confidently. Fury nodded, but what he missed was the unnatural glint in Selvig's eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Selvig was being controlled by Loki. Far away, on another planet, Loki smirked as he watched events unfold through Selvig's eyes. At the same time Selvig activated the machine, Loki muttered, "Time to return." The image of Dave flashed in his mind, and his smirk grew darker. "This time, mortal, I will win," he murmured, gripping the Chitauri scepter. For the past few months, Loki had tirelessly trained with the scepter, refining its powers. The scepter, which housed the Mind Stone, has helped him grow stronger. He had grown even more potent than originally he was supposed to be during his first invasion of Earth. This time, Loki's strength had been honed, partly due to his grudging acknowledgement of the humiliation Dave had caused him. And acknowledging there is someone powerful on Midgard. "Come forth, my little pawn," Loki whispered as Selvig activated the machine. Selvig, thinking he was extracting energy from the Tesseract, was unknowingly creating a portal. Through this portal, Loki and his Chitauri army would once again step foot on Earth, determined to seize victory. As the machine worked, the portal began to form, drawing the attention of Loki and the Chitauri elders surrounding him. However, the portal soon began to fluctuate, its instability evident. Loki stood abruptly, his expression darkening. "It's not properly built," he muttered before stepping toward the portal. Without hesitation, he entered it before it could collapse on itself. On the other side, Fury observed the machine's erratic behavior. "Doc, is something wrong?" he asked calmly as sparks flew from the device. "The load is too much. We need a stabilizer," Selvig replied, hastily adjusting the controls. Fury nodded with a sigh. "Another failure. Well, at least this time it activated," he said, trying to look on the bright side. Selvig nodded as he continued to work. But then, a bright blue glow intensified in the room. Alarms blared as the energy coalesced into a shimmering blue form. "Formation!" Fury barked. Agents raised their weapons, aiming them at the glowing figure. Slowly, the form solidified, revealing Loki, standing tall and menacing in his Asgardian attire. His sharp gaze swept across the room. Loki. Black Widow muttered, standing beside Hawkeye. Her grip tightened on her weapon. It's him, Fury confirmed grimly. The same Loki who caused the mess in Asgard. The trickster god smirked, clearly amused. Mortals, you know my name, Loki said with mock delight, his voice dripping with arrogance. I was in Asgard when I saw you get pummeled by Dave, Black Widow quipped, her tone cold and unwavering. Loki's smirk faltered briefly before he chuckled, masking his annoyance. You are fearless, he said, his tone shifting to one of mild irritation. You must be Thor's warriors, yes. She is Earth warrior, Fury interjected, stepping forward. Loki turned his sharp gaze to Fury. We have no quarrel with Asgard, Fury began, his voice calm yet firm. Loki shrugged nonchalantly. One cannot have a quarrel with ants, he said, his smirk returning. Fury narrowed his eyes. You think you can crush us easily, he asked, challenging Loki's arrogance. Loki's grin widened. I don't think, I know, he replied, his confidence unshaken. It would be best if you leave while we're being civil, Black Widow warned, her voice icy. Loki raised an eyebrow at her. Fearlessness is admirable, but foolishness is not, he replied. He extended his hand, summoning his scepter, which glowed ominously as he stepped forward. The agents opened fire, but Loki merely waved his scepter, a shield of magic deflecting the bullets. He advanced effortlessly, his power overwhelming as agents fell back. You mortals never learn, Loki sneered, launching a wave of energy that sent the agents flying. His smirk grew as he moved further into the facility, his gaze set on his target, the Tesseract. Loki began his massacre as Black Widow steeled herself, determined to stop him. Her movements were precise and fearless as she charged at him, her demon swords crackling with energy. She aimed a swift strike at Loki, recalling the techniques Dave had once taught her. However, as she plunged her weapon into Loki's chest, it passed through his body harmlessly, as if he were nothing but a projection. I am here, Loki's voice echoed mockingly from across the room. He stood at the far end, holding the glowing Tesseract cube in his hand. Black Widow turned to face him, her expression unreadable. Or am I, came another voice, as yet another Loki appeared, smirking. The trickster began to multiply, his copies surrounding her, each one more taunting than the last. You are a good, one of the illusions declared arrogantly, while another of Loki's copies engaged Hawkeye, disarming him effortlessly. Yet another Loki approached Selvig, his steps deliberate, and waved the scepter to keep him under control. But you. Loki's voice deepened as one of his illusions stepped closer to Widow, pointing the glowing tip of his scepter at her chest. You are mine. A brilliant blue light burst from the scepter, illuminating Widow's face. Her eyes widened for a moment before they flickered with an unnatural glow, the influence of Loki's magic taking hold. Her body stiffened, and her mind clouded, succumbing to his control. Ah, much better, Loki said, his tone dripping with satisfaction as he watched the once determined Widow lower her weapons, now an unwilling pawn in his growing army of the enthralled. Chapter 135, Loki returns too. Believe me, I wouldn't do that, Loki said, smirking as he turned around, noticing Fury attempting to sneak away with the Tesseract. You know, Fury began, we have someone like Dave here. Do not speak his name in front of me. Loki roared, cutting Fury off, his voice echoing with fury. Fury stopped mid-sentence, startled by the outburst. You're afraid of him, Fury observed, his calm demeanor barely masking his concern. Loki's face twisted in anger as he appeared behind Fury in a blink, punching him hard in the gut. Q. Fury coughed violently, blood dribbling from his mouth as he dropped to his knees. Forgive me, Loki said mockingly, crouching down to Fury's level. I forget how fragile mortals are. He straightened, smirking as he reached for the Tesseract container. This is mine, by the way, he said nonchalantly, opening the case and retrieving the glowing cube. With a wave of his scepter, he created a portal, summoning Widow, Selvig, and a few other enthralled agents to his side. As they disappeared through the portal, Hawkeye rushed to Fury's side, helping him sit up. What now, sir? Hawkeye asked, his voice tense. Fury grimaced, wiping blood from his mouth. Call Dave, he managed to say before collapsing. Hawkeye immediately signaled for medical assistance as the chaos around them settled into an uneasy silence. Elsewhere. Dave was meditating in his chamber, surrounded by an aura of calm, the faint golden glow of his Asgardian and Camartage training blending seamlessly. His senses sharpened as he felt a ripple in the world's energy. Something's wrong, he muttered, his eyes snapping open. The room seemed to respond, the air shifting around him. Before he could focus further, a communicator in the corner of the room activated, Hawkeye's voice crackling through despite the weak signal. Dave, it's Loki. He has the Tesseract. We need you. Fury's message cut off suddenly, followed by static. Dave sighed, standing up and grabbing his coat. Of course, it's Loki. Couldn't just take a vacation, could I, he muttered. He stretched his hands, summoning a portal opened before him, courtesy of camouflage magic. Time to see what Loki's been up to, he said, stepping through. Arriving at the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, Dave met up with Mariejois and Hawkeye, who greeted him with solemn expressions. Dave glanced around, noticing people tending to the injured and collecting the fallen. The scene was grim. What happened here? He asked, his sharp gaze shifting between Maria and Hawkeye. Hawkeye and Maria exchanged looks before Maria stepped forward to answer. The World Council has been pressuring Fury to develop weapons capable of handling significant threats. Like me. Dave interjected, raising an eyebrow. Maria hesitated before nodding. Yes. Something like that, she admitted. She handed him a file labeled, Tesseract Project. This, she began, is about the Tesseract Cube, the artifact from Captain America's era. Dave flipped through the file, his expression unreadable. The cube that was recovered along with Captain America, frozen in the Arctic. Maria nodded. We've been studying it ever since. At first, it was kept in a secure facility, but during one of our recovery operations, it was retrieved from the frozen sea while we were searching for Captain Rogers. And you've been using it to harness its energy? Dave asked, his tone calm but laced with suspicion. Maria sighed. Yes. For years, we relied on its infinite energy for research and technological advancements. But there was an accident, a catastrophic explosion that killed everyone working on the project at the time. Dave's eyes narrowed. And now? Recently, the research was resumed, Maria explained, her voice tinged with regret. This time, it wasn't an explosion that caused the incident, it was someone else. Loki. Continue, Dave instructed, his expression calm but focused. Mariejois took a deep breath before speaking. The cube opened a portal, we believe, and from it came Loki. He, mind-controlled Widow and Dr. Selvig, taking them with him. Dave nodded, processing the information. What else? He asked. Maria gestured toward Hawkeye. We don't know much more, aside from what Clint overheard before Loki left. Hawkeye stepped forward, his jaw tight. As he was leaving, he mumbled something while holding the cube, with this, my army can come here. Dave folded his arms, his mind already working through the implications. Well, I'm not surprised. Loki was most likely helped by someone. And he must have spoke of us, how we have so many people and such intelligent beings. A perfect planet from where one can harvest free labors, and it's quite famous in outer space, Dave said, hiding Loki real motives, the infinite stones. But why he would give away our planet? Mariejois asked. He hates Earth because we helped Thor, Dave continued, his tone sharp. This is his twisted way of repaying that, 2 birds with 1 stone. Revenge on Thor and chaos for Earth. He handed the file back to Maria. So what now? She asked, her voice steady but tinged with urgency. I'm leaving, Dave said bluntly. Call me when Loki shows himself again. Without another word, he created a glowing portal, stepping through it and vanishing. Maria and Hawkeye exchanged glances as the portal closed. At least he's on our side, Maria said, though her voice carried uncertainty. Hawkeye nodded. For now. But we've got work to do, starting with recruiting the others. They both looked at the file in Maria's hand, labeled Avengers Initiative. The weight of what lay ahead hung in the air between them. Dave returned to his home, not his camouflage study room. The quiet space brought a sense of calm, but he had other things on his mind. Grabbing his phone, he quickly dialed Tony. Hey, buddy. I was waiting for your call, Tony's voice came through, oozing his usual cocky charm. In the background, Dave could faintly hear the buzz of machinery and what sounded like someone, probably happy, arguing with another engineer. Please tell me you've landed yourself another one of your devil contracts or something equally dramatic. Chapter 136, Avengers. Hey, buddy. I was waiting for your call, Tony's voice came through, oozing his usual cocky charm. In the background, Dave could faintly hear the buzz of machinery and what sounded like someone, probably happy, arguing with another engineer. Please tell me you've landed yourself another one of your devil contracts or something equally dramatic. Dave chuckled, shaking his head. Nope. Then don't call me, Tony quipped, the sound of something clattering in the background. I'm a busy man, you know. But I've got something equally exciting, Dave teased, leaning back in his chair. Oh, great, Tony said, his voice laced with sarcasm. Give me a moment to get champagne ready. Dave smirked, knowing exactly how to pique Tony's curiosity. You're going to want to hear this. Nope, I'm not, unless it's another world adventure, Tony said flatly. Oh, there is another world, only this time, an alien army is coming to invade us, Dave replied with a calm yet teasing tone. Tony paused, his voice dropping. Wait, let's not joke about this, he said, dismissing Happy, who had been fussing over the tower's decorations. The Stark Tower was now fully operational, and Happy was helping with some final touches to its design. "You're joking, right?" Tony asked, narrowing his eyes. "Nope, and it wasn't me this time, if that's what you're wondering," Dave said with a smirk. "You know S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Tony nodded. "Yeah. My people sued them over a breach of privacy last year. A pretty spicy back and forth until we settled the whole thing." "What about them?" "They screwed up," Dave said bluntly. Tony sighed, leaning back. "Typical. What did they do now?" "They've been playing around with a cube from Captain America's era, the Tesseract. It turns out it's not just a fancy paperweight. They accidentally opened a portal, and now Loki, Thor's brother, has shown up, mind-controlling people and plotting an invasion," Dave explained. Tony shook his head. "Loki, huh? As in Viking myth Odin, Thor and Loki stuff? You're serious about this?" "As serious as I can be," Dave replied. "And before you ask, no, I'm not involved. This was all S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doing." Tony exhaled loudly. "S.H.I.E.L.D. I should have known. They're like a toddler with a nuclear reactor, always on the verge of a meltdown." Dave raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you once say you liked one of their agents?" "Yeah, Natasha," Tony admitted, grinning. "If it weren't for Pepper, I'd definitely try to charm her. Too bad she's also a lethal assassin who could snap my neck." Dave chuckled. "Sounds like your type." "Not anymore. These days, I stick to monogamy." "Mostly," Tony joked, but his tone carried a hint of sincerity. "Oh, the great playboy finally met his match," Dave teased. Tony snarked back, "I was actually planning to propose, but now this alien invasion nonsense pops up." "Really?" Dave asked, raising an eyebrow. "Am I to assume this is your way of inviting me to your wedding?" Tony nodded with a smirk. "Yeah, I was gonna call you once it was approved." "Don't be nervous. She'll say yes." "I can see that she's really into you," Dave assured him. Tony chuckled. "Yeah, I guess. Anyway, you said you needed my help." "Yes and no," Dave replied. S.H.I.E.L.D. is coming up with their Avengers plan, a team of superheroes to fight this alien threat, Dave said. "And why do you think I'll say yes to them?" Tony asked. Unlike the original timeline, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't strong-arm Tony since there was no arc reactor poisoning him, thanks to the Turbo Force steel Dave had given him. "Because your father was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders," Dave replied, imagining Tony's expression change to disbelief. "You're joking, right?" Tony said, sitting up straighter. "Nope. Dead serious. He was close friends with Captain America. In fact, your dad made Steve's S.H.I.E.L.D. and was a big part of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s early days," Dave explained. Tony sighed, leaning back. "Okay, fine. I'll join them. I'll also take a look at who else they've got besides us and see what their so-called superheroes bring to the table," he said, cutting the call. Dave smirked, nodding to himself. "Well, this should be interesting." Back at the newly built Stark Tower, Happy walked into Tony's private lounge, finding him sipping a drink. "There's a visitor," Happy said. "Who?" Tony asked, not looking up. "His name is Phil Coulson. Says he's with S.H.I.E.L.D., Happy replied. Hearing S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony paused mid-sip, then sighed. "Fine. Tell him to come in." Happy nodded and left to fetch Coulson. A moment later, Coulson walked in, carrying a large file under his arm. He was just going to say when. Dave filled me in on already. Tony interrupted. "Wait, you're friends with Dave?" Coulson asked. Tony nodded, turning to look at him. "I am," he replied. Coulson nodded as he found himself looking at Tony's chest curiously. "What happened to your arc reactor?" he asked, noticing the glowing M-like emblem on Tony's chest, unlike his circular arc reactor. "I got an upgrade," Tony said with a smirk. Unlike the traditional arc reactor, which was a physical device embedded in his chest, the one Dave had provided was a fusion of advanced technology and magic. It appeared as a tattoo of steel etched into Tony's skin, glowing with a soft blue light. The new reactor tapped into Turbo Force, a specialized energy field that allowed Tony to manipulate technology and advanced systems seamlessly. And also, unlike the Max Steel, which is an autonomous robot, his steel is just a glowing M-shaped tattoo. "Leave it, I got already filled on alien problem. I want to ask you guys connection with my dad." Tony asked, sitting back as SEH picked up his poison. "Your father was a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., a organization meant to protect Earth from anything beyond human, aliens, superpower individuals and such," Phil said as he gave the file to Tony. "It has all you need to know," he said as Tony took the file. Opening it, several holograms came up, each showing a different person. Chapter 137, Avengers 2. Tony's eyes scanned the holograms projected by the file, each displaying key individuals tied to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s history and its ongoing initiatives. Among them were images of Howard Stark, Captain America, Peggy Carter, and even Nick Fury. Tony's expression shifted from mild curiosity to deep intrigue. Quite the roster, Tony muttered, his tone laced with both sarcasm and genuine interest. So, my dad wasn't just a brilliant inventor, he was also moonlighting as a secret agent. Great. Another thing he never told me about. Phil Coulson smiled faintly. Your father's contributions were pivotal in shaping S.H.I.E.L.D. Without his technology and vision, we wouldn't have been able to prepare for threats like the one we're facing now. Tony leaned back in his chair, sipping his drink. So, let me guess, you're here to recruit me for this Avengers initiative of yours? Coulson nodded. That's part of it. We're assembling a team of extraordinary individuals, people with unique abilities or resources, who can tackle threats no single organization or army can handle alone. And let's face it, Mr. Stark, you're already one of the best candidates. Tony smirked, the usual Stark confidence shining through. Flattery will get you everywhere, Coulson, but I don't play well with others. We're not asking you to, Coulson replied calmly. We just need your expertise, your suit, and your ability to think 3 steps ahead of everyone else. Tony set his glass down and tapped a finger on the armrest of his chair. Fine. I'll bite. What's the plan? And who else is on this dream team of yours? Coulson pressed a button on his own device, bringing up a larger hologram that displayed the current candidates, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, and Thor. Each profile included a brief dossier, complete with abilities, affiliations, and recent activities. Tony raised an eyebrow at the sight of Steve Rogers. So, you've got the popsicle unfrozen. That's interesting. And you're bringing in a guy who turns into a giant rage monster. Bold move. Coulson chuckled lightly. Dr. Banner has been working on controlling his condition. He's a brilliant scientist, and his knowledge is just as valuable as his other abilities. Tony pointed at Natasha and Clint's profiles. And these two? Spies. Assassins. They're some of the best in the world, Coulson said. Agent Romanoff and Agent Barton have been instrumental in handling high-level threats for years. And then there's Thor, Tony said, narrowing his eyes at the Asgardian's image. You're seriously bringing him too? What if he is with Loki? Thor's knowledge of extraterrestrial threats and his combat prowess are unmatched, Coulson explained. And given that his brother Loki is the one leading the invasion, we need him on our side. And they are not on same side that much we know, he further added. Tony laughed, shaking his head. All right, Coulson. I'll play along, for now. But if this thing goes south, don't say I didn't warn you. Coulson nodded, standing up. Fair enough. We appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Stark. You'll be briefed on the next step soon. As Coulson turned to leave, Tony called out, Hey, Coulson. The agent paused, looking back. Why don't I see Dave on the list? Tony asked. Phil replied, he's already recruited. Don't worry, he'll be there, saying so he continued to leave. Tony nodded, a small smirk on his face. Well, I guess it's time to see how I fare against the gods of myth, he mumbled, as black hockey began to cover his arms. It'll be fun to find out, he added, leaning back in his chair. Why was he here? Happy entered, looking curious. Just some mumbo-jumbo, nothing big, Tony replied casually, waving it off. Happy nodded but hesitated. There's nothing serious, right? Tony nodded again, feigning nonchalance. Yep, nothing serious. But in his mind, Tony couldn't help but think back to the powers Dave had shown in the One Piece world. If he ever decides to go against Earth, then maybe it would be serious, Tony mused silently, shaking his head. He stood up and walked to his vast collection of Iron Man armors, each one glowing faintly in its display. These suits were even better than the ones he'd used to fight Thanos in an alternate timeline. His new Turbo Force-enhanced powers, combined with his Mark Series technology, had pushed their capabilities to a whole new level. So, which one should I choose this time? Tony muttered to himself. The Max Steel Turbo power modes he'd incorporated offered versatility, but now, with his own custom designs and upgrades, the suits had become unparalleled weapons of power. Each mode was tailored for a specific type of combat or environment, and Tony relished the idea of testing them against the challenges ahead. As Phil exited Stark Tower, he pulled out his communicator and contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony's in, he reported. Good, Maria Hill's voice replied from the other side. Hawkeye has gone to find Bruce, and as for Thor, we're still working on locating him. Phil frowned slightly. Maybe that's where Natasha could have helped us, but she's been abducted. We could ask Dave, though. He might have some insight. Maria paused briefly before nodding, though Phil couldn't see her. All right. Keep me updated. Will do, Phil replied, cutting the call. Maria Hill sighed, placing her communicator down before turning to the dimly lit room where Nick Fury lay on a medical bed. The once indomitable director of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked pale but stable, recovering from injuries sustained in a recent confrontation. Maria approached quietly, the weight of the ongoing crises evident on her face. "Wake up, Fury," she said softly but firmly, her voice laced with both urgency and care. "We've got an alien invasion on our hands, and I can't keep playing nursemaid forever," she muttered, folding her arms as she looked down at him. "We need you," she said as she left. Dave sat in his private room, his eyes scanning the footage S.H.I.E.L.D. had provided. The moment Loki appeared on Earth was as chaotic as it was unsettling. His mind raced, trying to piece together what was going wrong. Natasha had faced off against him before, and yet she didn't seem to have lost to him. Natasha shouldn't have lost to him, Dave murmured to himself, his gaze intense as he paused the footage on Loki's smug, victorious expression. He leaned back in his chair, thinking carefully. She's powerful enough to defeat him, so how? Chapter 138, Avengers 3. He leaned back in his chair, thinking carefully. She's powerful enough to defeat him, so how? Dave's mind began to piece together fragments of information. Loki, the god of mischief, as an Asgardian, always been formidable, but he wasn't this strong. Natasha could have easily defeated him given her current powers. As he watched Loki in action, a realization slowly dawned on him. Loki had clearly been working harder, sharpening his skills. He's achieved quite a high level of power, Dave muttered under his breath, observing the way Loki wielded his abilities with finesse and precision. Wow, it seems I definitely wounded his pride, Dave chuckled as he looked at Loki's display of power in the footage. Shutting the laptop, he leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. But I wonder what you'll do after losing to me again. He glanced over at his girlfriends, who were lounging on the couch and watching TV. You guys better be ready. Remember, we're heading to S.H.I.E.L.D. tomorrow, he announced, stretching casually. What's S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hancock asked, raising an eyebrow. Think of them as the Marines here, Dave replied with a sly grin. Hancock scowled. So, a useless bunch. Hearing her response, Dave chuckled, nodding. Yep, pretty much useless. She gave him a skeptical look but didn't press further. So why are we bothering with them, she asked, her tone sharp. An alien army is coming to attack us, Trish chimed in, her voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. Aliens. As in, outer space aliens. Emma asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes, Diana replied, nodding as she began to explain everything in detail. As Diana filled them in, Dave's phone buzzed. It was a message from Phil Coulson, confirming their meeting with S.H.I.E.L.D. tomorrow. Diana had also been contacted, with Phil requesting her assistance. Dave smirked, leaning against the wall as he listened to his crew's varied reactions. They were an eclectic mix of skepticism, interest, and readiness, but one thing was certain, each of them alone can beat the Avengers, maybe not Hulk but rest of them yes. The next day, a helicopter arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Phil Coulson was there to receive the guest. As the helicopter door opened, Dave stepped out, his charismatic aura immediately turning heads. Clad in a sleek black coat lined with fur, his appearance stunned the agents present, leaving many whispering among themselves. And the show begins, Tony quipped, walking over from the observation deck. He approached Dave with a grin, giving him a friendly hug. How are you, buddy? Tony asked. Dave nodded with a smirk. I'm good. And you? I'm fine, Tony replied before leaning in with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Share your secret, how do you manage to have multiple girlfriends and stay alive? Dave chuckled at the question. Simple, he said with a sly grin. Love them enough that they beg you to bring another girl into the mix. Tony blinked, clearly impressed, and nodded slowly. That. I can try, he muttered as the two shared a laugh. Meanwhile, Diana was catching up with other members of the group. She approached Pepper, exchanging polite smiles as they struck up a conversation. How are you holding up? Diana asked, her tone gentle as she maintained eye contact. I'm doing well, thank you, Pepper replied with a genuine smile, though there was a hint of curiosity in her gaze. And you? Adjusting to all this. Diana nodded, her confidence radiating. An alien attack. We've seen worse, haven't we? Pepper chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yes, we have, she replied, glancing at the others. Emma, Trish, and Hancock joined the conversation, exchanging light-hearted remarks. The camaraderie among them was evident, they had spent so much time together in the One Piece world that they had become inseparable, practically best friends. Let's get moving. The others are waiting, Phil said, gesturing for them to follow. They nodded and began walking with him. Are we late? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow as they walked down the hallway. Phil smirked. You guys are the last ones to arrive, he said. Ouch, Tony muttered, placing a hand over his chest in mock offense. Main character arrives last, Dave quipped with a grin. Tony rolled his eyes. You heard him, he said to Phil, gesturing toward Dave. Man thinks he's the star of the show. Dave just smirked, calmly walking alongside the group as they made their way to the briefing area. They soon reached a room where they found Captain America, Bruce Banner, and Hawkeye. Tony scanned the room, frowning. Where's Thor? I wanted to test him. Phil spoke up, we're hoping Dave can help us locate him. Dave nodded, pulling out his communicator. All right, let me contact Asgard and see what's going on, he said, typing a quick message. Moments later, a response came in, and Dave chuckled. Thor's apparently drunk somewhere in Asgard. Give me a moment to sort this out. Phil raised an eyebrow while Tony muttered, I had a better image of gods than this. Dave smirked. Well, Loki's already causing trouble on Earth, so Thor better get his act together. With a slight focus of power, Dave sent a signal to Asgard. Thor, who was indeed nursing a mug of mead, was startled when the magical signal reached him. Thor Odinson, Heimdall called from his post at the Bifrost. Your presence is required on Earth. Loki is there. Thor groaned but quickly grabbed Mjolnir, standing up as if injected with high dose of adrenaline. He is where? Moments later, the familiar rainbow light transported Thor to the helicarrier. As the energy settled, he appeared in his armor, Mjolnir resting in his hand. Heimdall informed me. Loki, where is he? Thor asked, his voice resonating with urgency. Phil stepped forward, trying to maintain order. We're still gathering intel. Dave here just made it easier for us to get you on board. Thor nodded, glancing at Dave. How did you manage that? Dave shrugged. I took Heimdall contact before leaving. Chapter 139, Avengers 4. Hearing him, Thor nodded as he asked, where is Loki? He looked around, expecting answers. Phil replied, we don't know yet. We only know he came to attack us and will later return with an army. Thor frowned. Loki has no army, he said confidently. That's just his word, Phil shrugged. Thor fell silent, considering the possibilities. Maybe he made some friends after falling into space, Dave suggested with a casual shrug. Thor gave him a slow nod, acknowledging the idea. All right, I will remain here and help you fight whatever army Loki is coming with, Thor said, his tone resolute. And then added, but Loki will still be punished in Asgard. Good. We just need our Tesseract back. You can deal with Loki after that, Phil said. Thor agreed with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Dave silently thought to himself, I need to steal both the Tesseract and Loki's scepter. They're too valuable to leave with S.H.I.E.L.D. or Asgard. A plan was already forming in his mind. After all, I can't abandon my S.H.I.E.L.D.-related mission just yet, Dave mused inwardly, keeping his thoughts to himself while outwardly maintaining a calm demeanor. Ah, so you're Thor, Tony said, breaking the silence as Phil excused himself from the room. Yes, Thor Odinson. A pleasure to meet you, Midgardian, Thor replied with a dignified tone. Tony smirked, sizing him up. Would you be up for a fight? Hearing that, Dave raised an eyebrow at Tony. Since when are you itching for battles, he asked, amused. Tony chuckled, I just want to test my powers against a god. Is that too much to ask? Dave shook his head, a small grin forming on his face. This should be fun to watch. We should save it for later, he added, just as Captain America stepped forward. Steve Rogers approached Dave and extended a hand. You must be Dave Garcia, he said. Steve Rogers. Dave shook his hand firmly. Pleasure to meet you, Captain. I've heard a lot about you. Steve gave a polite smile. Let's hope we live up to expectations. Steve then turned to the group. We don't know when Loki will return with his army, so we should stay prepared at all times, he said. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Speak for yourself, buddy. I can hit my peak after a hearty meal. He sat down, apparently losing interest in sparring with Thor for now. So, what should we do now? Tony asked, then smirked. Bonding. We are supposed to be a response team, Steve said, folding his arms. Maybe we should start by learning about each other's abilities and fighting styles. That way, we can coordinate better when it counts. Tony leaned back in his seat. All right then, let's start. I'll go first, he said, standing up. The name's Tony Stark, handsome, rich billionaire, inventor of my own super armor. And now, I've gained access to special powers thanks to my turbo energy. He demonstrated by letting a faint, glowing light ripple across his arm. Turbo powers? Hawkeye asked, raising an eyebrow. Think of it as some super advanced, otherworldly energy that fell into the universe. My genius captured it, enhanced it, and now I can harness it, Tony explained smugly. Hawkeye gave a nod but muttered under his breath, I wonder if there's an archery force or something like that lying around. I'll go next, Thor said, sitting forward. I am Thor Odinson, wielder of lightning and storms. I'm called the God of Thunder. Hawkeye gestured casually. Hawkeye. Just a normal archer guy, he said with a shrug, leaning back in his chair. Emma Frost, Emma introduced herself. I'm a telepath and magic user. Magic is real? Hawkeye asked, raising an eyebrow. Dave rolled his eyes. Like you haven't read my file on it, he said dryly. Hawkeye shrugged. I thought it was your demon powers, not magic. It's magic, Dave confirmed, his tone firm. Hawkeye nodded thoughtfully. Virginia Potts, sitting calmly, introduced herself next. Virginia Potts, but you guys can call me Pepper. I have frost powers, I can create and manipulate ice, she said, leaning back in her chair. Next to her, Hancock stood up confidently. Boa Hancock. My powers are charming, I can charm anyone because I am beautiful, she said with a haughty tone. She crossed her arms, glaring daringly at anyone who questioned her words. Unbeknownst to some, her devil fruit powers enhanced her charms and granted her abilities that others underestimated. And whoever gets charmed by me turns to stone, she added nonchalantly, sitting back down. A bit like Medusa? Captain America asked, intrigued. Dave nodded. Something like that, he said simply. Diana introduced herself next. Diana. I can manipulate blood, she said, her tone calm and collected. Trish, she said lazily, leaning back. Lightning and demonic powers, she added, making it clear she wasn't interested in elaborating further. Finally, Dave leaned forward slightly. Dave Garcia. Planetary destroyer-level powers, he said casually, leaning back again with a confident smirk. Steve's eyes narrowed slightly. You can destroy planets with seismic power, he asked, clearly trying to process the magnitude of the statement. Dave nodded. Yes. I can create vibrations powerful enough to fracture and shatter the Earth, or any planet, really, he said matter-of-factly. Steve nodded slowly. I thought it was a joke at first, but hearing it directly from you, I guess it's no exaggeration. That's a lot to take in, he admitted. Relax, Dave said with a small smile. I don't go around destroying anything unless absolutely necessary. Steve gave him a nod of acknowledgement, though the weight of Dave's power clearly lingered in his mind. Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses and introduced himself. Well, my name is Bruce Banner. I'm a scientist in this form, but as for my other personality, let's just say it's at a city destroyer level, he said with a glance toward Dave, acknowledging the similarities in destructive potential. Tony looked around, noticing someone missing. By the way, where's the spy girl? I thought she was on the team too, he asked, frowning slightly as he scanned the room. Steve Rogers sighed, his expression growing serious. She was compromised. Loki's gotten to her, and she's now under his control, doing things for him, he explained. Tony raised an eyebrow. Mind-controlling powers, huh? That reminds me, what exactly are Loki's powers, he asked, genuinely curious. Chapter 140, Avengers v. Thor, sitting nearby, spoke up. Loki, my brother, is a master of illusions and trickery. He can create duplicates of himself, manipulate minds, and wield powerful magic. His silver tongue is as dangerous as his magic, he can talk his way into or out of nearly anything. Dave nodded thoughtfully. So, mind control, illusions, and magic. That's a dangerous combination, especially in the wrong hands, he said. So, I will take him on. You are powerful enough to defeat him, Thor nodded, his confidence evident. Captain America stood tall and added, now that everyone's introduced themselves, let me share mine. Steve Rogers, a super soldier. I'm just 10 times better than any normal human, he said with a small smile, to which everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, a sly grin forming. I also have another guy I want to invite to this party. Want to meet him? Maria Hill raised an eyebrow, curious. Who is he? She asked. Colonel Rhodes, Tony replied casually. Maria quickly pulled out her tablet, typing rapidly before showing an image of Rhodes on the screen. This guy, she asked, glancing at Tony. Tony leaned forward, nodding. Yep, that's him. Maria nodded thoughtfully. All right, I'll send an invitation and see if he can join us, she said, continuing to type on her device. What's his power set? She asked, looking up. He can control water and has decaying powers, Tony said, and Maria nodded thoughtfully. Does anyone else have another super guy to add to the team? Maria Hill asked, glancing around. Bruce raised his hand, catching her attention. Who is it? Maria asked, ready to add another name to her list. Bruce smirked slightly. Oh, I don't have a guy. I was just wondering if you've got any wine, he said casually. Maria sighed, shaking her head but smirking as well. I'll arrange for some, she said, calling for someone to deliver wine. "Get me some too," Tony chimed in, leaning back in his seat. After some time, everyone was munching on snacks or sipping drinks, everyone except Captain America and Hawkeye, who watched the scene with gobsmacked expression. They couldn't help but think about how odd it was to face a world-ending threat while the rest of the team seemed so relaxed. Unbeknownst to them, the group had faced much more dangerous battles in the One Piece world. Compared to that, an alien army seemed like just another warm-up. Dave sat back, chatting casually with Tony about their past experiences, while others engaged in small talk. As they enjoyed the moment of reprieve, Thor took a hearty swig of his drink, looking genuinely impressed when he saw Tony and Emma casually demonstrating their powers. "You Midgardians are more impressive than I first thought," Thor said with a grin. "It seems Earth holds many powerful warriors." Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.'s internal surveillance system detected some unusual signals, likely related to alien activities. Mariejois quietly observed the readings, frowning at the screen. The team might have appeared relaxed, but she knew Fury wouldn't let his guard down. "Fury, wake up, you're missing all the action," Maria muttered, shaking her head as she mumbled to herself. Days passed as the team grew more familiar with one another, mingling, sparring, and showcasing their unique powers to pass the time. Pepper, Bruce, and Tony worked tirelessly on machines and algorithms to locate Loki and the Tesseract. The atmosphere was a mix of lightheartedness and anticipation. Thor was repeatedly astonished as he sparred with Emma, Tony, Trish, and later Rhodes, who joined the group. The sheer variety of powers and skills on Earth left him wondering if Loki was foolish for choosing to pick a fight with Midgardians. "Midgard has grown far stronger than I ever imagined," Thor muttered after a particularly impressive demonstration by Trish, who effortlessly combined her demonic powers with lightning strikes. For a moment, he questioned whether his brother fully understood the forces he was up against. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., and the hidden Hydra agents kept looking at the team. Both groups, the official agency and the secret faction, were stunned as they observed the team's power. It was clear these individuals had been living in plain sight, yet their true capabilities had remained unnoticed. Hydra agents, in particular, scrambled to reassess their plans, realizing that these heroes posed a threat far greater than they had anticipated. "The world's gotten a whole lot weirder," Captain America muttered, leaning back as he watched a friendly duel between Tony and Dave. "Buddy, you're telling me," Hawkeye replied, shaking his head. "I'm seeing most of this for the first time too." Despite the casual tone, both men knew they were witnessing something extraordinary. The powers they saw in past days was enough to subvert their view. This continued until one day when Mariejois suddenly announced, "We spotted Loki." The alert sent the team into motion. Tony immediately jumped into his suit, quipping, "I'll be going ahead," before flying off at sonic speed. In moments, he was zooming toward Stuttgart, Germany. "I'm here," Dave said calmly as he waved his hand, opening a portal for the rest of the team to follow. "Never thought my first trip to Germany would be like this," Diana muttered, shaking her head as she stepped through the portal, taking in the scene around them. "So, this is where he is?" Dave asked, glancing at Captain America, who nodded while adjusting his gear and gripping his shield. "Who's going to capture him?" Dave inquired as Tony's voice rang through their comms. "I came first, so he's mine." Pepper, hearing this over the comms, raised an eyebrow. "What are you, a kid? First come, first served." "Early bird catches the worm," Tony replied smugly, already surveying the chaos Loki had begun in Stuttgart. The team arrived to see the mayhem Loki had caused. Civilians were panicked, and vehicles were scattered across the streets. Loki, in his usual theatrical fashion, stood at the center of the chaos, commanding people to kneel as he delivered his speech about domination. Chapter 141, Avengers 6. The team arrived to see the mayhem Loki had caused. Civilians were panicked, and vehicles were scattered across the streets. Loki, in his usual theatrical fashion, stood at the center of the chaos, commanding people to kneel as he delivered his speech about domination. Tony didn't say anything and then just rushed in front of him. Loki, who was mid-speech, suddenly looked bewildered as Tony landed, his suit whirring. Tony threw a punch with all his strength, knowing Loki was a god. He didn't hesitate. Despite Loki's powers, Tony was ready to take him down. Loki barely had time to react, and he was forced to block the punch with his staff, but it barely stopped Tony's strike. Back at the top of the building, Dave observed the situation. He wasn't concerned about Tony's strength, but because Loki was still standing, despite Tony's power. Tony's level was close to that of Thor in Endgame, which meant Tony could easily Thor punch through building. The fact that Loki was still standing was impressive. "It seems he has trained really hard," Dave muttered, then he turned to Captain America, who was ready to jump into action. "Don't waste your breath, Tony can handle it." Hawkeye nodded and gestured toward the battlefield. "Yes, there's no need," he said, noticing that Loki seemed to be getting overpowered by Tony. "He can easily handle it." "We should at least get the civilians out," Captain America said, as Dave nodded. Make a frost wall around them, Dave instructed, and Pepper quickly floated out, summoning a wall of ice that enclosed Tony and Loki, isolating them from the civilians. Others are safe now, Dave said, glancing over at Captain America, who stood with his shield behind his back. Why are we even here? He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Don't worry, buddy. We should be happy we're not needed, at least there is no causality, Hawkeye said, giving him a quick glance and shaking his head. How much longer do you think Loki will last? Suddenly, Rhodes asked, breaking the silence. Dave shrugged. Depends on Tony. When he starts being serious, Loki will be finished, he replied. Rhodes nodded, understanding. Tony was currently using the most basic form of his suit, not even tapping into the hockey abilities. It's like he's playing with him, Pepper observed. Dave shrugged again. Maybe he wanted to see how strong a god really is, he said, sitting calmly on the edge of the roof, observing the fight unfold below. Soon, without any twists or surprises, the fight came to an end. Tony knocked Loki unconscious. Even when Loki tried to use his illusions, Tony, relying on hockey, found the real one and blasted him out of his disguise. Tony then delivered a powerful punch, knocking Loki out cold. However, it seemed that Loki had been holding back. He never once used his staff, which was supposed to house the Mind Stone, the same stone that had helped him invade the shield facility to steal the Tesseract Cube. Dave noticed this subtle detail and raised an eyebrow. Well, poor guy still thinks he can dominate Earth, Dave said, shaking his head. The team quickly grabbed Loki and opened a portal, sending him back to the helicarrier. The mission was over. The team sat back aboard the helicarrier, exchanging looks. Tony broke the silence first. That guy was weak. I didn't even use 20% of my powers, he said, leaning back in his chair. Captain America looked at him curiously. How are you so strong? He asked. Well, I have the blessing of turbo force, Tony explained. It's a cosmic-level power, like many others. There's speed force, time force, power force, and many others. Like Emma here, she has Phoenix force. Captain America turned his gaze toward Emma, intrigued. How did you all acquire these forces? Tony glanced at Dave, unsure how much to reveal, but he was careful with his words. Well, it's not something easy to describe, Tony said, pondering the best way to explain it. Emma stepped in, her voice calm. I acquired the Phoenix Force when I was reconnecting with my magic. My soul resonated with the cosmic river, and from there, the Phoenix Force bonded with me. Tony then added, same with me. I was making my armors listening to music, and then, boom. I felt it, my soul ignited with the turbo force. I didn't even understand what was happening until my body was encased in bluish-white energy and I felt the surge of power. He smiled slightly, reminiscing. Turbo force is unlike anything else. Captain America nodded thoughtfully, taking in their words. It was clear that their powers were not of this world, and understanding them fully would take more time. Dave glanced at Captain America and Hawkeye, his usual calm demeanor accompanied by a slight smirk. I can give you superpowers if you guys want, he said, a playful tone in his voice. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, sensing something off. What's the catch? He asked, eyeing Dave suspiciously. The catch is simple, you guys can never fight me, Dave said with a grin. However, in his mind, he added, well, not like you guys could ever stand a chance in front of me anyway, powers or not. Wait, so we just can't attack you? Hawkeye asked, trying to get a clearer understanding. Dave nodded. Yes, we'll sign an agreement. I give you powers and you can never go against me, he said confidently. Captain America looked to Hawkeye, who gave a small nod. Deal, Captain America finally agreed, shaking Dave's hand. Great, here, sign this, Dave said, snapping his fingers, and materializing a glowing contract. The others watched curiously. Is this a devil contract? Tony asked, joking as he leaned toward Dave. It is, Dave replied, smirking as Captain America took the black paper with red sigils on it. This is the same thing you said? Captain America asked, reading the contract carefully. Dave nodded. Verbal agreements are fragile, but not magical, Dave explained. This contract is more of a safeguard. Captain America nodded, then asked, where's the pen? Just a drop of blood, no pen, Dave said as Captain America nodded, pricking his finger with his dagger. Hawkeye did the same, and Dave watched as the paper burned briefly, turning black before it returned to Captain America and Hawkeye. Chapter 142, Avengers 7. As the drop of blood was poured onto the paper, the contract split into two chains that went inside Captain America and Hawkeye, wrapping around their hearts. It was visible for a moment, then disappeared, showing how it magically connected to them. What was that? Hawkeye asked, a bit shocked, as he touched his chest. The chains were gone now, but he could still feel something. Just the contract making sure you're bound to it, Dave explained. It's to ensure you don't go against the agreement. Captain America raised an eyebrow. It won't kill us, will it? He asked, glancing at Hawkeye, who seemed concerned too. Dave shook his head. No, it won't. Just stop and let it settle for a moment, he instructed. They both nodded, taking a moment to adjust. Here, take these, Dave said, pulling out 2 devil fruits. In the One Piece world, he had created many devil fruits. The first fruit was a red-skinned skull with lava dripping from it, and the second one looked like a melon with a strange pattern on it. One is called Inferno Titan Power, Dave said, pointing to the skull fruit. The other is Lightning Beast Reiju, he added, pointing at the melon fruit. Captain America and Hawkeye exchanged looks. Can you explain what these weird fruits could do? Captain America asked, curious. Tony, who was nearby, spoke up. It's simple, eat it, and boom, you have the power, Tony said. Maria Hill, who had been observing, turned to Tony. You speak as if you've experienced it, she asked, surprised. I have, or at least, I've seen it. Rhodes got his power like this, Tony said, gesturing to Rhodes, who nodded. It's true, Rhodes confirmed, looking at the 2 devil fruits. And one person can only eat 1 devil fruit in their lifetime, he added. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow. So, after I eat this, no more retries, he asked. Dave nodded. Yes, it's a one-time thing. Make your choice wisely. Captain America grabbed the Inferno Titan fruit. From the name, I guess I'll have flame-controlling powers, he asked, looking at Dave. That, and the ability to transform into a lava titan, Dave answered. Thor, who had been quiet, spoke up. That sounds mystical. I've never heard of such fruits, he said, looking at the fruits. Dave shrugged. They're from another world after all, he said. Thor nodded, thinking they might come from somewhere else. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra agents silently wondered if these fruits were from Hell or some demon-level source, perhaps even from Trish. However, no one spoke up, keeping their suspicions to themselves. And this Lightning Beast Reiju means I will have lightning powers? Hawkeye asked, looking at the fruit in his hand. Dave nodded. Yes, and you'll also have the ability to transform into a Reiju. They are mythical creatures that used to control lightning to rule over lands when they were alive. Also, don't worry, Dave continued, you can use the powers without fully transforming into the animal. You can even partially transform, like werewolves, walking around in human form but with the animal's abilities. Hawkeye nodded, biting into the fruit, but his face scrunched up a bit at the taste. Okay, he said, still grimacing. Don't throw up, Dave warned. Or you won't gain the powers. Rhodes, watching Hawkeye closely, asked, oh. How can I forget about the bad taste? It was the most revolting thing ever touched my tongue, he said as others looked at Hawkeye. You get used to it, Dave said. But yeah, don't throw up, or you won't gain the powers. Captain America ate his fruit without showing any reaction. He simply nodded once he'd finished, making it look easy. Well, looks like everyone's set, Dave said as they finished eating the fruit. The powers will start off basic and grow more powerful as you guys train with them, Dave explained. Captain America looked at the flames coming from his hands, which were bright red and flickering. This is, he started, eyes wide, as he marveled at the power, glancing at Dave for confirmation. Yes, it's real, Dave said, nodding at Captain. On the other side, Hawkeye was watching the purple lightning crackling around his hands. It looks powerful, he remarked, impressed with the new abilities. Dave nodded again. You guys can go ahead and test it out. Captain America and Hawkeye exchanged a glance before heading off to a more open area. Just then, Thor stepped forward, eager to join the practice. Let me come too, I want to see if your lightning can match mine, he said. Hawkeye nodded, and they headed off together, ready to test their new abilities. Do you have more of these fruits? Maria Hill asked, her curiosity piqued as Dave nodded. I have more, he said simply. Sell us some, she suggested. Dave looked at her, his expression firm. Not for sale. Maria's tone became more urgent. You should sell us some, it's for the protection of Earth. Before she could say anything more, suddenly an agent appeared behind her. Dave glanced at him and smiled. Not for sale, he said, each word slow and deliberate. The agent pointed his gun at Dave, ready for confrontation. I think that guy's been instructed wrongly, Tony commented, amused by the situation as he stepped forward. Stand down, Maria Hill commanded. The agent hesitated, lowering his weapon, and after a tense moment, he reluctantly complied. Leave, Maria added, her tone final. The agent nodded and left. I'm sorry about that, with Fury not around, things have been a bit chaotic, Maria Hill said, looking apologetically at Dave. Dave raised an eyebrow. Where is he? He is unconscious, Loki during his invasion attacked him, Maria sighed. You should have told me sooner, Dave replied shrugging. He handed her a vial. Just run this on him, and he'll be good as new. She took the vial hesitantly. What is this? She asked, eyeing it carefully. Think of it as a magical healing potion, Dave explained as he turned to leave. Maria looked at the vial before nodding. I'll go and see if it works, she said quietly, heading off to follow up on Dave's instructions. Chapter 143, Avengers 8. The potion worked wonders on Fury, restoring him to perfect health, even healing his injured eye. The unexpected recovery left Fury amazed at the effectiveness of the medicine Dave had provided. You have a lot of things that could help a lot of people, Fury said as he approached Dave, who was watching Captain America and Hawkeye spar with their newfound powers. Or cause nations to wage war against each other, Dave replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the sparring session. Fury remained silent for a moment, acknowledging the truth in Dave's words with a nod. You're a dangerous man, Dave Garcia, Fury said, shifting his attention to the display of powers being tested before them. Dave smirked, unbothered by the remark. Dangerous to those who deserve it, maybe, he said with a chuckle. Fury folded his arms, his tone serious. You possess things that could easily make you a tyrant. History is full of people who couldn't resist that temptation after getting a taste of power. Dave turned to him, his expression unchanging. I'm no tyrant, Fury. I'm just a curious man fascinated by magic and eager to explore many worlds. Fury studied him closely but remained unconvinced. Still. Before Fury could finish, Dave interrupted, his voice sharp but not aggressive. I know. Your paranoia won't stop you from having a contingency plan in place in case I go astray. Fury raised an eyebrow, impressed but wary. I didn't know you could read minds. Dave chuckled again. I didn't read your mind. It was just the obvious thing you were going to say. Fury gave a small nod, acknowledging the truth in Dave's words before turning to leave, deep in thought. Dave watched Fury's retreating back, his expression calm yet contemplative. Inwardly, his thoughts swirled with evaluation. He's too rigid, too entrenched in his ways. A man like that, while effective in certain situations, isn't suited for the vision I have for the best version of S.H.I.E.L.D. I plan to create, Dave mused silently. He leaned back, crossing his arms as his gaze returned to Captain America and Hawkeye sparring, their new powers on full display. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. A leader needs to adapt, to evolve with the times. Someone who can see the bigger picture, not just the shadows in the corners. He made a mental note to start looking for individuals with the potential to embody the ideals of his future S.H.I.E.L.D., a force unshackled by outdated paranoia and dedicated to true progress and protection. Dave stood there for a moment, watching Captain America and Hawkeye continue their sparring, testing their new powers. The flames from Cap's hands flickered like a living entity, while Hawkeye's lightning crackled in the air, arcing and illuminating the surroundings. They were both improving, growing into their new abilities, just as Dave had expected. His mind, however, wasn't focused on their progress. Instead, he was already thinking about the future, about how he would shape the organization he intended to build. He couldn't afford to let figures like Fury or others stand in his way. Fury's approach might have worked for the old S.H.I.E.L.D., but it's outdated now, Dave thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. The world needs something more flexible, more in tune with the times, and above all, less bogged down by fear and secrecy. He couldn't let his vision be clouded by the limitations of others. The new S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a force for change, a beacon of hope, and most importantly, a shield against the growing threats that lingered in the shadows of the multiverse. And for that, he needed people who could see beyond the horizon, who weren't afraid to step into the unknown. Fury walked back into his office, reflecting on the conversation with Dave. I wonder what your weakness is, he mumbled to himself as Mariejois entered. Are you okay? She asked, noticing his expression. Fury nodded. I am. We still haven't found anything about Loki's intentions, but Dr. Banner and Stark are working on his scepter. It's emitting some gamma radiation, so we're thinking maybe we can use it to find the cube's location, she said. Fury nodded thoughtfully. How's the progress? He asked. They're working on it. Maybe in a few days, we might get something, she replied. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the room. What was that? Maria asked, looking toward the sound. The explosion echoed throughout the facility as the guards in the hall scrambled. Loki, in his cell, smiled as he heard the blast. We're under attack. This is not a drill. I repeat, we are under attack, the alarm blared as the intercom came on, with the voice of someone in the cockpit warning everyone. The helicopters are surrounded. Fury looked at his tablet, seeing multiple jets on screen, with a woman flying directly in front of the helicopters. He narrowed his eyes. She can fly now. Fury muttered under his breath, seeing the woman's eerie blue eyes glowing under Loki's influence. She wore demon gear, with two cutlasses, Agni and Rudra, glimmering at her sides as she flew toward the helicopters. Black Widow raised her two cutlasses, her dark energy swirling around them as she charged toward the helicarrier. With a swift motion, she slashed the air, sending 2 red and green streaks of energy toward the target. They collided with the helicarrier, causing minor damage. Tony quickly intercepted the other attacks, blocking the attacks with ease. "Well, aren't you the beautiful spy?" Tony said, his eyes narrowing as he sized her up. "I see you're working for Loki now." Black Widow's gaze hardened, and before Tony could react, she lunged, attempting a high-speed strike. But Tony, quick on his feet, dodged her attack and delivered a punch to her gut, sending her stumbling back. "Poor woman," Tony muttered, glancing at her as she fell back. He reached down, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her back onto the helicarrier. "Let's get you out of here before things get even more complicated." Despite her strength and agility, Black Widow seemed momentarily winded, struggling to regain her composure as Tony dragged her inside. Chapter 144, Avengers 9. Tony dragged Black Widow inside, binding her tightly with his nanotech restraints. "Now stay here until we figure out a way to get Loki out of that little, beautiful head of yours," he said, securing her firmly. Her cutlasses floated nearby, their demonic energy radiating ominously. "Yeah, we'll deal with that little problem too," Tony muttered, glancing at the floating weapons. "It's weird having these things just staring at me." The cutlasses shifted slightly, their eerie voices resonating. "Who are you calling little, tin can? Must be a scrap heap reject. Poor guy." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Wow, now I see why Dave donated you too," he said sarcastically, rolling his eyes before imprisoning the weapons alongside Black Widow. "What's going on?" Tony asked a passing agent, noticing the chaos outside. The agent, visibly shaken, responded, "Loki's gone, and he killed Coulson." "What?" Tony exclaimed, his voice filled with shock. Without another word, he rushed off, heading toward where the incident had occurred. He arrived at the cell where Loki was imprisoned, finding Dave kneeling to Coulson, who was cut in half almost. "What happened here?" Tony asked, not believing Loki could defeat Dave. "A few minutes earlier." "You handle Widow." "I'll check on Loki," Dave had told Tony before heading toward the cell where Loki had been held. As he entered the area, he found the cell empty. "You know you can't fool me," Dave muttered, scanning the room with sharp focus. Though Loki wasn't visible, Dave's instincts told him the trickster was inside, hiding. Suddenly, a faint noise drew his attention to the shadows. "Where is he?" Coulson's voice rang out behind him, but before Dave could respond, Coulson pushed the switch to open the Loki cage and Loki struck. Emerging from the shadows, Loki attacked Coulson with his scepter. The strike was swift and lethal. Coulson fell to the ground, clutching his chest as blood pooled around him. Dave, furious, turned to confront Loki, but the trickster disappeared just as quickly as he had appeared. Dave looked around, powering up his observation hockey to max level, but he still couldn't find him. "Damn it," he said, rushing to Coulson. Dave knelt by Coulson, attempting to stabilize him, but the wound was severe. "Stay with me, Coulson," Dave said, his voice calm but urgent. He hurriedly took out the potion to give to Coulson, but the wounds were too severe. Coulson died. Tony arrived moments later, taking in the grim scene. "What the hell happened?" he demanded. Dave didn't answer immediately, his focus entirely on Coulson. The situation was dire, and time was running out. "Host, he used the Mind Stone's power to hide from you. Even with all 3 templates at their peak, you wouldn't have been able to sense him." Dave remained silent, his gaze fixed on Coulson's lifeless body. He clenched his fists as frustration and guilt gnawed at him. "Huh, so much power, yet I failed," he muttered, punching the nearby cell wall with enough force to shatter it into smithereens. "Dave, cool it," Tony called out, concern evident in his voice. Dave exhaled deeply and nodded, reining in his anger. "He used the Mind Stone, huh?" he asked, his voice calm but laced with bitterness. "Yes, host," the system confirmed. "He wielded the stone with a high level of proficiency. Even with your templates at their peak, the Mind Stone's influence surpasses standard sensory abilities. It manipulates the mind itself, amplifying illusions and creating mental barriers nearly impossible to detect." "So, that's the power of the Mind Stone," Dave said, his eyes narrowing as he processed the information. "It boosted Loki's illusions to a level where even I couldn't sense him. No wonder he slipped past me." "What is this Mind Stone?" Tony asked, looking at Dave. "A weapon of cosmic level power," Dave replied, his tone serious. "Okay, Loki was already powerful enough without any cosmic cheat, now he's a hell of a pain in the ass," Tony muttered, rubbing his chin. "So, how did I defeat him earlier?" Tony asked, still puzzled. "He wanted something from the helicarrier, that's why he was here," Dave said, then added, "most likely." Dave turned to Tony, his expression hardening. "He won't get away with this. Mind Stone or not, he'll pay for what he's done." "So, he is really dead, and you can't do anything about it?" Tony asked, looking at Coulson's body. "I can, but it would be cruel to him." It's better if he rests in peace, Dave said, closing Coulson's eyes with his hand. Let's go back, Dave added, and Tony nodded as other agents came to lift Coulson's body. I thought you got deadly powers, so how come you lose to Loki? Were you in cahoot with Loki? Captain asked, watching Dave closely. Dave's expression darkened as he replied, I'm in a bad mood, Cap. Better not talk to me right now. He turned, walking toward his room. Closing the door behind him, Dave sat on the edge of his bed, replaying the events in his mind. Mind Stone, huh? He muttered, saying it over and over again, trying to make sense of what had just happened. He couldn't find any way to save Coulson. It all happened so quickly. His thoughts drifted to Loki, his face burned into his mind as he mimicked Loki's lips, thinking of what his next move would be. Next is you, huh? So you think an Infinity Stone can help you now? Dave muttered under his breath. He wondered what Loki had been thinking when he took that step. Well, Loki, I will make sure I have a lot of fun with you, Dave said, clenching his fists as he closed his eyes. On the other side, Fury stood over Coulson, holding a syringe in his hand. He stared at Coulson's lifeless body, his voice barely a whisper. I still need you, Coulson, Fury mumbled, pumping the syringe into Coulson's body. The serum is in test experiment. It is meant to heal one's body and reawaken them. Fury hoped it works as he looked at Coulson's body. Chapter 145, Avengers X. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Black Widow sat nearby, looking distant but focused. She had finally broken free of Loki's mind control after Trish had knocked her unconscious. Now, regaining her composure, she insisted on staying and contributing. Fury scanned the team, his gaze lingering on the other half who stood with Dave. These powers were extraordinary, and the weight of the situation was palpable. Fury cleared his throat, addressing the group. Coulson's death was unfortunate, he began, his tone heavy with sorrow. But there's nothing we can do to change that now. He took a moment to let his words sink in before continuing. However, we've located Loki again. He's at the top of Stark Tower, using it as a staging ground. It appears he's planning to open the space portal there. Dave nodded in understanding. The energy from Stark's arc reactor can provide him with more than enough power to achieve that, he explained, his tone calm but serious. Fury nodded in agreement. Then we need to move fast. Damage to Stark Tower will have to be secondary to stopping him. Let's go. If we work together, we can destroy the device and take Loki down. The team nodded in unison, their resolve firm. It was time to act. As the team prepared to head out, Fury called out orders. Banner, Stark, Widow, Barton, Rogers, you're on the front lines. Dave, I'm counting on you to handle any surprises Loki might throw our way. Trish, stay in reserve for now, your abilities could turn the tide if things go south. Rest, focus on evacuating the civilians safely while killing any alien bitch that come in the way. Pepper, Emma, Diana, Hancock and Rhodes nodded hearing him. Dave glanced at Trish, who smirked confidently. Reserve. Sure, I'll hang back, for now, she said, twirling sword idly. Tony adjusted his armor, glancing at the others. All right, everyone knows their roles. Let's go make Loki regret picking Stark Tower as his battleground. The Quinjet roared to life as the team boarded. On the flight, Dave remained quiet, his mind racing with strategies. Fury sat beside him, observing. I know you're not used to working as a team, Fury remarked. But this isn't about you, it's about stopping a threat bigger than all of us. Dave didn't respond immediately. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm but firm. I don't need a reminder, Fury. I'll do what needs to be done. Loki's illusions won't work on me again. The Quinjet descended toward Stark Tower, its lights illuminating the night sky. As they approached, they could see Loki standing atop the tower, the tesseract glowing brightly as it activated the portal. Above, the sky began to twist and shimmer, revealing a dark void filled with an approaching army of Chitauri. Showtime, Tony said, his suit's thrusters flaring as he leaped out of the Quinjet. Remember the plan, Steve ordered, gripping his shield tightly as he prepared to follow. From behind him, two flame-engulfed wings emerged as Captain began to use his Devil Fruit ability. He jumped out, chasing after Tony. Atop Stark Tower, Loki lifted his scepter and slammed it into the ground, releasing a dome of green energy around him and the Tesseract reactor. The portal also stabilized, and the Chitauri army began to emerge. Tony used his foul fire to punch through the energy barrier Loki had created, but nothing happened. Dave, you filthy mortal. If you dare step in and fight me. Loki roared, glaring at Dave as he approached the barrier. That's what I wanted, Loki, Dave said as he calmly walked through the glowing barrier. I guess we have to take care of this, Tony said with a sigh as he launched himself forward. He clenched his armored hand and activated Black Hockey, charging forward and crushing the Leviathan that had just emerged from the portal, sending it crashing down. Captain nodded and said, Dave is engaging Loki on his own, we will now focus on evacuating the civilians, he added, as the others nodded in agreement. Thor arrived just in time and slammed Mjolnir down, but Loki barrier was able to block it, redirecting the attack with a powerful energy burst. He then looked at Loki inside the barrier, his eyes narrowing. "Loki, how have you become so strong?" Thor asked, confused and concerned as he observed his brother's new abilities. "Hey buddy, clearly not time for your usual brotherly reunion, huh?" Tony said, passing Thor with a quick pat on the back as he aimed to take down the alien invaders. "Why don't you help us take care of these guys first?" he added, focusing on the incoming army while the others also killed the incoming aliens. Thor nodded as he taking a last look on him left, going after an Leviathan. Dave looked at Loki, his gaze unwavering as he spoke. "You have mastered an Infinity Stone?" he asked, his voice calm but laced with challenge. Loki chuckled, a wicked smile curling on his lips. "You even know about it, huh?" he replied, clearly amused. "It seems Asgard now lets any filth into their library," Loki added, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he glanced at Dave. "Tell me now, mortal," Loki continued, stepping closer with a mocking grin, "how are you planning to face me when I have an Infinity Stone, and you have nothing?" A cold smirk crossed Dave's face as he slowly reached for his devil sword Dante. "A coordinated effort, Loki," he said, his voice low, his confidence unwavering. "I have an Infinity Stone too." Loki's expression faltered for a moment as he looked at Dave, puzzled. "Infinity Stone of power?" Loki mumbled, confused. Dave grinned, his eyes glinting with purpose. "It was on Morag," he said, pulling the stone out from beneath his cloak. "I took it." Without a moment's hesitation, Dave activated the power of the stone, his devil sword Dante glowing ominously with newfound energy. "Let's play, Loki," he said, his tone a mixture of challenge and amusement, ready for the battle ahead. Chapter 146, Avengers 11. Loki's smirk faltered as he saw the Infinity Stone pulsing atop Dave's sword, its raw energy vibrating through the air. The stone's glow was like a heartbeat, syncing with the aura of destruction emanating from Dave. "You dare wield an Infinity Stone against me?" Loki sneered, his voice tinged with indignation. He raised his scepter, its Mind Stone gleaming brightly as it reacted to the challenge. "Do you even understand the power you're toying with?" Dave stepped forward, his movements deliberate, his confidence unshaken. "I understand enough," he replied. "Enough to know you're out of your league, Loki." Without another word, Loki thrust his scepter forward, releasing a torrent of golden energy. The blast ripped through the air, surging straight toward Dave. But instead of dodging, Dave raised his sword, channeling the Power Stone's energy through its blade. With a single swing, the blast was cleaved in two, the energy dissipating harmlessly around him. Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible," he exclaimed. Dave didn't respond. He vanished in a blur, reappearing behind Loki in an instant. The sharp edge of the devil sword Dante grazed Loki's armor as the Asgardian spun around just in time to deflect the strike with his scepter. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through the Stark Tower, shattering glass and sending debris flying. "You're not the only one with tricks, Loki," Dave said, his voice calm despite the ferocity of the battle. Loki snarled, leaping back to create distance. He raised the scepter, its tip glowing brighter as he prepared another attack. "You think you can match me?" "A god," he roared, unleashing another surge of Mind Stone energy. Dave planted his feet, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He poured the Power Stone's energy into the blade, creating a barrier of raw force that absorbed the Mind Stone's attack. The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled under the immense power. "Gods, mortals, it's all the same," Dave said, his voice steady as he took a step forward, shattering the remnants of Loki's attack. "You think power makes you untouchable? I'm here to prove you wrong." With a surge of energy, Dave lunged at Loki, their weapons colliding in a blinding explosion of light and sound. The battle raged on, each strike shaking the very foundation of Stark Tower. Dave's controlled ferocity matched Loki's cunning and precision, the two warriors pushing each other to their limits. But as the battle wore on, it became clear that the Power Stone was tipping the scales in Dave's favor. Loki's strikes grew more desperate, his movements less calculated. Dave, on the other hand, seemed to grow stronger with every swing of his blade. Finally, with a decisive strike, Dave disarmed Loki, sending the scepter clattering to the ground. He held the tip of his glowing sword inches from Loki's chest. "It's over," he said, his voice cold. Loki glared at him, his expression a mixture of rage and frustration. "You think this changes anything?" he spat. "You're too late. The portal is open, and my army will crush this world." Dave didn't flinch. "Then I'll deal with your army next," he said. "But first, you're going to answer for what you've done." Before Loki could respond, a flash of lightning struck the ground between them, forcing them apart. Thor landed in the middle, Mjolnir in hand. "Enough, Loki!" Thor bellowed. "Your schemes end here." Dave stepped back, his gaze never leaving Loki. "He's all yours," he said to Thor. but don't take too long. There's still an army to deal with. With that, he turned and walked away, his sword still glowing faintly as he prepared for the next battle. Dave, while moving away, also took Loki's scepter sneakily. As he reached the Tesseract machine, he spoke, "I'm closing the portal." Tony and Fury's voices echoed in his comms. "Don't, we've got a problem." Fury's voice was heavy. "A rogue just took a nuclear missile shot, and it's aiming a nuke at New York," Fury said. Dave replied, "Why didn't you stop him?" "You think I didn't try?" Fury snapped. Dave shrugged. "Anyway, let the nuke come. Tony will redirect it through the portal." Fury nodded, though his tone was still tense. "You sure about this?" "Hey, ask me if I'm willing to be a target for a nuke," Tony joked through the comms. Dave smirked. "You have to just send your nanobots and can hack into the missile and change its route." Tony rolled his eyes. "I know, I was just joking." "Not the time for jokes with a nuke on the way," Captain said, clearly focused as he fought off a Leviathan. Tony muttered under his breath, "Yeah, sure, Dave, I'll hack it and change the course." Dave nodded in response as Tony nodded. "Just wait, I will inform when the missiles came, Tony." On the ground, Rhodes was helping civilians by creating water domes, while Hawkeye assisted him. Emma and the others also worked in the air, ensuring no one got injured in the skirmish. Together, they worked to eliminate the threat of the Chitauri invasion. After a moment, Dave spotted the incoming missile on the horizon and said, "Tony, you're up." Tony looked in the direction of the incoming missile. He aimed at it and fired a small, paperplane-sized jet at it. The small jet moved quickly and latched onto the missile. "I am in control," Tony said, guiding it like a remote-controlled toy. "Then move it to the portal," Dave said, drawing his sword, ready to close the portal. "Got it," Tony responded, maneuvering the missile, carefully controlling it. He directed it toward the hole in the sky, getting it into position. As the missile entered the portal, Tony called out, "Close it." Dave nodded, moving swiftly. He slashed through the Tesseract machine with his sword, sealing the portal. The Tesseract's energy crackled as the device activated. However, something went wrong. There was a massive explosion. Boom. "Dave!" Tony screamed, seeing the chaos unfold. A wave of force blasted through the area. The smoke cleared, and Dave was seen, strangely unharmed except for being completely naked, with only his underwear left intact. His clothes had been obliterated in the blast, leaving everyone to wonder how he had survived the explosion. Chapter 147, Avengers 12. "You all right?" Tony asked, coming near him as Dave shrugged. "What do you think?" he replied, and Tony nodded. "Did you envelop your underwear in armament hockey before the explosion?" Tony asked, chuckling. Dave shrugged again. "That's how fast I was, only able to cover it," he admitted, and Tony nodded with a smirk. They both looked up as the portal began to close. Moments later, they saw the nuke strike the massive ship inside, resulting in a blinding explosion. The aftermath was clear. Alien forces dropped lifelessly to the ground as the connection was severed. "Well, it's over," Dave said, sitting on the edge of a nearby building. Tony sat down next to him. "Yeah, but the world sure has changed." "This changes everything," Tony said, gazing at the sky. "People will know we're no longer the lone dominant species out there." Dave nodded. "Well, whatever it is, we humans are still here to fight it out," he said confidently. Tony chuckled, leaning back. "You've got a point there." As the two sat silently, the weight of the battle lingered in the air. The city below was in ruins, yet the sense of triumph resonated as people began to emerge from shelters, looking up to the skies with tentative hope. "Still," Tony said, breaking the silence, "you're gonna need to explain how you walked through the golden barrier like it was nothing." "Magic. Another one of your secrets." Dave smirked. "Just a little trick I picked up. You'd be surprised how much knowledge is lying around Asgard if you know where to look." "Asgard, huh? And they call me a show-off." Tony grinned. "Speaking of which, your sword, what's the deal? Infinity Stone embedded in it. That's not something you see every day." Dave's expression darkened slightly. Loki's overconfidence was his downfall. "He underestimated me, but I won't underestimate the power of these stones. Though, I've deleted the footage of your fight with Loki. No one will know you have Infinity Stones unless someone spills the beans," Tony said. Dave shook his head. "Do you really think no one will say anything?" he asked skeptically. Tony nodded. "Yeah, well, S.H.I.E.L.D. probably already knows about it," he admitted with a shrug. Dave smirked. "Not like they're going to ask me for them, unless they want to be obliterated into nothingness," he said, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Tony chuckled. "Fair point. I doubt Fury's itching to pick that fight." The aftermath was swiftly dealt with. Now that all the aliens were dead and unmoving, S.H.I.E.L.D. collected their bodies. The metal found on the alien equipment, identified as non-Earth material, was taken for research to uncover its unique properties. The following day, a world press conference was held, where the heroes gathered to answer the many questions the public had for them. However, only Black Widow, Rhodes, Captain America, and Hawkeye attended the event. A reporter raised his hand and asked, "We clearly saw there were more heroes involved. Where are the rest of them?" Rhodes exchanged a glance with the others before replying, "They're busy," keeping his answer short. This response led to a barrage of questions. Who are these other heroes, and how did they get their powers? How will they protect us? Will there be any laws governing the use of such powers in public? Or will they be isolated to prevent misuse of their abilities? The tension in the room was palpable as the reporters eagerly awaited answers. "You are all lucky my friend isn't here," Tony said, entering the room in his suit. "Because if he heard the isolation part, he might have obliterated you all before you could even argue." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Stark?" a reporter questioned, glaring at Tony. "Are you saying these powers are meant for personal gain, not humanity's protection?" Tony tilted his head with a smirk. "Exactly. These powers exist to safeguard humanity, not to hoard or misuse." The room grew quiet, but another reporter stood up. "But how can we trust that they won't turn these powers against us someday?" Tony's expression turned serious. "Have you not seen what we've already done to help you? Without us, you would all have been alien slaves or worse. God knows what those guys would have made you do," he said, his voice firm. The room fell silent, with some reporters visibly unsettled by his words. Rhodes stood up to speak, attempting to calm the situation, but before he could say more, Tony raised a hand, stopping him. "Let me handle this," Tony said, his voice calm but commanding. He turned back to the reporters. "Look, you want accountability. Fine. But don't sit there and act like we owe you explanations for saving the world. We risk everything so you can keep asking questions like these in peace." Tony's words hung in the air, his confident smirk replaced with a steely gaze. The reporters shifted uneasily, a few glancing at one another as if daring someone else to ask the next question. A bolder journalist stood up. "But what about transparency, Mr. Stark? Shouldn't the world know who has the power to change its fate? What guarantees do we have that these heroes won't turn into tyrants?" Tony chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Transparency? You want us to live stream every battle? Maybe take a vote on whether or not we stop the next alien invasion?" His tone dripped with sarcasm. "Look, this isn't some reality show. It's life or death, and we don't have the luxury of wasting time on debates when the world is at stake." Rhodes stepped in, his voice calm but firm. "What Tony's trying to say is that this isn't about power, it's about responsibility. Every single one of us is committed to protecting this planet, no strings attached." Black Widow leaned forward, her piercing gaze silencing murmurs in the room. "Do you think we enjoy putting our lives on the line every time something goes wrong? We do it because someone has to. And trust me, if there were easier ways to deal with these threats, we'd take them." Another reporter tried to interject, but Natasha cut them off. "You don't trust us? Fine. But ask yourself this, without us, who else do you have?" Chapter 148, Avengers 13. Another reporter tried to interject, but Natasha cut them off. "You don't trust us? Fine. But ask yourself this, without us, who else do you have?" The room fell silent again. Hawkeye, sitting quietly in the corner, finally spoke up. "You want guarantees? You already have one. Look outside, Earth is still here. We didn't do that by accident." Tony crossed his arms, addressing the room one last time. "We're not here to be loved or celebrated. We're here to keep this world spinning. You don't have to like us, but you damn well better understand that without us, there wouldn't be anything left to argue about." The tension in the room was palpable, but no one dared to speak. The Avengers had made their point, and for now, it seemed enough to end the debate. As the press conference concluded, the reporters reluctantly dispersed, their questions left hanging in the air. Tony and the others regrouped, stepping away from the podium. "That went well," Natasha muttered sarcastically as she crossed her arms, her sharp eyes scanning the room for any lingering onlookers. "It could have been worse," Clint replied, shrugging. "At least no one threw a shoe at us." Tony smirked, his usual cocky demeanor returning. "What can I say? I'm a people person." Rhodes sighed, his tone more serious. "They're scared, and they have every right to be. Aliens, superheroes, nukes, it's a lot to process. They need reassurance. And we gave them that," Tony shot back. "Sort of. Sort of isn't good enough," Steve's voice cut through the group as he walked in, his expression stern. "We need to do better. It's not just about saving lives, it's about earning trust." Tony raised an eyebrow, his smirk fading slightly. "And how do you suggest we do that, Cap? Hold a bake sale? Maybe hand out autographs. By showing them who we are, Steve said firmly. Not just what we can do, but why we do it. Natasha tilted her head, considering his words. He's not wrong. The more they see us as people and not just weapons, the better. Tony groaned, running a hand through his hair. Fine. I'll consider your little PR campaign. But don't expect me to wear a cardigan and kiss babies. Rhodes chuckled, clapping Tony on the shoulder. Small steps, Stark. Small steps. As the group began to disperse, Dave entered the room, his calm demeanor drawing their attention. You all handled that well enough, he said with a faint smirk. But don't get too comfortable. The world may be quiet now, but it won't stay that way for long. Tony turned to him, a curious expression on his face. You got something on your mind, Dave? Just a feeling, Dave replied cryptically. There's always another storm brewing. Clint nodded, his gaze distant. And when it comes, we'll be ready. I guess the little power is going over your head, Dave said, his tone cold as he lifted Clint off the ground, choking him with ease. The others watched, tense, with Cap's hand already poised to fire if things escalated. This little power means nothing. Don't let it get to your head, Dave said, his voice unwavering as he held Clint in place, his grip tight. He released Clint only after a moment, dropping him to the ground. Clint coughed, glaring at Dave, but he didn't retaliate. Instead, he clenched his fists, still breathing heavily. Tony, who had been silent during the standoff, finally broke the silence as he leaned against the car, hands on the door. Don't mind him, Clint. We've seen plenty of people gain power and start acting differently. He's just helping you, in his own way. Dave ignored the comment, turning to head toward the car. Clint, still a bit rattled but proud as ever, gave Tony a sharp nod and joined him in the vehicle. As Tony started the engine and pulled out of the area, he glanced at Clint. I get it, Clint. You're proud, but don't let it get in the way of the bigger picture. Clint nodded as Tony drove the car away. What about the scepter and the Tesseract cube? Black Widow suddenly asked, as Captain America replied, I was just about to ask him, but who knows if he has it or not, he said. We all saw Thor take Loki right after. Maybe he took the scepter too. And Dave ended up creating a massive explosion when he detonated it. That explosion was so powerful, it wiped out the top 2 floors of Stark Tower, maybe even the cube was lost along with it, Captain America added, glancing at Black Widow. You sure are being lenient now, she said, eyeing him carefully. Captain America chuckled. Given his power, I don't think he needs to lie to us. He can just show up and put his middle finger in our faces when we ask for these things back, he said, leaning back in his seat. But the World Council wants his sword, they see it as a symbol of power, something to oppose tyrants, Clint said, his voice thoughtful. Captain America let out a deep sigh, finally letting go of the conversation. Let it go and ask yourself, but do you dare, he said as he hopped off his bike and headed off. Rhodes, Clint, and Natasha watched as Captain America walked off, and Rhodes spoke up. Well, I'm leaving too. See you guys, he said, before hopping into his own car. Just for the record, we asked Dave for his sword, and he politely declined, Clint said with a smirk as he hopped into his car. Black Widow nodded, settling into the passenger seat. Well, let's enjoy our vacation while we can, she said, her tone light. Clint gave a brief nod, and with that, they drove off, leaving the building behind them. Everyone went off to do their work, enjoying their leisure time while the world simmered over the interview. The media was divided into 3 parts. One group claimed that the heroes were hiding the true secrets of their power, another argued that they were simply here to help, and the third, though smaller, said we should be grateful for them. Chapter 149, Avengers 14. Steve Rogers, now enjoying a quieter life, pulled up to a small diner on his bike. The familiar chime of the doorbell greeted him as he walked inside, spotting Tony and Dave seated at a corner table. Both were casually digging into a pile of burgers, clearly enjoying their time off. What's the big emergency? Steve asked with a raised eyebrow as he slid into the booth across from them. Emergency. Relax, Cap. Not everything's about saving the world, Tony quipped, smirking as he pushed a freshly unwrapped Big Mac towards Steve. You need to loosen up. Live a little. Steve accepted the burger with a faint smile. Thanks. So, what's this about? He asked before taking a bite. Not much, just a little check-in, Tony replied, leaning back. How's life treating you? It's been over a month since we handled that whole alien invasion. Quiet, for the most part, Steve said, setting down his burger. Although the World Council has been all over me, hounding me to reach out to Dave and, apparently, confiscate his Infinity Sword, he added, glancing at Dave. Dave snorted, swirling his drink. It's not an Infinity Sword, he corrected casually, shaking his head. Try telling them that, Steve replied, rolling his eyes. They're convinced it's some ultimate weapon we're hoarding. They can keep convincing themselves, Dave said with a smirk. Let them come ask me about it directly, I could use the entertainment. Tony chuckled, tapping the table with his finger. Same story with me. They've been whining non-stop about us cutting off Stark Tech sales. Like I'm just handing out toys to toddlers. Do they really think that's happening after all this? Steve chuckled lightly. I'm sure that went over well. Oh, absolutely, Tony replied sarcastically. Between that and reporters pestering me about my stance on enhanced beings, I'm thinking of hiring someone just to say, no comment, on my behalf. Well, at least you two seem busy, Steve said, smirking. Busy keeping people from losing their minds, Tony replied. You know, we're like babysitters. Speaking of which, Cap, you ever think about retiring to something more chill? Maybe running a cafe somewhere? Not likely, Steve said with a small laugh. But I'll let you know if I ever consider it. Good, Tony said, raising his drink. Because I'd hate to be the only one with a real retirement plan. The three of them shared a rare moment of relaxed camaraderie, enjoying the peace while it lasted. As they exited the cafe, Dave climbed into his sleek Rolls-Royce, with Tony sliding into the passenger seat. They glanced back at Steve, who stood by his bike. Coming with us? Dave asked. Steve shook his head with a polite smile. I've got my own ride. Don't worry about it. I'll send someone to take care of it, Tony offered with a casual wave before settling into the car. Steve gave a reluctant shrug before walking around and hopping in the back seat. All right, but don't scratch my bike. As the car glided through the city streets, a calm silence filled the space before Steve broke it. So, I take it this isn't just about burgers and catching up. What's on your minds? Dave turned the wheel with one hand, glancing briefly at Steve through the rearview mirror. What do you think of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Steve paused, mulling over his answer. It's complicated. They mean well, but there's a lot of red tape. And lately, I'm not sure their priorities align with what's best for everyone. Tony nodded, leaning his head back against the seat. Exactly what we've been thinking. S.H.I.E.L.D. has its hands tied by politics and greed. Same with the World Council. That's why Dave and I are tossing around the idea of starting a new organization. Steve raised an eyebrow. A new organization? Like what? Something independent, Tony explained. Focused solely on global safety. No hidden agendas, no power plays. Just real protection. Interesting, Steve said, looking intrigued. And you're planning to run it yourselves? Dave shook his head. No. We've got too much on our plates already. So you need someone to lead it. Like a director. Steve guessed, his brow furrowed. Not you, Dave and Tony said in unison, smirking slightly. Steve blinked, confused. Then who? Tony grinned, pulling out his phone and showing Steve a picture of Peggy Carter. Your girl. Steve leaned forward, staring at the image, his expression softening. Peggy. He murmured, almost under his breath. She's. Still got the fire, Tony interrupted. She's the perfect candidate. She's experienced, tough, and doesn't take crap from anyone. Dave glanced back with a smirk. The only question is, how do we convince her to come out of retirement? She's on her deathbed, Steve said quietly, looking at Tony and Dave with a somber expression. Dave shrugged nonchalantly, leaning back in his seat. That's nothing I can't fix. Steve's eyes narrowed slightly, studying Dave's expression. By fix, you mean? Yes, Dave replied plainly, I mean bringing her back to her prime, restoring her youth. Steve fell silent, the weight of the moment sinking in. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice steady but laced with hope. If you can do that. If you can truly bring her back, I'll join you and even convince Peggy to lead the organization. Dave smirked, sharing a look with Tony, who grinned back. Today's the day you owe us, Cap, Tony said with a chuckle. Then it's settled, Dave said confidently. Next stop, Peggy Carter. Tony nodded in agreement, while Steve looked between them, still processing what he had just heard. Though skeptical, there was a flicker of hope in his eyes. The car drove in silence for a moment, each of them lost in thought. Steve stared out the window, memories of Peggy flooding his mind. Tony tapped away at his tablet, already making arrangements for the visit, while Dave leaned back, casually scrolling through his own device. So, Tony broke the silence, his tone light, what's the first thing you'll say to her when she's, back to her prime? Chapter 150, Avengers 15. So, Tony broke the silence, his tone light, what's the first thing you'll say to her when she's, back to her prime? Steve blinked, startled by the question. I don't know. It's been so long. What do you even say to someone after decades apart? Hey, remember me? You left me hanging on that dance, Dave quipped, smirking. Steve shook his head, though a small smile tugged at his lips. Not exactly how I'd put it. Better think fast, Tony added. Once she's back, you'll have to deal with the fact that she might not want to join your little superhero club. Steve frowned. Peggy's always been about doing what's right. If we can convince her that this organization is about protecting people and not politics, she'll step up. Fair enough, Dave said. But just so you know, this isn't just about convincing her. If she's going to lead, she needs to see that the world still needs heroes. Isn't that your job? Steve asked, raising an eyebrow. You and Tony seem to have plenty of power between you. Yeah, but leading is different from fighting, Tony chimed in. You know that better than anyone, Cap. Peggy's got the experience, the vision. She's the type of leader people listen to. Steve leaned back in his seat, digesting their words. And if she says no? Dave shrugged again. Then we find someone else. But let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Tony's car pulled into the hospital parking lot, and the three stepped out, each adjusting their jackets against the cool breeze. Ready? Tony asked, looking at Steve. As I'll ever be, Steve replied, his voice steady but his hands clenched at his sides. Dave walked ahead, his confidence unwavering. Let's make history, gentlemen. That was cringe, Tony quipped from behind him, to which Dave casually responded with a raised middle finger. Tony chuckled, shaking his head as he followed Dave. You know, one day, that finger is going to get you in trouble. Dave smirked without looking back. Good thing I can handle trouble. Steve, walking alongside Tony, sighed. Do you guys ever take anything seriously? Tony grinned. Oh, we do. Just not when we're with Mr. Middle Finger to the World over here. Dave shot them a quick glance. I take the important things seriously. Everything else? Not worth stressing over. Steve shook his head but smiled faintly. I hope you've got a solid plan for this. Dave stopped and turned to face them, his expression calm but determined. I always do, Cap. Trust me, you'll see soon enough. Tony clapped Steve on the shoulder. Relax, old man. Dave's plans might be unconventional, but they tend to work, most of the time. Comforting, Steve said dryly as they continued walking together. The trio made their way inside the hospital, their footsteps echoing through the sterile hallways. Tony led the way, his hand on his phone as he coordinated with their contact to ensure everything was set up. Steve's face was a mix of determination and apprehension, each step bringing him closer to a moment he wasn't sure he was ready for. Dave, as usual, had a calm, almost detached air about him, though his eyes remained sharp, scanning their surroundings. They reached the private room, a small but well-kept space at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar, and they could hear the soft murmur of voices inside. Peggy Carter, though aging, still carried an aura of strength, even in her frailty. A nurse was attending to her, adjusting the pillows beneath her head. She looked up when they entered, her eyes immediately locking onto Steve's. Well, she said, her voice weak but filled with that same sharp wit Steve remembered so well. If it isn't the soldier boy. I didn't think I'd live long enough to see you again. Steve swallowed hard, stepping forward, his voice catching for a moment. Peggy, I. Save it, she interrupted, a tired smile on her lips. You don't have to say anything. I knew, deep down, I'd see you again someday. Tony stood back, letting the two of them have their moment. He exchanged a look with Dave, who nodded, signaling that they should give them some space. Peggy, Steve continued, his voice steadier now, we need you. The world's changed since you were last active, and we could use someone like you to help us put things back together. Lead the charge, so to speak. Peggy's eyes twinkled despite her frailty. I never thought I'd hear that from you. The boy who once thought he was the only one who could get things done. Steve chuckled, the sound lighter than it had been in a long time. I guess I've learned a thing or two about teamwork. Peggy's gaze shifted to Tony and Dave, who were watching from a distance. I see you've got quite the team now. But let's not kid ourselves. You're all still figuring things out. And if I'm going to help you, I need to know one thing. Steve looked at her, waiting for the catch. Why me? Why should I be the one to lead this organization? Tony stepped forward, speaking up for the first time since entering the room. Because you're Peggy Carter. You've always been about doing the right thing, no matter the cost. People believe in you, and that's what we need. A leader who's willing to make the tough decisions. Someone who won't back down when it matters. Dave gave a small smile. You've got the experience, the conviction. This world needs a guiding hand, Peggy. It needs you. There was a long pause as Peggy considered their words, her eyes flicking between Steve, Tony, and Dave. Finally, she let out a deep breath and chuckled. And here I thought you guys were serious, she said. Look at me. What can I even do? I can barely move my body, she added, letting out a sigh as Captain America looked at Dave. Well, that's where I come in, Dave said. I can fix you, bring you back to your prime.